And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. And now, what we're going to be doing is recapping some of the trials we saw today and that we've been covering. And we'll be rewatching some of the videos also and parts of the trial of today, too. Okay, so switching over here. And, alright. So, we had Serpo, the planet in the background. It's always pretty cool to have. And now with all of you, we're going to be reviewing this trial. So let's go this way and that. There is certainly a part today where, towards the end, with the tacos, they seem like the video of the two of them were fighting over the taco being wet, and the dude was having a nervous breakdown over it. And chat was thinking that it's no reason to delete somebody, but the dude may have been kind of overreacting to it, and these this. Oh, thank you, Moki. This defendant was looking up things about Adelson regarding the Dan Markle case, and going here. Let's see. It's called. Yeah, I always appreciate the links. Yeah, oh, thank you. Always appreciate the links. Let's see. Like this. All right. Here we go. Yeah, right there. Okay, saving these links as I'm doing at the moment. Yeah, I heard about that. It's up to 11 of them now. See, it's like as we were speaking last night, that was happening. You know, that's something extremely eerie and freaky at the same time. Very scary that all these people are disappearing. Okay, and we got some more. This here. Yeah, I always like the links that you send me because of the definitely with the alien stuff. There is lots of. I don't think any of these are worth playing. Just send you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I have it all saved with all the other links. I think they're so cool to have, and I like to look back to them. And oh, on my phone lives, Moki, I definitely talk about the links you send me all the time, and the different stuff we talked about, along with other people that have had UFO experiences or cryptid experiences. So it's been very helpful. A lot of there's natives that come on the streams, and they've seen lots of UFOs and cryptids and stuff in their civilization. So to this day, they're still seeing them. So yeah, others are also seeing the same thing, and people like the different stories and takes of the aliens that people have encountered. A Serpo is popular one, and I talk about the Giant of Kandahar a lot too. Uh, it's definitely very educational and answers questions of people that are that have heard about it but didn't always have the answers to it. So it's definitely valuable links for myself. I like it for my own entertainment and knowledge, and it's also good for the channel and others as well. Oh yeah, Moki, I've gone to the point of also thinking to myself, there is so much out there that is very strange that doesn't add up, that I don't even know what to think myself anymore about. So the moon landing, yeah, it doesn't seem like it really was what we thought it was. It seems that everything that is happening these days is the same as it always has been, but now the really far out theories have seemed to be coming to light. Start with the Epstein thing, and it's just a domino effect of all these other theories coming to light. So I don't even know what's true and what isn't true. We've been lied to too much to really believe what we're being told about any of these things. Yeah. Oh yeah, you like Friyay? Yeah. Shout out to the live streams. Yeah. Shout out to Friyay. Yes. Yes, everything's orchestrated and fake. Like we're all like in the Truman Show, basically. Oh, Geralt the Dolphin. That one is extremely popular. I've talked about that in the live streams to people all over the place, and they are ex- extremely fascinated by it. And Mermaid, I've been telling her about them on the live streams, explaining to her and the others, and she's starting to also uh, believe it too. So it's the dolphins are very intelligent. They always were intelligent. Okay, just whatever people believe or not believe, they do have intelligence, and there are flying things coming from the underwater. You know what to believe, what is or what isn't. It is a good question because I'm not even too sure myself. And recap. So, on the ongoing trial of Tracy Grist, the American Fork, Utah, centers on the. Now, this is just an overview of what the trial's about. Overview of the mastermind of family conspiracy murder her son of Restelli. On May 2021, prosecutors contended that Grist orchestrated the plot involving her children, Restelli and Kevin Ellis, and lured Matthew from California home. Upon his arrival, Matthew was shot 7 times. With 60 seconds, and evidence presented, court suggests a knife was planted in his hand in self-defense. And Oki said, I think Geralt the Dolphin thing started as just a fake story on like onion type site, but has grown legs. Absolutely. Absolutely. It was, a legend or a prank of some kind. And it went viral all over the place. And just as like a joke reference, what to believe or not to believe, we don't really even know for certain. Since everything else has been lied about, we don't really know what is and what isn't for real. So, and could the UFO, could the aliens shapeshift into dolphins? Could they have drones that are like dolphins, or could the dolphins be some sort of working with? It's possible. I mean, you never know. I mean, if these things are out there, I mean, they can do anything really. So, yes, just for a disclaimer, it's a hoax that started as a joke, right? And then it gained traction all over the internet. This is for the sake of argument. We say maybe it could have happened, hypothetically. Yeah, the Grist family is definitely unlikable. I agree. Yeah, and we're gonna replay the tortilla segment again, which was towards the end of the trial. It's over this way. Yeah, I mean, I think people these days will get fed up with lies they're being told. Okay, We're gonna play that again. We're getting to the scene. Tortilla recap. All right, and all right. So this is the part where they're getting angry over the wet taco chips again. All right. So this is a replay of that.
She's still eating her beans, Matt. She's still eating her beans. No, I'm going to keep it recorded.
Hey, you put wet tortilla chips on top of my tacos. When you asked me
Sit
not
down
to,
and eat your beans, Cheyenne.
I asked you not
You're
to.
okay. Sit down and eat your beans. No.
You ruined my meal.
You ate your meal.
No, that's not true. You put wet tortilla chips on top of my tacos.
Oh, okay, Moki, understood. Yeah, definitely be glad to give you a recap about everything.
There'll be consequences for this. You actively ruined my meal. I asked you not to, and you put them directly on top of my taco. So how do you think it's justified as Gertie? I asked you not to, Kate, and you directly ruined my tacos. Why would you think you could fuck with someone's food?
I didn't fuck with
Yes, you did. That's not true. I had a plate right here, and you actually grabbed and put wet tortilla chips directly in my taco. And that's okay? That's okay?
Nobody asked for you to put tortilla chips on my plate.
It was a different plate. It was that celery plate, Kate.
Chill out.
It's a side plate.
Matt.
I'm giving you tortilla chips out of niceness. This isn't cool, Kate.
Chill out.
This isn't cool.
Chill out.
What was I doing? Why was I putting
I
plate?
don't know. Chill out.
Why was I putting tortilla chips on a plate?
I don't know. To be annoying because I was just dealing with shit on
No, it's on the side. It's on the side, Kate.
I don't need on the
You need
side. I
tortilla
already
chips.
have enough fucking tortilla chips. I didn't need more.
So you think it's okay to fucking ruin my fucking taco? Go to your room, Shy.
Matt, pause yourself and have this conversation
You actively
later.
ruined my plate.
Pause yourself and have this conversation later, okay?
That's up. You ruined my plate on purpose. And I asked you not to. All I did was give you tortilla chips. What did I do to deserve my fucking taco ruin? What did I do? I put tortilla chips on an auxiliary plate.
I
You
gave
fucking
you
ruined my
my
meal.
Oh yeah, exactly. I think talking like this in front of children would be a horrid error to make because it's kind of like talking loud around children isn't good for their ears and stuff, and you don't want them to be frightened. It's people could do things privately or do it a different kind of way than this, right? Go to your room. No, I'm still eating. I'm scared. So yeah, and this bro is infuriated about his wet tortilla chips. He's scared.
You know what I'm doing? You said they were wet. I said don't do it.
Shut the fuck up!
I said don't do it. What'd you do? You fucking
I
ruined my
did
taco.
not say don't do it.
I said don't do it. Why would you ruin my taco?
Shut up, I gave you a taco in place
No,
of the taco.
I don't care. You fucking ruined my taco with wet fucking tortilla chips.
And you had a taco.
Why would you ruin my meal? You actively fucking put your hand over and ruin my fucking meal. Because you're a true bitch.
I gave you a taco.
Yeah, something that I was looking at here was that the back of his head is he needs to. He looks like maybe he's losing the hair, and what he can do is maybe just like although I rest in peace to the victims. Just for the record, for people that would be going through something like this, they could maybe shave it. Would probably be an option people could do. But as I said, rest in peace to victims. But yeah, just that's something that I kind of noticed with this dude. Like what that's like what I'm looking at the whole time. But yeah, definitely messed up with tortilla chips. It's kind of hilarious argument though. If we didn't know the aftermath. Oh, it is very funny. This would be a good SNL skit or a scene from a cartoon or a reality show. It is funny in that sense. I agree. Yeah, definitely. And we're gonna play it back to show you the more of this. So right here, let's. This is the part of the chopping. Yeah.
Oh, me annoying because I was just dealing with the shit.
No, it's on the side. It's on the side, kid.
I don't need on the
You
side. I already
need
have enough fucking tortilla chips. I didn't need more.
So you think it's okay to fucking ruin my fucking taco? Go to your room, Shy.
Matt, pause yourself and have this conversation
You actively
later.
ruined my plate.
Pause yourself and have this conversation later, okay?
That's up. You ruined my plate on purpose. And I asked you not to. All I did was give you tortilla chips. What did I do to deserve my fucking taco ruin? What did I do? I put tortilla chips on an auxiliary plate.
I gave
You fucking
you
ruined my
my
meal.
taco.
You ruined my meal. You said I was wet. I said don't do it.
Shut the fuck
I
up!
said don't do it. What'd you do? You fucking
I
ruined my
did
taco.
not say don't do it.
I said don't do it. Why would you ruin my taco?
Shut up, I gave you a taco in place
No,
of the taco.
I don't care.
open.
You fucking ruined my taco with wet fucking tortilla chips.
And you had a taco.
Why would you ruin my meal? You actively fucking put your hand over and ruin my fucking meal. Because you're a true bitch.
I gave you a taco in place of
Shut the
that.
fuck up. You actively leaned over and fucking ruined my.
I mean, I've been on different, podcasts and stuff on YouTube. I mean, and when there's a lot of times there's like kids involved. It's best to not curse. You can't even curse at all, like on certain shows, right? Where it may have to do with other things that have nothing to do with kids, but there's kids around. They usually want you to censor the words. So, yeah, just talk like that in front of a little kid like that is completely, messed up. Definitely agree. So that's good that people did not talk like this in front of their kids. I'm glad to know. No one talked like that in front of me when I was that little.
Fucking tacos. You ruined them. On purpose with wet tortillas. I will not fucking move on with you without fucking sorry. I will not. I'm just letting you know. I will not. You just fucking ruined my tacos. There's no reason for that. Don't interrupt me. There's no fucking reason for you to think it's fucking justified. You ruined my fucking tacos. Don't fucking put fucking wet tortillas on my fucking tacos. There's no reason for that. You can't justify it. Don't fucking interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I'm not gonna fucking give this one up. You fucking ruined my taco on purpose.
Awesome, cool.
Fucking unreal. It's unreal how you give me back fucking tip when you ruin my fucking tacos. Don't fuck with my food. Don't put white tortilla chips on my fucking food. Don't.
Oh yeah, AC, I was raised well, and I was a bit spoiled too. I was also a bit spoiled. Right, like I said, pretty proud that mine and Mike's marriage set a good example for the kids. Oh wait, like you said, pretty glad that mine and Mike's marriage set a good example for kids. Yeah, that is good. That because the parents are the ones that they're going to look up to and emulate. So you want to set a good example for future generations. So yeah, that is something to be proud of, Moki, indeed. Could he have not have brushed the tortilla chips off the tacos? Yeah, exactly, AC. Exactly. He could have completely done that, himself. And if there's wet tortilla chips on a taco, hypothetically, he could get some new tortilla chips, or she could get a tortilla chips. It's not really a big deal. I wonder if there is, as I said, rest in peace to victims, but I wonder if people could be, if they had a little rum or something, and I mean, or people just get upset over things like this. It's, as I said, it's to get. He could have done what you said, AC, or he could have just simply have stopped it and the other way. Like he could have just gotten himself. Yeah, just there's easy solutions. Well, it's weird to intentionally do. Exactly. Like who's intentionally going to mess up someone's tortilla chips? Who's going to intentionally mess up somebody's meal like that? I've had things I've had things happen where tortilla chips, I don't know, for various reasons, may have gotten, not the best. What I did is get more tortilla chips and more salsa. My biggest thing with me is not having enough salsa, right? But it's no big deal. I just go and get more salsa, or I get more chips. That's my thing. It's not wet tortilla chips with me. It's sometimes there not be enough of the other, but it's not a big deal. Just go and get some more. So yeah, it's definitely, I imagine if there's like let's say a pile of cheese, right, to put on a taco, and it doesn't weigh a certain weight, or there's not enough of them, and he makes a big deal of it. It's just, or like the cereal, there is a little dot of milk dripped on the napkin, and he explodes. Loki said, "Where is the salsa, Mary Toodles?" Right. It's like, Mary Toodles, where's the salsa? And where is the chips? Yeah, scared. And a lot of times, she'll even say for me to get it myself. So, there could be funny moments, even over here in the spaceship. But I don't talk like this. What these people are doing, but yeah, and sometimes like there's not a fork or a spoon, and I'm like, where's the fork and spoon? But I don't make a big deal of it. Yes, exactly. Now get up and buy more easily. Like sometimes like she'll tell me to like get the spoon or fork myself. That'll be things like that. But I don't go and even like say in the future whenever I get a wife girlfriend, right? I wouldn't talk to her like this. No, I wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Of course, no one's perfect, and people in the heat of the moment can say things, but I wouldn't want to make a big deal out of the tortilla chips or something silly like this. And AC says, "OMG, this is reminding me of the Maui onion kettle chips on top of some yummy white pasta the other day." Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, and imagine like with the tater tots, like because it's I don't know, like the Napoleon Dynamite movie with the tater tots. This is kind of reminding me of that a little bit. He's gonna get angry over something like that. Yeah, it's definitely this would be a funny movie scene, but in reality, it's kind of dark for this to happen in front of a kid. Yes, Nana, I do agree, and I think that okay, so yeah, basically, I think, in my opinion, what it's trying to prove was, the violence that was going on in the home, right? And to justify the different behaviors that happened, but basically, it doesn't say like with Adelson, right? They're trying to say that he was a certain way to not let them see the kids, and basically, they're trying to no one's going to justify a murder, but trying to justify that there's problems there. Oh, look how this guy's acting, that kind of thing. But it still doesn't justify someone being murdered, though. Exactly, and it's an Adelson trick. you know, chat was comparing her to Amber Heard. You know, I mean, so for instance, you have Amber Heard, right? And she's filming Johnny Depp when he's angry and hitting things. Chat and I were making commentary about it where she's filming him hitting things and messing up stuff. And when you have that happen, it, you know, trying to make an Amber Heard type situation. I'm not saying what he did was right, but that's probably what they're trying to do. They both had bad behavior in this, okay? And I think he overreacted over the tortilla chips. I agree. But it doesn't mean someone should be deleted, though, okay? And her behavior is not good either. You know, it's best to try to de-escalate the situation. And yes, just as we know about Amber Heard, sometimes people can try to invoke somebody. Oh, yeah. And Oki said, I've never recorded anyone in casual settings, only when we are celebrating something. Oh, that is good, yeah, because like a birthday or an event, yeah, that's when you're supposed to record things. Yeah, exactly. So that says that's what we're seeing today in the trial. I mean, yeah, as I said, tortilla chip mayhem, tortilla chip paranoia, and tortilla chip pandemonium. Okay, but oh, hello, Brig. Salute to you, buddy. Yeah, so Brig, we're watching this scene from this trial. Now, the person in the video was, you know, deleted, and it doesn't justify the murder of the gentleman in the video. But this dude had tortilla chips, and his tortilla chips were wet, and he's screaming and cursing about it. But she's screaming and cursing back at him. But the thing is, though, they're trying to get a reaction out of him, right? So she filmed him to get a reaction out of him to make him look bad, like a straw manning, over an actual genuine situation. Similar to Amber Heard did the Johnny Depp. Hey, so you remember how Judy Church recorded her BF as he was getting deleted, and Sarah Boone recorded George? Yes, AC. You see, that's a very good analysis, that we're seeing a similar pattern, a similar cycle of behavior in these people, that they all do this same type of thing. And you might ask me, Alien, people record stuff all the time. That is true. Not everyone that records something like this is going to be angry or delete somebody, but they can do it. And we've seen a pattern in all these women that do these murders, that they all show the same type of pattern. If whatever dispute it is, they record, and then they go and do action. Yes. They do their heinous crime of deletion, of murder.
After I paid for the fucking taco meal, I can't believe you would ruin my meal. That's sheer disrespect. You think it's okay? You think it's justified to fucking sprinkle wet tortilla chips over my taco? Fuck you. Okay? Hear me? I said fuck you.
I heard you.
Ruin my fucking... To sprinkle wet tortilla chips over my taco? Because I gave you tortilla chips to think you were gonna dip them. I was trying to be nice, and you fucking disrespect me so much. You have your phone on, right? Turn it off. So annoying, dude. Why would this be on right now? Turn it off.
Don't touch my phone.
This disrespecting me so much. What is wrong with you, Kate?
Back up out of my personal space.
No, why would you do that?
Yes, back up out of my personal space.
You set me up tonight. You ruined my tacos, you put wet tortillas chips on my fucking taco. Why would you put wet tortilla chips on my taco and ruin my taco? Why would you do that?
Sorry, I fucking put
No, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And you go ahead and record me? Like, you set me up, like, what do you want to try to do?
Get out of my face.
Delete it now.
Get out of my face.
Delete your phone now.
Get out of my face.
Delete it now.
I will delete it. Get
Now.
out of my face.
Do it right now.
No,
I'm
get
not
out of
in
my
your
face.
I'm off to the side.
Get out of my face.
You ruined
You
my
are in
tortilla
my
plate.
personal space.
You ruined my tortilla plate.
And I replaced it.
No,
with
you
my
did
own.
not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not. You fucking traumatized me. It's called trauma, Kate. You fucking put wet tortilla chips on my fucking plate. Delete the fucking phone now. Delete it. Delete it now. I'm being serious. Delete it now.
No. Get out of my face.
Delete it now, Kate.
Get out of my face.
Delete it now.
Get out of my face.
This is not cool.
Get out of
you
my
set
face.
me up.
Get out of my face.
Fucking, you put wet tortilla chips on my tacos.
Get
Who would
out
do
of my
that?
face.
Who would do that? That's a true disrespectful person. They would do that to someone. Why would you do that? Delete your phone now. Set the knife down and go delete your fucking phone now.
I will.
Do it
Yeah,
right
let
now.
me-
I'm
let
done
me
waiting.
finish, let me
No, I'm
finish.
done waiting right now. You fucked me up. You ruined my fucking taco and you fucking put fucking wet tortilla chips on it. And you
Why
think
are
it's
you
cool to record
spitting
me.
in
Delete
my
that
face?
shit now.
Why are
Delete
you
it.
spitting in my
Delete
face?
it now. Delete it. If you want to fucking further progress our problems, delete your fucking phone now.
Fine.
Do you remember when you received this video?
I don't remember the date. I remember the feeling, the moment.
And is this similar to other kinds of videos or audios she would send you? I'm sorry?
Sorry, yes.
Exactly. The drunk bitch recorded her crime. She was so evil in that recording. Yeah, definitely very evil. And they get braggadocious. They start bragging and taking the video and acting like it's a trophy. But nah, it's like they have to go do big rocks and little rocks. Turning big rocks into little rocks. That's what they're going to be stuck doing, because it's like you're going to only record the crime and not even care about the consequences. Completely psychopathic, indeed. Yeah. I know it's to beat someone with, and he's all zipped up. And as to the sadisticness of it, that their impulses, their desires take over, and they don't even care about their own lives or anyone else's. It's like an addiction. In a way, it's like an addiction, like a drug addiction. So yeah, it's just, and they let the evilness take over and their selfishness and not care about anyone else or even their own well-being. So it's the people got to understand that there are some people out there that are not good. Men and women that both are not good. Yeah, so I think it's extremely sick. Definitely.
Do you remember when you and Kate first talked about her really buttoning up the plan to go to Utah? Do you remember when that was?
Week before it happened, maybe?
So June 20th, she went to Utah, is that right?
Yes.
And then so it would be within a week of June 20th?
I think so. I don't really remember. It's been so long.
Pretty close, though, right?
Yes.
Did you have conversations with your mom about that? About Kate coming to the house and bringing the kids with her?
Yes, my mom told me to do it.
Do you remember having conversations with your mom about Kate bringing the kids to Utah
Yes.
before they got there?
Yes.
Within that week before they got there?
Yes.
Do you remember having a conversation with your mom on June 16th, which is 4 days before she left? An hour and a half long conversation on the telephone. Do you remember that?
Like I said, I talked to her a lot, so I believe it. Don't remember specifically, but yes.
Would
it
you
was
be
a common occurrence.
surprised? Would you be surprised if I told you had an hour, 29 minute, 28 second conversation on June 16th, 2024 with your mom?
No. I wouldn't
At
be surprised.
approximately 9 in the morning.
No.
Do you remember having a conversation during that week before Kate left with Tracy, where you were on speakerphone, Is that a common occurrence for you to be on speakerphone when you're talking to your mom?
Yes.
Just speaking into the speakerphone?
Yes.
Do you recall during that time your husband listened in on that conversation and he had a concern about her having a firearm in case things got a little bit...
He's testifying is what the husband's saying.
Let's back it up really quick.
Do you remember that conversation where your husband demonstrated concern that Tracy have a firearm for protection?
Not that conversation specifically. I just remember that would occur. I don't know if he did it then.
So you've heard the conversation talking about Tracy having a firearm for protection from Matt.
I don't recall from.
Yeah, Nana, it's good. Nan, it's good to detect that because people will, when you don't have the fear in there, it's acting. So that's the thing. It's like when people are not afraid and they say they're afraid, it doesn't add up, the emotion. Hello, Noah. Welcome to the stream. We're watching some trial stuff right now. Okay, let's go here. All right.
From Matt, I remember for protection.
How about protection, maybe not of a firearm, but having protection from Matt?
I don't remember that.
In the same way he wanted protection from you and going to Kate's house.
I see how that would be the same if I remembered that, but I don't.
Is it possible that there was a conversation that you informed your mom to make sure that she had a gun in case she had to protect herself?
In general, yes.
And your husband was an avid and is an avid gun collector and knows about gun rights, gun laws, right?
Not about gun laws so much, but yes.
He knows all about gun rights, doesn't he?
Well, he knows about gun types,
Okay.
and whatnot, and ammo, and this. Yeah.
Do you ever have a conversation with your mom about the need to register a gun?
Possibly, probably.
Probably. And could that conversation have occurred within that week of Kate going to Utah?
It could have, but again, I don't remember it, so I can't place it.
And I understand. That was almost 2 years ago. Do you watch and listen to true crime?
Yes.
Is it fun for you?
Yes.
We consider it work.
Yes.
Yeah. Does your mom listen to true crime?
Yes.
How do you know that?
We would talk about it.
And how do you listen to it?
Podcasts, Dateline, watching episodes, Netflix, all sorts of ways.
Did you ever talk to your mom about the Adelson case?
We did, yes.
Adelson case?
It was, the Adelsons were on TikTok and we would talk about it.
Oh, okay. Do you think your mom was serious when she said she wanted to strangle Matt?
No.
Do you think your mom was serious when she said she wanted to kill Matt?
No.
Do you think your mom was frustrated with the relationship Matt and Kate had?
Yes.
And do you think that was fueled and fired by Kate always getting the other family members involved in her marriage?
Yes and no. Yes. That, not always, but yes.
Did you get the storage unit for Kate?
Yes.
And did you collect the stuff? How long was the storage unit rented for, do you know?
A week-ish, maybe. I don't remember.
So even before Matt came to Utah, did you empty the storage unit and get rid of it? Not get rid of the stuff, but get rid of the stuff.
Oh yeah, and let's see, enter testimony. That's crazy. Yeah. So, exactly. Nana says she was cursing and screaming at him. Zero fear and didn't move the child away from him, so no fear of him hurting anyone. All right, small sample size, I know, but our rooster supposed to crow around 5 p.m. Our new one is mine definitely around here. The roosters like to crow where I am. Right, and Allison's ends her testimony. That's great. Yeah, yeah. There's a part of this show where they talked about Adelson. Let's see. All right, let's see. Oh, it's actually right here. Yeah. All right, this is about the son-in-law searches. I don't know. It's just some of those chickens and those birds do that. Yeah. This is the searches for Dan Markle, by the way. Let's do this. This is about the Adelsons.
About some of the conversations and web history that you found on the defendant's phone. You know if Kate and Tracy ever had conversations that you found?
Yes, they did.
I'd like to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 108. Okay. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is communication between Catherine Rosselli and Tracy Grist. This appears to be taken off of Catherine Rosselli's phone.
Okay, and do you know what date it is from?
It appears to be from May 22nd, 2024.
Okay, state would move to admit and publish States Exhibit 108.
Thank you, no objection noted.
Okay, if I could have you scroll down a little bit. Okay, what is the first text that she says? And who's it from?
So on May 22nd at 8:14 a.m., Catherine sends Tracy a text saying,
Oh, you do, AC? Of your Allison pronunciation, since they were so firm on we are snotty Idlesons. Yes. Oh yeah, I definitely will call them call them out. Yeah. Everyone to call them out for what they are. So I'm gonna use my alien pronunciation to address them. Oh yeah, because people of all ages like this channel. So people of all ages like this channel. We have all kinds of different age groups. Yeah, and the young people really like the Garden Lives also. So yeah, it's an eclectic channel with a lot of people in it. Stargirl says, "Hey alien, I just got off phone with lives in NM, and she told me plane crashed there. She lives in Santa Fe. I've been trying to find info. Yeah, we'll do that now. I'll play this while we look for that.
awesome seats.
We can scroll down, next one.
Sorry.
If you could just keep reading some of those texts.
Okay. So this text was sent on May 22nd, a little later in the day at about 2:37 p.m. Again from Catherine to Tracy, and Catherine says, "I hate my life, Mom."
Okay. And then if I could have you, read the next text.
Catherine shortly after also texts, "I hate that I have kids with Matt."
If we could screen down, or the next page on page 3, could you read the text at 3:58 p.m.?
All right. The plane crash in Santa Fe earlier. Okay, let's see. Moki says authorities are investigating the cause of a small plane crash in Santa Fe Friday morning at a popular resort. New Mexico State Police confirmed they responded to the scene and the crash at the Ojo Santa Fe Spa Resort around 10 a.m. Friday after dispatchers received dozens of calls about the incident. Oh, wow. Wow. So the aircraft went down at technically around 9:45 a.m. near Ojo Santa Fe Spa Resort, or 10 a.m. It was a single engine Sirius SR-22 GTS X G3 turbo aircraft. The plane had just taken off the Santa Fe Regional Airport and was headed to Teos. It experienced a total loss of power in the initial climb. And like you said, both people on board survived the initial crash and were listed as stable as of Friday afternoon. A spokesperson said at least one of the two occupants was taken near hospital to be checked. It was parachute deployment. After the engine failed, the pilot deployed a large rocket-fired parachute designed to lower the entire airplane on the ground. Landing, the plane drifted down and clipped the side of a building in the resort property upon impact. Both people were able to escape the wreckage. They were taken into a local hospital for evaluation, but are expected to be okay. There were no reported injuries. Anyone at the resort, no fires were sparked by the crash. Yes, loss of power, not overweight. Hello, Pash. Welcome to the stream. Next steps in the investigation. The lead agency, the New Mexico Police, secured the scene. The National Transportation Safety Board will lead the technician investigation into the engine failure. Santa Fe Airport have not been impacted by the incident. You're very welcome. Yeah, cheers to passion.
Page 3.
So at 3:58 p.m., Catherine texts Tracy, "This is so bad right now. I hate him so much."
And if you could turn to page 5. You start at the top and read the time and the date.
Oh, thank you, AC. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, shout out to Noah.
So this will be May 23rd, 2024, at 6:11 a.m. Tracy texts Catherine, "All ready to board. I am early and all set."
And can you read the next 2 text messages?
Catherine responds, same date, at 7:43 a.m. Yay.
The next one?
The next text was also sent the same day, a couple hours later, from Catherine to Tracy, saying, "Matt redacted all he said about you not being able to stay here. You're more than welcome here."
And then the next text at the bottom of the page.
Tracy responds, "Okay."
And on the next page, on page 6, if you can read those last 2 texts.
Tracy also texts, "I'm glad. I wanted to be able to see your babies and hang out and see you."
If I could show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109. Oh, real quick, on that last one, what were you able to determine about where Tracy was based on those texts?
So based off of those text conversations, it appeared that Tracy was boarding a plane. Based off of the conversation, it sounded like she was going to at least visit Catherine.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 109 is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is going to be the web history pulled from Tracy Grist's phone.
Okay, and is this the whole search history that you found on the phone?
I believe this document is the entirety of the search history found on Tracy's phone.
The state would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 109.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. So order.
And when it publishes. I could take, if you could take me to page 43. Is this part of the search history?
Yes, it is.
And what's the farthest back date that you have search history for?
The furthest back date would be February 11th, 2024.
Okay. And now I'd like to show you page 21. And so after the previous texts, which were on, when were the last texts? If we could go back to page, or to exhibit 108.
I believe they were, sorry.
Do you recall what the last text message in time was?
Yeah, so the last text messages was sent on May 23rd, 2024 at 9:46 a.m.
Okay, if we go back to the search history on page 43, what, if anything, did you notice that the defendant searched at 12:10 p.m.?
At 12:10 p.m. on May 23rd,
Sorry. Excuse me, Judge. What's the page? You drop down to the page number.
On the actual exhibit,
Yeah, there's a page on the right.
21.
So, can you... Okay. Thank you.
Could you read numbers 28 and 20, 287, 288 and 287?
Thank you.
Yes, so the entry listed as 288 was searched on May 23rd, 2024 at 12:10 p.m. It was a Google search asking what scent, I believe that's supposed to be scent, SCEBT, attracts mountain lions.
And what was the next search you did?
So the next search was the same date, 1 minute later. It is what scent attracts mountain lions to humans.
Okay. And I'd like to show you what's marked as exhibit 110. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
So this is cell phone communication between Tracy Grist and Catherine Rostelli, and it was pulled from Miss Grist's cell phone.
And what was the date on it?
So this is from May 30th, 2024.
Statement moved to admit, State's Exhibit 110.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Move to publish.
So ordered, thank you.
And if I could have you read these text conversation.
Yeah, so the first text is sent on May 30th, 2024 at 7:08 a.m. This is from Tracy to Catherine. She says, "At airport now, boarding in an hour."
And what does Catherine say?
Catherine responds a few minutes later, "I feel like it was a good trip, all things considered."
And what does Tracy say on the next page?
Tracy responds, "Me too."
Does this confirm that Tracy had been to California and spent time there?
It does appear that way, yes.
I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 111. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is cell phone communication between Miss Grist and her daughter, Terralyn Fisher.
Statement moved to admit and publish State's Exhibit 111.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if I could go ahead and have you read all of those texts.
Yes, so on June 4th, 2024, Tracy texts Terralyn, "Can you talk?" Terralyn responds in a few. Tracy responds, "K, call whenever." Tracy also responds with, I am so mad at Matt." So mad.
Okay, and if I could show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112. I could have you, do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is cell phone communication between Catherine Rastelli and Tracy Grist, pulled from Catherine's cell phone.
And what date?
This will be on June 5th, 2024.
So is this the next day after the last text?
Yes, that's correct.
The last exhibit, apologize.
The last exhibit, yes.
State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 112.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Order.
I just have you read the first two texts.
Okay, so Catherine texts Tracy, Matt is a piece of shit. He swears that you said stuff about the camper. And Tracy responds, he is lying.
And I can show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 113. Recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is cell phone communication between Rachel, whose current last name is Jorgensen. On the document, it's listed as Trujillo, but it's between her and Tracy Grist.
And what date?
This will be on June 6th, 2024.
And is it fairly accurately represent, or does this evidence come from the cell phones?
Yes, this comes from Rachel Jorgensen's cell phone.
State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 113.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
So ordered.
I could just have you read the second message on page 1.
So the second message is sent from Tracy to Rachel that says, I'll call later and talk.
And the next page, if you read the next 3 messages.
So Rachel responds, that's okay, sounds good. Tracy then says, plus, that made it so I want to kill him. When Katie asked about whatever I had said about her being in the camper too much, which I never said anything, he straight up lied. I'm gonna kill him.
Okay. And then what does Rachel say?
Rachel responds with, I remember you telling me about that.
Okay. And now I'd like to turn your attention back to Tracy's web history. If we could go to page 20 of Exhibit 109. And starting on June 2nd, if we could start with, if you could start with 272, what is the defendant's search?
So on June 2nd, around 4:40 p.m., Miss Chris searches Wendy Adelson photos.
And do you know who Wendy Adelson is?
I do now, yes.
At the time, did you know who Wendy Adelson was?
No, I did not.
And who is Wendy Adelson?
Wendy Adelson was the wife of Dan Markell.
And who's Dan Markell?
Dan Markell is a individual who was murdered in his driveway in Florida.
Okay, if I could, do you know when Tracy or the defendant first searched anything to do with the Adelsons?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall the first search.
Okay, if I could take you to page 42. Do you see anything about the Adelsons on February 15th, 2024?
Yes, so February 15th, 2024, 7:09 a.m., Tracy searches, when is Donald Adelson's next hearing?
And who is Donna Adelson?
Donald Adelson is Wendy Adelson's mother, who would then be Dan Markell's mother-in-law.
And what happened to Donna Adelson?
Donald Adelson was arrested for involvement in Dan Markell's murder.
Specifically, what was she accused of doing?
She was accused of conspiring with her son Charlie to hire a hitman to murder Mr. Markel.
This is still 109. It's just page 42. I'd like to turn your attention to page 39 of Exhibit 109. Is this the next time that the defendant searches anything to do with the Adelsons?
From that February 15th date, yes, it is.
And what does she search?
So on February 24th, she searched at 9:08 a.m. She searches Dan and Wendy Markel wedding.
And then when is the next time that you were aware that she searches the Adelsons?
I honestly don't recall. She searched the Adelsons numerous times.
Okay, if we could go back to the June 2nd, page 20. And if we could go up page to page 19. Does she continue to search the Adelsons there?
On June 2nd, yes, she does.
And if I could have you read 257, what date and time does she search and what does she search?
So on June 2nd at 5:28 p.m., Ms. Gris searches Dan Markel murder books. I believe murder is misspelled there, though.
Okay, and if you could scroll up to the top. What does she search on June 3rd, 2024 at 8:17 a.m.? 253.
On June 3rd, 2024, 8:17 a.m., Ms. Gris searched grind morphine pill.
If you continue to go up. And up again. And up again. What does she search on line 232, 231, and 230? Who does she search?
So she searches for Catherine Magbanawa.
Who's Catherine Magbanawa?
Catherine Magbanawa was also arrested for involvement in Dan Markel's murder.
And if we could keep going up. If I could have you read, this is the next day on June 6th, is that correct? If I could have you read on June 6th at 9:10 p.m., what does she search?
So on June 6th at 9:10 p.m., she searches Katie Magbanawa second trial defense charts.
And the next day on June 7th at 9:17 a.m., what does she search?
She searches how old were Dan Markel's kids when Dan was killed.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what happened with Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson?
So Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson had a divorce and were in the midst of a custody battle for their 2 children.
I'd like to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 25.
25?
Sorry. No, yes, 25. We just showed State's Exhibit 25. Okay, on June 25th, what does Catherine text her mom? If we go down to the green.
So on June 15th, 2024, Catherine texts Tracy, Diane just said we probably shouldn't go to Vegas.
And were you able to get call log information from Tracy's phone?
Yes, I was.
I'd like to show you this marked as State's Exhibit 114. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is going to be a call log history from Tracy Gris' cell phone.
From what day?
So this will be on June 16th.
Is it the day after Diane canceled the Vegas trip?
Yes,
Or at least that Catherine told Tracy that she canceled the Vegas trip?
correct.
State would move to omit and publish State's Exhibit 114.
Any objection? No objection. Thank you, so ordered.
And if we could go to the bottom of the page, or the next, bottom of the next few pages. Farther down, please. Next page down. Okay, on June 16th, who was the first person that the defendant calls?
So on June 16th at 9:19 a.m., she calls Terrell Fisher.
Okay, is that number, were you able to confirm that that number is Terrell Fisher's number?
Yes, I was.
And how long did they talk for?
They talked for 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 28 seconds.
Okay, and now I'd like to take you back to the Exhibit 109, page 16. What does the defendant search at 10:18 a.m. on June 16, 2024?
At 10:18 a.m., she searches Utah gun law registration.
And what does she search after that?
Utah gun law registration.
And after that?
Utah shot break-in.
And so on these, what does the Google search mean?
So if it has Google search next to it, that means that is what she's searching on Google.
And if it doesn't say Google search, what does that mean?
To my understanding, it is a website that she has visited.
Okay. If I could turn your page to page 115 on Exhibit 109. Yeah.
15 of 109.
Yeah, and go to the bottom. Is this in the same set of searches, starting with, or the same web history, starting with 210? What time is she's still searching?
Oh, item line 210, not 210 p.m.?
The item 210. What time is she searching still?
Correct. So that is still June 16th at 10:21 a.m.
Okay. And the one above? What is she searching?
So in the previous one, she searched one dead, one hospitalized in Layton shooting. On the next search, it was the same date at 10:30 a.m. She searches Utah State gun laws and regulations explained.
Okay. And then what does she search at 2:36 p.m.?
At 2:36 p.m., she searches to file for divorce if wife is a Utah resident and husband is a CA resident or California resident.
And above that?
At 2:37 p.m. on the 16th, she searches to file for divorce if wife is a Utah resident and husband is a California resident.
And 203, what does she search? Number 203.
Line number 203, so that's at 2:38 p.m. She searches how TI, which I assume should be 2, establish Utah residency.
Okay, if we could go back to the phone log on page 1, on Exhibit 114. So, how long was she on the phone with Tara Lynn for?
She was on the phone with Tara Lynn for 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 28 seconds.
Do you know what time that she would have gotten off the phone with Tara Lynn on that?
So an hour and a half from 9:19 would be about 10:50 a.m.
Okay. And if you could go up to the next page, page 3, in the bottom. Who's the next person that the defendant calls?
So on the 16th, her next call is to Costco credit card.
Okay, how many times does she call Costco credit card?
It appears twice.
And now I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 115. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is text message communication between Rachel Jorgensen and Tracy Grist, and this was pulled from Rachel Jorgensen's cell phone.
And what day?
So this would be June 16th.
State would... What?
115.
State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 115.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
I could scroll down a little bit. Okay, at 12:49 p.m. on June 16th, what does Rachel say?
Rachel texts Tracy, dying to know more about everything, dude.
If you could read the next one.
Tracy responds, I'll call in 10.
And what does she say in the next one?
We have a plan for Rory too.
And I'd like to show you a Smarts Exhibit, State's Exhibit 116. And you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is cell phone communication between Tracy Grist and Caitlin Johnson, and this was taken from Miss Grist's cell phone.
And who is Caitlin Johnson? Were you able to determine who Caitlin Johnson was?
Yes, I was. So Caitlin Johnson is the daughter of Amy McQuillan.
And were you able to determine if she lived in Utah or not?
I was. She did not live in Utah.
State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 116.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
So ordered.
And can you read the top message?
Yes, so on June 16th at 1:56 p.m., Tracy texts Caitlin, hey, Rory was thinking of driving up to Seattle for a road trip, just her. Could she stop and say hi to you? It wouldn't be for a few weeks. She was just making a plan.
Okay, and how soon in time was this to the previous text with Rachel about making the plan for Rory 2?
That was on the same day.
How many minutes, or is there a difference? If I could refresh your recollection, could we just turn back to Exhibit 115? What time was that text sent?
So this text was sent at 1:58 p.m.
And if I could turn back to 116, what time was that text message sent?
At 1:56 p.m.
Now I'd like to turn your attention to, I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 117. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is communication between Tracy Grist and Matthew Ristelli. This was taken from Miss Grist's cell phone.
And what day does it start?
So this starts on June 20th, 2024.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 117 and move to publish.
No objection.
All right, thank you so much.
And this is a little bit longer, but if I could just have you read all of these texts, maybe start with the first one with the time, and if there's a big gap in time, if you could restate the date and the time, otherwise just read the conversation through.
Okay. So June 20th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. Matthew texts Miss Grist, this is Matt Ristelli. I need a call back regarding a serious matter. Shortly after, he texts, you're wrong for convincing Kate to leave the state. This is a few hours later now at 11:28 p.m. Matt texts Tracy, this is Matt Ristelli. I need a call back regarding a serious matter. A couple minutes later, Matt texts Tracy, is this Tracy? At 11:35 on the same day, it appears that there was a phone call. This appears to be like a voice-to-text type text message. And this is from Matt to Tracy. And the text reads, hey Tracy, this is Matt Ristelli. Can you call me back regarding all of this stuff? Anyways, 951-852-3089. Thanks. So 11:51 p.m. on the same date, a couple minutes later, Matt texts Tracy, did my family make it there? Seconds later, he texts again, "How dare you not reply? Kate abducted my kids to Utah without my permission. And you all ghosted me." So this is continuing the conversation into early the next morning, June 21st, 2024 at 12:05 a.m. Matt texts, "Did Kate, Cheyenne, and Still make it to Utah?" Shortly after, he texts again, "It is sad that you both are so heartless that you can't even reply to me. That you can't even reply to tell me my family made it to your house safely." At 12:30 a.m., he texts, "Is Tracy not replying to my family's safety? Did they make it there?" About 10 minutes later, he texts, "You missed lots of calls. I missed one from you. Are my kids safe?" Shortly after, Matt texts Tracy, "How dare you play this game? Did my kids make it to your house?" A couple minutes later, safe, yes or no? It's a simple question.
If I stop you there, are these messages, will they show if they've been read or not?
Yes, they will.
And is that what the other time and date stamp is?
That is correct.
Okay, continue, I apologize.
So Matt texts Tracy. So this is still June 21st. This is now 12:50 a.m. He says, "You infected Kate with the need to leave California. Why don't you just live your life and stay out of others and not tamper? This is not okay by any means. How dare you convince her to leave and take kids? I will not forget your involvement in this." A couple minutes later, Matt texts again, "You're so mean to think I don't deserve to know my kids made it to your house safely tonight." So June 21st at 1:01 a.m., Tracy responds to Matt, "Katie and the kiddos are here safe and sound." Matt replies to that with, "Enjoy your short time with them. You will not be welcome in our house again." Tracy responds, "I knew she was driving and I fell asleep, so I was sleeping. They just pulled in." So this is the same date, a couple hours later at 3:07 a.m. Matt texts Tracy, "Again, you will not be welcome in this empty house. I told you to back off. How dare you lure her to take the kids and split out of state? What crap, tampering with my kids and their future."
May I approach your own? Yes, please.
Next part, we'll be going over some more of the evidence from the trial. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, jury, for being patient with us. We had
This part is about planted evidence.
a technical issue. Attorneys and I have been here since earlier this morning working, and then I understand you had some traffic issues, so I guess it was just a crazy morning all around. Attorneys tell me we're still well ahead and we're ready to proceed forward. Mr. Brown, please call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Patrick Zerpoli.
Mr. Zerpoli, if you come forward, I'll swear you in. You swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah and penalty of perjury that the testimony given this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God.
I do swear.
Please have a seat up there. I know you've testified before, so just keep my admonitions in mind, please, from the past.
Is there water, Your Honor?
Are we out?
Thank you very much.
May I proceed? Mr. Zerpoli, would you please state your full name?
It's Patrick Zerpoli, and the spelling is Zirpoli.
Thank you. And Mr. Zerpoli, would you please, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently self-employed.
In what capacity?
I'm a consultant in basically violent crime homicide. I provide expert testimony, expert case consultation nationally, and I train both nationally and internationally.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your experience that brought you to owning your own business. How'd you start out your career?
Okay, I started my career in 1989 with the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. I worked for them for about 2.5 years, and then I went into the Pennsylvania State Police, and my focus in the state police was really violent crime and homicide, and I worked in that capacity up until 2015. I was also mentored outside of the state police by experts in the fields of staged crime scenes, equivocal death, criminal behavior, in areas of that nature. And my last duty assignment with the Pennsylvania State Police, I was the supervisor of our Criminal Investigation Assessment Unit, which is the behavior unit for the Pennsylvania State Police. And to best describe the state police, because law enforcement is different in every state, we are the state investigation agency for Pennsylvania. Like, we have a Bureau of Criminal Investigations that handles all major crime within the state, except for in cities like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Scranton, some of our bigger cities, but we handle everything throughout the state.
Okay, thank you. So if I want to make sure I caught that date correct, you started with the Pennsylvania State Police in 1992?
Yeah, it was right around 92.
Okay, and you retired in 2015, you said?
Yes.
Okay. In that amount of time, I think you testified you were primarily violent crimes, homicides, and what was the third thing you said?
Violent crimes, homicides, child abductions, things of that nature.
In that amount of time, so say that 23, is my math right, roughly 23 years, how many homicides did you say you investigated?
Hundreds, if not more. And I not only worked for the Pennsylvania State Police, but I was also a member of different societies throughout the country where we would review unsolved homicides or active homicides.
Responsive to the question.
I think it's a little verbose. Just please be more direct in your response. Sorry.
Okay, so you said hundreds,
Yes.
right? You referenced in your experience with staged crime scenes, correct?
Yes.
How many of those homicides would you say, if you could estimate, had staged crime scenes in your opinion?
Upwards of 500, I would say.
Okay. Have you received any sort of particularized or specialized training in staged crime scenes?
Yes, I have.
Have you given any trainings in staged crime scenes?
Yes, I do. I currently do.
Okay. You mentioned in 2015 starting this and doing some expert consulting, correct?
Yes.
Is that part of that consulting?
Yes, it is.
Where have you trained on staged crime scenes?
I have trained all over the country, and I've trained for the American Academy of Forensic Science. I've trained in South America on staged crime scenes. Illinois, Utah, I've trained here multiple times in this state on staged crime scenes. It's part of a program that I have put together, and staged crime scenes is part of that program.
Okay, thank you. When you are looking at a crime scene generally, just kind of speaking not to this case specifically, what sort of information do you consider?
When I look at a crime scene, my view of it is evidence-based, and I kind of look at it, especially at the crime scene itself, I almost look at it like a football field. End zone to end zone, that's the crime scene. And that's what I look at. Any evidence that's at that scene, including verbal statements or written statements that come from people who are at the scene. So that's kind of, I call it white noise. I take everything else and just focus on that.
Okay. What information were you provided in this case?
I was provided, I assume the case file and all of the material with the case file, which included photographs, body cameras, footage, things of that nature. Faro scans were in there. Statements, both recorded statements on body cameras, was also in the case file.
Okay. Did you look at that information in forming an opinion in this case?
I did, yes.
Okay. Let's go through some of that information. If we could please pull up what's already been admitted as States 61, please. And there should be a pointer on the desk in front of you, and if we go to publish 61 when it's up. Thank you. Okay. Can you test that pointer, see if it comes up with a red dot on the screen? Excellent. Okay. We're not going to need it for this picture, but what I want to do is go through some of these pictures that were previously introduced but haven't been published to the jury yet. And have you describe what you're looking at in the picture. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. What are we looking at here in States 61?
What you're looking at in this picture is a marker, or we call it a tent, numbered 1, and next to that tent, to the right of that tent, is a shell casing.
Okay. Let's actually... Let's actually do a more zoomed out view. Could you go to State 60 first, please? There we go. Okay. Could you describe what we're looking at here?
Okay. What we're looking at here is a living room area of the residence with multiple tents that are marking different pieces of evidence that are in.
Hello, Aaron. We are doing a recap of the Utah trial today. It's always great to see you.
In that area.
Okay. And when you say tents, what do you mean?
They're the markers that you see, like number 1 that we just saw, that's what they are, but they're different numbers.
Okay. And in the orientation of the Grist home, what are we looking at?
We're looking towards the front door from kind of the kitchen area. I'd say we just came around the corner from the kitchen and we're looking towards the front door. To orientate this to where the victim was, he was at that hallway just to the top right-hand corner of the photograph, right here where the pointer is. That's the hallway where the victim was located.
This may help us as well. Can we publish States 87? You referenced reviewing a Faro scan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does this appear to be an overview or a fly overview of the Faro scan that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This was previously admitted. If you could use your pointer to show us where that last image was taken from.
Okay. The last image was taken right from this area here, where these tents are.
Okay. And where would the person taking the photo have been standing if you could just kind of hover the red marker?
Probably right around this corner here, just before the fireplace.
Okay, so to the right of your pointer, that's the fireplace.
Yes, to the right of the pointer is the fireplace, and that's that corner that person would have been standing at to take that photograph.
And on this image, what are the yellow marks?
Again, they're the tents. They're where pieces of evidence are marked in the crime scene.
Okay, thank you. And when you say kitchen area, from your little red marker, Which way is the kitchen area?
From the little red mark, the kitchen's off to the right.
Okay. And the front door is where?
The front door is kind of off to the left on an angle.
Perfect. Thank you. If we could go back to 60, please. Great. So now this is that zoomed in view that we were just talking about, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now let's go through those tents. We already did 61, but if we can go back to that, please. Yes, please. Okay, what is this first marker?
The first marker is a marker number 1, and again, it's a shell casing to the right side of the marker.
Okay, and then if we can go to 62, please. What are we looking at here?
62 is tent 2 and 3, again with shell casings at both tents.
Okay, 63.
Is number 4, tent number 4 with a shell casing to the left of the tent.
And then 65, please.
It's tent number 6, again with a shell casing to the left of the tent.
Okay, and then 66.
It's tent number 7, again with the shell casing to the left of the tent.
And then 67.
And that's number 8, and with a shell casing to the left of the tent.
Okay, were you all the shell casings that were observed on scene?
Yes.
If we could zoom back out to 60, please. Okay, the marker in the bottom right corner, which marker is that?
That's number 8.
Okay, and that's the one we saw last before we came back to this, correct?
Yes, yes.
Other than 8, do those markers that we're looking at, do those all indicate the shell casing placement?
Yes, they do.
Let's go please to states 68. Okay, what is state 68 showing?
This photograph shows 2 objects. It shows tent number 1 with the shell casing in it in the top left-hand corner, and tent number 2 with a sandal kind of in the center of the picture.
Okay, and then states 69, please.
69 is tent number 11, again with the matching sandal in the center of the picture.
If we could please go to 70. What are we looking at here?
70 is the firearm that was used in this incident. The photograph was taken on the kitchen counter, and it's marked by tent number 12.
And then states 22.
This is the knife that was at the scene, again on the counter, and it's marked by tent number 13.
Then let's go to 70. Well, let's pause there for a second. Well, no, let's do 72, please.
72 is tent number 14, showing a bullet hole in the corner of the wall just to the left of the fireplace.
Okay, just let's do all these bullet holes, and then we're going to pull that Faro scan back up, and I'm going to have you show me on the broader picture. Okay. Then let's do 73, please.
73 is tent number 15, again with a bullet hole in a door.
Okay. 80, please.
80 is marker number 16, again with a bullet hole in the door.
82.
82 is tent number 17, depicting blood running down the wall.
83.
Is number 18, depicting blood on top of a shelf in the hallway.
84.
84 is 19, again depicting blood on a wall.
20. So, I'm sorry, 85.
Is tent number 20, again depicting blood on the corner of a wall.
Just right below.
Just below 19, I
19.
believe it is, yes.
Okay. If we could please do 76. '76
is marked with number 2, and it is actually a bullet slug that's underneath these plugs.
Okay, could you just point to that with the pointers a little bit so it's clear?
The slug is right there.
And you've referenced slugs and casings. Could you please describe what's the difference?
If we put them back together, it's a bullet. So when you fire a bullet, the slug comes out of the bullet, and the casing is what actually holds it in place, and that's ejected from the firearm.
If we could go to 77, please.
Again, 77 is marked with number 3, and it's another slug that came from what's depicted on the floor with blood around it.
Okay. 74, please.
'74 is again marked with number 1 with a bullet hole through a wall.
80.
80 is marked with number 16 with a bullet hole through a door.
And 81, please.
That is not marked with anything. There's some photographs on the wall, but there's a bullet hole in the center right above the pointer, right next to the pointer.
Okay, do you know the relation of 80, 81, and 74?
I believe that's the same bullet that passed through that goes into the next door neighbor's garage.
And do you remember where that was found?
It was found in a bag in their garage area.
In the neighbor's garage?
Yes, in the neighbor's garage, yes.
Thank you. If we could then go back to that Faro scan, and we're going to go through just briefly those bullet hole locations. I think it was 86.
The actual video?
No, actually no, this one, 87 is fine, but can we zoom in on the 88 then? Excellent. Okay, slightly different orientation, but with this, could you please show us which of the markers are denoting bullet holes?
Okay, so in this scan here,
Just using that red marker, and we can zoom in if you'd like.
this here in the bottom of that door, just below that red mark, is a bullet hole. There's a bullet hole right here on the corner of that wall, just underneath the red marker.
And sorry, if you go back to that first bullet hole, do you remember where that slug was found?
That's the slug that was found underneath those quartz in that office area.
Excellent, thank you. And then you referenced the one on the corner there of the fireplace.
There's the corner one here.
Okay.
And that's that bullet hole into the wall.
Okay.
And then we have the bullet holes on the door. Again, that correspond just above the red mark, that correspond with going through the wall, going into the neighbor's garage.
Great, thank you. When you're evaluating a crime scene, we can take that down. What is an artifact?
The definition of an artifact is something that's brought to the crime scene that's not part of the crime scene. So for example, if someone brings their DNA, if an officer leaves a glove laying there, if an officer leaves a boot print there, it's artifact to the actual crime scene itself. It's not part of the crime scene. And that's the definition of what an artifact is.
And were artifacts observed in this crime scene?
They were, yes.
We could show the witness 68, 69 again, please. We'll just do 68. Actually, I'm sorry, 69 would be better. Okay, and if you compare this in, please, to states 49. You've seen this body cam footage, correct?
I have, yes.
And could you describe the location of the sandals?
If you look at the body camera footage, the sandals are inside the door, just inside the entryway of the door, just past where the door is. That's where they originate at.
Okay, and then 69, which we don't need to show it again, but could you describe where the sandal is at that point?
At that point in the photograph, the sandal's outside the door. So at some point, that sandal's kicked outside the doorway.
And is that consistent with an artifact?
Yes, that's consistent with an artifact.
Okay. If I could also show you 83, please. Did you also learn whether this was an artifact or not?
Yes.
And how was that an artifact?
This blood originally was thought to be from the victim himself as he was falling down the hallway, but it comes to find out that an EMT had actually touched the wall after they were performing rescue saving measures on the victim. So the EMT gets up and actually touches that area of the wall and transfers blood onto there, and it becomes an artifact of the actual case.
So that artifact 83, was that learned after your original report?
Yes, it was.
Does it change the conclusion that you reach in your original report?
No.
Can we go back to uh, 70, please? What kind of gun is this?
I believe it's a 6 hour. I forget what model number it is. P something. I forget the actual model number.
Did you do analysis about how this particular gun ejects shell casings?
Yes.
Why is that a valuable tool for you in your analysis of the crime scene?
If you look at a firearm and you know the ejection pattern of the firearm, then you're able to then orientate the shooter to where the casings are located. So we can almost put the shooter back in the area where he was at just by the ejection pattern of that firearm.
What is the ejection pattern of the 6 hour?
The ejection pattern of this is to the rear and between 3 and 4 o'clock, meaning this. If I held a gun in my hand, this is the barrel, this is the back of the slide. If I put a clock on top of there and 12 o'clock was forward, then 3 o'clock would be immediately to the right, and then 4 o'clock would be just a little bit behind that. So that's how the shell casings eject from the firearm.
Okay. And if we could put 88 back up, please. Yes, the Farrell overview. Thank you. Based on that, where did you draw a conclusion about where the shooter was in this case?
I did, yes.
Could you please use the pointer to demonstrate where?
In this area right here at the end of this tan couch.
Okay. Could you just tighten that up a little bit more? It looks like it was moving quite a bit. Okay.
Right in that area there.
Because are those yellow markers, are those silver tents denoting the shell casings that you described earlier?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Did you evaluate, along with the body cams, the statements, the Faro scans that you talked about earlier, did you also evaluate the medical examiner's report?
I did, yes.
Did you use that in forming any of your conclusions?
I did, yes.
Is that a typical thing for you to do in your field?
Yes, it is, because you're taking, you have the injuries, so you can use those injuries, documented injuries, especially in gunshot wounds, exits, and entrance wounds, to be able to orientate the victim to where they were at in the crime scene.
Okay. Can we please put up states 44? Sorry, states 94. Was this the body diagram that you reviewed?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and medical examiners already talked about these, but would you please denote which of these injuries were entrances and which ones were exits?
The entrances are marked on her, they're dots, but they're marked with different letters. If you see here, like A, B, C, E, I, G, H are all entrance wounds, and there's only 2 gunshot exit wounds that are marked with an X. They're on the front hip area here, here, and then there's one here in the wrist.
What about the one above the F?
And then one right here above the abdomen is also an X.
Okay, so 3.
Right, yes.
Okay. Did you review her findings regarding direction or any sort of injuries based on what she could learn from these entry and exit wounds?
Yes.
Did you form any conclusions about the victim's position in relation to the shooter when those injuries occurred?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you reach?
The conclusion I reached is the original gunshot wounds were face to face when the original gunshot wounds happen, and then the victim turns, and that's when you get those gunshot wounds in the back, including the one in the wrist that comes from the rear and exits in the front.
Can we show? I'm going to show you a picture of the victim's final resting place, stage 44, please. When you look at this photo, what does his positioning in relation to the room around him tell you?
He falls directly down into this position here. That's why he begins forward and then he turns into the hallway, and this is where he falls immediately down.
Let's go back to 88, please. Okay. On this image, 88, a black box has been denoted for the victim's body. Using that, could you please describe what, if anything, you learn about the victim's location at the time of the shooting?
At the time of the shooting, the victim himself had to have been started in this area here, where that red dot is, because the injury to his forearm corresponds with this bullet hole that is in the wall here, because that's an entrance and an exit wound, and there's a bullet recovered from there. So he's in this, it starts in this area here and turns to go down the hallway, and that's when he's shot from the rear and falls down.
Okay, thank you. If I could show you stage 44 again, please. You talked about your experience with crime scene staging. Did you make any conclusions based on your review of the evidence about crime scene staging in this case?
Yes.
So stage 44 is back in front of you. When you look at this in regards to the topic of crime scene staging, what do you observe?
From the topic of crime scene staging itself, when you look at the body, this is his final rest. Once he is shot from the rear, he falls into this position. You see no other movement of him. But what jumps out as far as the staging of him being moved post-mortem is you see blood stains here where his arm is moved multiple times.
Is your pointer not working anymore?
No, it stopped working.
Okay, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. If you could just describe on the picture what you're referring to when you say bloodstains.
Okay, so if we look at the victim in this picture here, just above his right shoulder, you'll see it's more concentrated than the other stains that you're going to see. You'll see a blood stain there. That's final rest. That's where he falls down. That's where his wrist is bleeding and leaves that blood stain there. And then as you move out further, just above that, you see a lighter stain of blood. So when we look at blood stains need a source. So something has to be bleeding to leave that blood there. And the only source that we can have in this crime scene above his chest area is his forearm. So those stains have to come from his forearm. So his forearm is being manipulated, being lifted and put back down again. If he was dragging his forearm, those stains would look completely different. You'd see kind of drag marks across the carpet in blood versus it just being a stain where it's put straight down in blood.
Okay, may I approach the screen over there just so I can point to? Testing. Just want to make sure we're clear. You described the initial blood stain. Is this one you're talking about?
Yes.
Right shoulder.
I'm gonna have to.
Please.
Real quick.
Yeah, you want to come on over?
pointer's not working, right?
No, it was.
There's another one there, Mr.
Oh, wait,
Zapoli.
looks like we got a cursor back.
Yeah, I got a cursor back on it.
We'll use the, can we see if the cursor works?
Works here. This is just a
Excellent.
regular pointer. So I have the, oh, there, now it's back again.
That first,
So there, it's just above here. This is right to the right, or to the left of that red dot. That's that initial blood stain that we talked about.
okay, and the second one you talked about?
The second one is right here.
Can we pull up that body diagram, States 94, please? Please. Yeah. And you test, were there any injuries observed on this above G?
No, no, there's no injury above G on this body diagram.
So in your opinion, what was the only source, possible source of that blood stain by the victim's shoulder?
The only possible source is from the wrist, is from when he was shot through the wrist.
I'm going to show you States 45, which is after the body is moved by medical personnel. Okay. Why is this picture relevant?
The picture is relevant for multiple reasons. Again, this is, this stain that we see here is that blood stain we're seeing outside of, from the top by his shoulder. Here's that second stain that we were seeing here. But what's really important here, this is final rest of his arm right here, and there's no blood there at all.
Could we go back to 44? So when you say final rest, could you circle where final rest is on this image?
Final rest is, where his arm is put at final rest is right here.
And based on 45, was there any blood on the carpet under that location?
No.
What does that indicate to you?
It indicates that overall, his arm was left here for a period of time, the highest saturation of blood. It's moved once. It's left there for a short period of time, and then it's moved to final rest, and there's indication of no blood there whatsoever.
Are there any other concerns that you have just solely on the forensic evidence in front of you about the placement of the knife?
Yes, the orientation of the knife concerns me. And it concerns me more if we put his arm back into where he initially fell down. The knife is turned blade in. He should have stabbed himself. He's holding the knife with the blade towards himself versus the blade out, which is opposite in his hand. And if he fell where we see his arm come to rest, when he first falls down, that blade would have stabbed him at some point, or should have stabbed him here. But again, just the how it's held in his hand is concerning, and it does, and it tells me that it's put there post-mortem after he's deceased and after he stops bleeding. That is placed in his hand.
Is there any other indicators that it was placed in his hand? Well, let me ask it this way. You're familiar with the injury to the wrist, correct?
Yes.
Does that cause you any concern regarding the placement of the knife?
It does, because I've seen crime scenes before, and they're not just staged crime scenes. I've seen crime scenes where people have been shot before and holding something, and they immediately drop that object, and shot in similar locations there. So being able to hold that through this whole thing happening and being shot 7 times, that concerns me that he's still holding the knife.
Are you aware how long between the neighbor reporting shots and Miss Grist calling 911? Are you aware how much time passed?
I know it's documented in my report. I think it's somewhere between 8 and 9 minutes. I think that was the time frame, and I think that comes from timing on different video surveillance and things of that nature. But I think that was the kind of the range of the time.
Does that passage of time between the report of shots and Tracy calling 911, does that factor into your opinion at all about the staging of the crime scene?
It does, yes.
How so? Because
that's the time to stage the crime scene. That's the time to, figure out how you're going to make this look like something it wasn't.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, I'll pass the witness, and we can take that down, please.
Thank you, Cross.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Zerpoli?
Yes.
There we go.
Excellent, perfect.
It's the hardest part, right?
That was the hardest part.
All right. So, one moment. I don't know what number the picture is. Two Sammys together. What You're no longer a police officer, right?
No.
So I won't call you detective. I'll just call you Mr. Zerpoli, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Zerpoli, you've had an opportunity to obviously go through the crime scene as you've demonstrated in your testimony today. And I have a question. If we can look at picture number 49, exhibit 49. In exhibit 49, do you know where this picture comes from?
It comes from a body cam. I'm looking at it up in the top right corner where Axon Body Cam 3.
Right, and so this wasn't taken as a still shot, it's just taken as a screenshot from a body cam, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, and this, and you've reviewed the body cam, right?
Yes.
And this is really a demonstration of the first moments of officers walking into the home. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
And when you look at this picture, you can see left and a right sandal, correct?
Yes.
And you can see an entryway, correct?
Yes.
And then you can see tile.
Yes.
You see the tile? And then you can see the carpet.
Yes.
And so because this is body cam, this is really pretty instantaneous on when law enforcement gets there, right?
Yes.
But as you stated, a few minutes after 911 was called.
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, I phrased that wrong. I'm sorry, I apologize. A few minutes after the shooting took place.
This body cam, yes.
Yeah.
These are for initial arriving officers, I believe.
So we had the time of shooting, which is not an exact known, but it's pretty close, right? A time of shooting.
Yes.
Then you have a time of 911 calls.
Yes.
And then we have a time of law enforcement arrival.
Yes.
Right. And this shot is time of law enforcement arrival.
Yes.
And so in this shot, this is, according to all that you've reviewed, a first view into the home. Is that right?
That is, yes.
So if this was not a crime scene, and if this was just, hey, I'm buying a home, this would be your first view into the home when you open the front door.
Yes.
Yeah. And the first thing you see is you see a fireplace, you see a nice rug, and you see a wall in front of you, right?
Yes.
And so the natural part of this house is to invite you into this fireplace room. I'll call it a living room. Is that okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that? When your first arrival is there, you're sort of greeting yourself into the living room.
Yes.
Now, to the left of that fireplace, the wall takes a cut to the left. Is that accurate to your recollection?
It is, yes.
And then there's a hallway leading to the stairs where Matt's body was lying. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And so you've reviewed the interviews of my client, Tracy Grist. You reviewed the interviews of Kevin at the scene, or not at the scene, but at the police station right after, right?
Yes.
And my client states, Tracy states, that Matt came and she was sitting at the counter. Do you remember reviewing that as part of your preparation for this report?
Yes.
And you can't actually see the counter from this picture, can you?
No, you cannot.
And if we go to the Faro, 88, I think. There's a few different ones, but 88's a good one. You can see how the door opens, and can you do a pointer of the door? Front door.
The front door is here, right there.
Right. And can you do a pointer of the kitchen counter?
The kitchen counter is back over here.
And in the middle, in between these, is a big triangle of empty space. Is that right? Coming toward the door from the counter.
Here. I'm trying to...
I'm going to point it out. This triangle of space.
Yes. From the scan, it's empty, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there's nothing there.
Do you know why it's a triangle?
It's a divider between the hallway, the living room, and the kitchen.
It is. And right here, and I'm pointing to the picture, is the fireplace, right?
Yes.
And that's an inset fireplace, right?
I believe so, yes.
And so there's some backing to the fireplace that people don't see because it's ugly, and we only want to see the pretty part of the fireplace, right?
Yes.
And so this triangle space covers the ugly part of the fireplace behind the wall, and it just shows the pretty part of the fireplace. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes.
And because of that triangle space, you actually can't see the front door from that kitchen counter, can you?
No.
Because the triangle wall is in the way.
Yes.
If we can bring exhibit number 47. Exhibit number 47, what do you see in this picture?
I see it's taken from within the living room looking towards the front door. There's a blanket on the tan couch there on the corner with some pillows, and then there's two, I assume they're EMTs, off to the right of the picture.
Do you know how many people entered into this house as part of this night's investigation?
I do not know.
But we see from this picture, there's at least two, right?
Yes.
We also have seen from body cam that there was at least a couple other officers that we saw on body cam, right? Who came from their individual body cam into the residence. You recall that, don't you?
Yes.
And so we also had Kevin in the house, is that right?
Yes.
And where was Kevin standing approximately when the first law enforcement came into the residence? Do you remember?
He was standing in the living room area, so almost, I'd say close to where this picture's taken, but maybe a little bit more into the living room.
Yeah.
And this would be his view.
His head was down and his hands were sort of up, and he's to the right, when you open the front door, to the right of the front door. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Now, you described the word artifact.
Yes.
And as I understand artifact, and if I'm wrong, I apologize, you know, I'm just trying my best, but is an artifact a piece of evidence that has been moved?
That could be artifact too, by definition, yes.
So in this photo, number 47, we have the two sandals there, don't we?
Yes.
And at that point in time, we know that Tracy and Kate and Kevin are already out of the house at this point, don't we?
Yes.
And so when that sandal moved, and if we can go now to exhibit number 68. When that sandal moved, did that sandal become an artifact?
This sandal, I don't believe moved. It's the other sandal that moves.
Okay, so you see this sandal and it's completely on carpet, right?
Yes.
Now, if we can go back to exhibit number 49. Do you see how both sandals are on the tile right there?
They are. So both sandals were moved from their original location, yes.
Yeah, both sandals were moved. And they're moved, maybe not intentionally, but they're just moved as part of the, and Mr. Paul, let's be honest, part of the craziness that's going on in the house with a dead man there. Isn't that true? There's a lot of people trying to help the situation. This sandal wasn't moved intentionally, do you think?
No.
No. But there was a lot of things going on to try to assist his life and to try to help the deceased.
Yes.
I guess the same could be said about, and if we could go to the ferrule. The flags that are all on the carpet. Some of these casings, and I'm specifically talking about the rug area. Some of these casings could have been moved through kicking, just like the sandal could have been moved. Isn't that right?
They could have, yes.
Yeah. And so when we do an investigation, and I'm not going to say we because it's not me, but when law enforcement does an investigation, they do it to the best of their ability to flag out evidence. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But their first responsibility on entering is to protect someone, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And so their first duty is to provide assistance and protection, and their second duty is to then investigate. Would that be a fair assumption of law enforcement's responsibility?
Yes.
And so with these flags that have casings and things of that nature, they aren't exactly perfect of where the shell falling out could have been. Indeed, we really don't know unless we had a video showing where the shooter was standing. Isn't that accurate?
No.
Okay, then explain to me how you can come up with that and that none of these casings had been moved like the sandal had been moved.
I didn't say none of the casings, but you have to take everything into consideration, trajectory of bullets, where the bullet holes are corresponding to the injuries in the body. So once we start putting all of that together, you can then kind of put the victim back in his position. And if you can put the victim back in his position, you can then put the shooter back in his position, which corresponds to these casings.
Okay. And so I think one of your statements today is that the flag, I'm just going to refer to them flags, okay? The flag on the corner wall, just southwest of the fireplace on that wall. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
In your opinion, that's an indicator of where the deceased was approximately based on that bullet hole in that wall. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you explain the blood that was above the vent, you know, the line of blood? Can you explain how that got there?
No.
Do you know whether or not Matt moved after he fell down?
From his body position, my answer would be no, he did not move.
And is that because of the blood markings by his head and a bit above his head?
And the other blood markings under his body, yes.
Do you know if there were life-saving attempts of Matt made before law enforcement got there?
There is no indication that there were, no.
And do you know whether or not there were any life-saving measures that produced any pulse or any life of Matt?
No, none that I know.
It's your understanding that he was dead when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
And with these casings, and some could have been moved and some could have not been moved, I guess we agree on that, is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
You can come to an approximate area of where the shooter is, but it's not an exact location, but approximate, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what's the bubble of approximation, do you think?
I think the bubble of approximation is right in this area at the end of the couch. I think the bubble is,
Can you do that with,
if this thing works again, I think the bubble is in this immediate area right here, right by this end of this couch here, which corresponds with the bullet holes in the doors, the bullet holes in the walls, and it moves around the corner as this is occurring. As he's going down the hallway, the shooter's also moving at the same time.
moving toward the couch?
Moving away from the couch, moving towards the door. Because when you start looking at trajectories of bullets, these are forward into this wall, into this door here. So it goes straight through the door, straight through the wall, straight into the neighbor's garage. So you have him then making a turn, the victim making a turn down the hallway. And that's when you get this corner shot here into this, into the corner of that wall. It's not straight into the wall, it's almost into the corner of the wall.
Yeah. You were a police officer for how long?
23 years with the state police.
Okay. And so as a police officer, you were trained in many different ways, is that right?
Yes, I was.
And in your training, you were trained in firearms, is that a fair assumption?
Yes.
When you are trained as an officer in firearms, are you trained on when finally having that dreadful day of discharging your weapon, are you trained to discharge one bullet, or what is your training in regards to that?
You shoot to stop the movement. That is our training.
And is there ever advice about, or training about not shooting just one bullet and shooting many?
In law enforcement, no, there's not training just to shoot one bullet.
Yeah, indeed, it's the opposite. It's to shoot as many as it takes to stop the moving object. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
And why do they have to train that, do you think?
Train in that nature becomes muscle memory. That's why we train that way.
And are you trained in that way because the layman maybe doesn't have that understanding?
I would say yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Just one line follow-ups. You were asked about the possibility of the shell casings being disturbed on scene after EMS arrives, correct?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that that is a possibility?
It is a possibility, yes.
Were the shell casings the only piece of evidence that you used to determine the likely position of Mr. Ellis when he was shooting?
No.
What were the others?
The entrance and exit wounds on the body itself from the autopsy, plus the entrance wounds and exit wounds into walls and where bullets were recovered. Once you can kind of put all that together, and more importantly, the trajectory of bullets, like how the bullets are passing through the body, you can then use all that information to put the shooter where he is at the time.
Is it fair to say it's like a math problem where you add all the pieces together?
It is, yes. You cannot look at just one thing. You look at all of it, the totality of the circumstances, then tells you where people are at that time.
And finally, does anything about the possibility of a shell casing being disturbed, the possibility of that, does any of
The state calls Detective Nordine.
Detective Nordine, if you come forward, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, penalty of perjury, that the testimony given in this matter today will be true, correct, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat up there. If you run out of water, let me know. I've got extra water.
Thank you.
Good morning, Detective Nordine.
Good morning.
Will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Joseph Nordine. My last name is spelled Nordin.
And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Or who are you employed?
I'm employed with the American Fork Police Department.
And what is your title with the American Fork Police Department?
It is detective.
And how long have you been a police officer?
I've been a police officer for 7 years.
And tell me what you had to do to become a police officer.
Excuse me. To become a police officer, I had to go through a post-certified academy. I attended the Utah Valley University Satellite Post Academy.
And have you maintained is there any education or training that's required?
To become a police officer, you have to pass the basic standards identified as post. From there is ongoing training that you have to obtain as a police officer.
Okay, and were you able to pass all that?
Yes, I was.
And since then, have you been able to maintain any certification or trainings that's been required?
Yes, I have.
And when did you become a detective?
I became a detective about 3 to 4 years ago.
Was that with the American Fork?
Yes, it was.
And how many detectives are at the American Fork Police Department?
There are 7 full-time investigative detectives at the American Fork Police Department. On top of that, there are 3 school resource officers who are considered detectives, as well as 3 detectives who are assigned to a task force in the county.
And which kind of detective are you?
Currently, I am assigned to a task force, a countywide task force, but I am still employed by the American Fork Police Department.
Okay, and as a result of that job, does that change your appearance at all?
Yes, part of this, the task force that I'm assigned to, we primarily investigate narcotic investigations. So my day-to-day currently involves a lot of surveillance and blending in, not trying to be noticed as a police officer.
Okay, so what have you done to help blend in?
I've grown my hair out, grown my beard out. It doesn't look like a standard patrol officer.
Okay. What kind of crimes do you investigate as a detective?
In 2024, I was assigned as a general investigator. I would investigate crimes against persons, property crimes, sexual assault cases, everything from burglaries to up and including homicide.
Okay. And how many homicides have you been a detective on previously?
Before this case, I helped investigate 2 prior homicides.
Okay, and are you familiar with this case?
Yes, I am.
And what is your relationship to this case? What is your role in this case?
In this case, I was assigned to be the case manager, the lead detective in this investigation.
Okay, and is this the first homicide you've been the lead detective on?
Yes, it is.
Tell me about when you first became involved in the case. Do you recall what day that was?
Yes, I do.
And when was that?
So that was July 12th, 2024. I was called by my direct supervisor, Sergeant Lunt, who informed me that there was a shooting, and he asked me to respond to the scene to help with the investigation of the shooting.
Okay, were you the lead detective at that point?
No, I was not.
Do you recall about when you responded to the scene?
Yes, I arrived at the scene approximately between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that evening.
Okay, and tell me a little bit about the neighborhood. What kind of neighborhood is it?
So this neighborhood is a gated community made of condos and townhomes. It is known as the Haymaker.
I'd like to show you, is it gated all the way around the community?
Yes, it is.
Okay, how many entrances to the community are there?
To my knowledge, there's 2 gated entrances to the community.
And about how many residences are within the community?
There's approximately, I would say, 50 to 100 separate residences inside the community.
Okay. I'd like to show you this marks as States Exhibit 100. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is a picture of the entrance and exit to that Haymaker community from the 900 East roadway.
Okay, and which way did you go that night to get to the residence?
This would have been the way I entered the residence.
And when you got there, was the gate locked?
Yes, it was.
And how did you get into the gate?
As police, we have codes for to access these gated communities. There's general public safety codes that are given to access these communities.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what that community looks like?
Yes, it does.
From that gate?
That gated entrance, yes, that does look like what it looks like.
State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 100.
Any objection? So ordered, thank you.
And I'd like to show you what's marked as state would move to publish. I'd like to show you next is marked as State Exhibit 101. Recognize what that is?
Yes, so this will be the second entrance to that gated community. It is accessed off of Bamberger Drive.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what the gate looks like on the other side?
Yes, it does.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 101 and move to publish.
Any objection? So ordered.
Now I'd like to show this marked as State's Exhibit 102. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
So this is a map overview of the gated community. And in this picture, there is a red line dictating where that gate runs around the community.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what a map of the community looks like?
Yes, it does.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit and publish 102.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. So ordered, thank you.
Okay, and on this exhibit, can you identify the house where the residence, where the incident took place?
Yes, so it's going to be next to that red map marker and the number 114.
Okay, is the residence where the map marker is actually on top of?
It's a little further north of the pinpoint of that map marker.
So would it be the second square?
It's the same square, same building. The actual residence is just a little more north.
You have a pointer up there with you?
Yes, I believe so.
Can you just kind of point to it? Address witness?
Of course. You'll need to point at the TV screen.
Oh, TV screen. Do I need to hold a button down or anything? Top one.
Hold it down and then stop.
Oh,
It's actually on your screen.
okay. Right about right there.
Okay. And what are the yellow triangles in the picture?
So the yellow triangles are the gate entrances and exits. So those are the previous pictures we just observed.
And the red line?
The red line is going to be the perimeter of the fence that goes around that gated community.
Okay. And what information did you have when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived on scene, I was informed there's a male deceased inside the home with multiple gunshot wounds.
And were you given any duties at that point?
Yes. Before I entered the residence or anything, Sergeant Lunt was up there, my direct supervisor. So I met with him and he gave me the assignment of seeking a search warrant to search the residence.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And did you have any other duties at that point?
At that point in time, for the first hour and a half I was on scene, I was typing that affidavit for a search warrant.
And was that approved?
Yes, it was.
And did you have any duties inside of the home during that investigation?
Yes. So after the search warrant was granted, myself and Lieutenant Four, as well as a few other detectives and the evidence technician, entered the residence, and we did a primarily walkthrough of the main floor, and then I searched the basement area and a room upstairs.
And if we could show State's Exhibit 46. Flyby. 86, sorry, 86, I'm sorry. If we go ahead and play that. Okay, we pause it right there. Can we go back to that spot? As you walked in, you could see those stairs on the left.
Yes.
Is that the only entrance to the upstairs?
Yes, it is.
Okay, did you go to those upstairs?
I did.
And what did you find when you were up there?
Up there, I searched a room. In that room, I found Kevin Ellis's ID on a nightstand next to a bed.
And did it appear that anybody else had been living in that room?
No, it did not.
And what else did you find in that room?
In that room, I found a rolled up dollar bill resting on top of a card, both of which had a white powdery substance on them.
And did you find anything?
Sorry, Judge. The Pharaoh keeps playing.
Okay, we can pause it right there.
A little distracted.
Sorry, we can just pause it right there. So where can you point on with your pointer to where the stairs are that lead up?
Yes.
So I'm sorry. What was your last question?
If you could point to where the stairs go up to where the hallway.
I mean before that.
Oh, about the bedroom? Yeah. I'll get back to that in a second. Sorry.
Question was, is with any sign of anybody else living there, and the answer was no.
Okay, so the stairs, that's where you went upstairs?
Correct. So the red marker currently is on the bottom of the stairwell.
And how many bedrooms were upstairs?
To my recollection, there's 3 bedrooms upstairs.
And inside of the bedroom, where you said you found a rolled up dollar bill with cocaine in it, where did you find that exactly?
So that was on the same nightstand where Kevin Ellis's California ID was located.
Did you find anything else that was located of evidentiary value on that nightstand?
Yes, on the same nightstand there was a cell phone which was determined to be Mr. Ellis's.
And tell me about why did you believe that to be cocaine at that time?
Through my training experience as a police officer, I've seen cocaine multiple times, so that's what it looked like to me. But then I did a field test on the cocaine and it indicated a positive result for cocaine.
Okay, and did you send that to the crime lab?
Yes.
State would like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 103. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is going to be a report from the crime lab. This report we get whenever we send an item for chemical testing.
And what was the outcome of the report? What did the report decide was about that cocaine?
So this report indicated that the white substance inside of the rolled up dollar bill was cocaine.
State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 103.
Thank you, so ordered.
And this report comes from the Utah State Crime Lab?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When you were on scene, did you become aware of any evidence that made you suspicious that maybe things weren't exactly as they seemed to be?
Yes.
What did you become aware of?
There were a few things. One was the picture Officer Laycock had took of the knife in Mr. Estelli's hand before he was moved by EMS. Another thing that was suspicious was the time frame relating to the 911 calls.
Okay, and what were the time frames of the 911 calls, if you remember?
So Miss Laney called 911 at 10:09, and Miss Grist didn't call 911 until 10:15.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 call before?
Yes, I have.
State would like to admit and publish State's Exhibit 104.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
$24, $22, $15, $45.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
114 South 920 East American Fork.
Okay, tell me that one more time to make sure that I got it correct.
114 South 920 East.
Okay. And is this Caitlin?
No.
What's your number in case we get disconnected?
801-651-2695. And my daughter, Tracy.
Okay.
My daughter's husband came here. And they're going through a separation. And he brought a knife, and my son shot him.
Okay,
I need an ambulance.
Okay, I understand. And it's at this home?
Yes.
And who is it to you? Your husband?
My daughter's husband.
Okay. Is he conscious or breathing?
I think he's breathing.
Okay, I've got an ambulance out that way. I've also got an officer that's coming into the area. Do you think he's beyond help, or do you think you may be able to
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Okay, are you comfortable checking on him? Where is the gun at?
On my kitchen counter.
Where is he at?
In the hallway.
Are you comfortable checking to see if he's breathing?
Kevin, check to see if he's breathing. Check if he's a pulse. Check.
Okay. That may be the officer. Somebody needs to go let them in.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay, they're here. They're here.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let... What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna...
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine who was knocking on the door at the end of that 911 call?
Yes, that was Officer Guerra.
And does that correspond to the body cam of Officer Guerra?
Yes, it does.
And who did you arrest that night?
That night, Kevin Ellis was arrested.
Did you arrest anybody else?
No, not that night.
And did you take any electronic devices that night?
Yes, that night, Mr. Ellis's phone was seized, as well as Catherine Rostelli's phone. Matthew Rostelli's phone was also seized, but that was after the autopsy.
And why does it help your investigation to seize phones?
Yes, it does.
How does that help?
When we seize a phone and obtain a warrant to search that phone, we can go through and see electronic data, which can assist in cooperating statements from witnesses, as well as establishing timelines and that sort of thing.
When did you first go into one of the phones?
So I searched Catherine's phone several days after the incident date. It was on July 16th.
And why did you wait several days to go through the phone?
There was a lot of time-sensitive evidence that needed to be collected, as well as meetings on how to proceed and how to investigate this case.
Did something occur where you wanted to go in that phone?
Yes. So from the time, from July 12th to July 16th, we had received a tip from one of Catherine's friends who told us that she believed
It goes to the investigation of why he did what he did.
Let's clarify that this is just why he acted that way.
Is this the reason you went into the phone?
Yes.
So I think
think it's hearsay, Your Honor. He can say why he's investigating, but not what.
I thought that's what we changed it to, so I agree with your objection, but we corrected it, I believe it is.
Okay. So based on that information, did you go into Catherine's phone?
Yes, based off that information, a search warrant was obtained to search Catherine's phone.
And what kind of, what information were you looking for in the phone?
So I was looking for cell phone communication through calls, text messages, social media messages, as well as device locations, any sort of...
Let me rephrase. What specific information were you looking for in Catherine's phone based on the tip that you'd received?
I was looking for information pertaining to an AirTag that may have been in Matthew's truck.
Okay, and did you find information about that?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
I found several text message communications between Catherine and her family about an AirTag that was labeled truck.
Okay, and based on that, what did you do next?
The next day, on the 17th, a search warrant was granted to search the truck for the AirTag, as well as the residence for further evidence.
What other evidence?
So at that time, we seized any Apple device that could be capable of using the Find My app to operate or to look at a AirTag, as well as Miss Chris' cell phone and Rachel Jorgensen's cell phone.
Okay, and do you remember what date that was?
Yes, that was July 17th.
And did you search the truck?
I personally did not search the truck. I had other investigators search the truck.
You know if an AirTag was found?
Yes, an AirTag was found.
And I'd like to show you what's Exhibit 105. Do you have the AirTag with you?
I believe it's over by the bailiff.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, we have ongoing permission.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
So this is the AirTag that was found inside of Matthew's truck.
The state would move to admit that into evidence and to show the jury, publish to the jury.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Right. Please proceed.
While we're here on some of the physical evidence, I'd like to show you the knife again, which is State's Exhibit 46. And what do you see on the knife?
So on the knife there is some pink marker writing on it.
Okay, do you know what that pink writing is?
Yes, I've asked our evidence technician, and the evidence technician told me that is documentation from the state crime lab.
And I'd like to show you what's marked State 136.
I'm sorry, Jim, what is the number of the knife again?
136.
What number is this one again?
136. And do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the gun that was found on scene on July 12th.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 136.
Any objections? No, Your Honor.
And would move to publish.
So ordered.
Are you okay to come down and kind of show the jury, just in front of the jury?
Sure. Do you want me to show all three items?
Sure, that'd be great.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury in the back, you can stand up so you can see that.
AirTag was... So AirTag's 105.
AirTag is 105.
Okay, were you ever able to get into Kevin's phone?
No, I was not.
And were you able to get into Matthew's phone?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
So Matthew's phone was damaged. So the Utah County Sheriff's Department could not download it. It was sent down to Utah Tech University in St. George, where they did a specific chip-off download of Matthew's cell phone.
Okay, let's see. Once you feeling great. Oh, sure. Okay, Moki, good night to you. Thank you for coming. It was nice having you on the ship tonight. Have a good one. All right. Hello, UAP. Good to see you. We are still watching this, by the way. Okay. Yeah. So whoever's going, if anyone else is going, good night to all of you as well.
And were you able to get into Kate's iPad?
Yes.
And what did you find on Kate's iPad?
On Kate's iPad was the voice recordings between herself and Matthew.
Are those the same ones that you heard played in trial earlier?
Yes.
And were you able to get into Tracy's phone?
Yes.
And Rachel's phone?
Yes.
Now let's talk a little bit about the knife that was found in Matt's hand. What information did you find out about the knife?
So I began inspecting the knife. I saw that it was the brand EvaTac.
And what kind of knife was it?
It was a pocket knife, folding pocket knife that had a seatbelt cutter on it as well as a glass breaker.
And were you able to determine if that's a knife you could buy locally?
I was able to determine you cannot buy it locally. I went around to several sporting goods stores, Walmart, that type of stores, as well as gas stations, looking for the knife and asking employees if they sold that brand of knife.
Okay. And so, based on that, did you try to do anything else to learn more about the knife?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
So I did a Google search of the brand name and found that a company in Australia with an Australian website used to sell that knife, but they no longer did at the time I searched it.
Okay. Did you find out any more information about that?
Yes, I did. I emailed that Australian company for information regarding the knife and their products associated with it, as well as if I could send them legal correspondence.
And did you get a response?
Yes. They told me, the Australian company told me through email that they had sold that portion of their company off to a US-based company named Ape Survival.
Okay. And did you try to get a hold of Ape Survival?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I found the Ape Survival website and I called the number listed on their website.
And did you get a response?
I did not, no.
What did you do next?
So on the answering machine for Ape Survival, they said the customer complaints should email address support@mytacticalpromos.com.
Okay. And did you email them?
Yes, I did.
And did you get a response?
I did not.
At some point, did you ever talk to anybody that gave you any information else about the knife?
Yes.
Who?
So I was able to look at My Tactical Promos.
One sec. Let's back up there real quick. When you were going through the digital evidence, or in the phones in this case, did you find anything related to the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
On Ms. Griff's cell phone, I found email communications between her and support@mytacticalpromos.com.
Okay, I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106. You recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is the email that was found on Ms. Chris' phone to support at My Tactical Promos.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 106.
Any objection?
No objection.
Move to publish.
Ordered.
And what is the defendant asking for in this email?
So in this email, Ms. Chris emails support at My Tactical Promos requesting to stop the shipment of mystery box gifts to Peter, also known as Pierre Beauregard, as well as Amy McQuillan in Ramona, California.
Okay. And were you able to determine what date this email was sent?
Yes, it was.
And what date was it sent?
So this was sent on April 10th, 2024.
And were you able to determine if Tracy was in Ramona, California at that time?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
There is text message conversations between herself and Amy McQuillan that suggested she was present at Amy's house, as well as metadata on pictures taken from Ms. Chris' phone that showed the coordinates of Ramona, California.
Thank you. And so did you ever try to get a warrant for My Tactical Promos or any of the companies associated with Evitech?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with those?
So I was able to find the legal correspondent to My Tactical Promos on LinkedIn. I emailed that individual, requested information and where to send legal correspondence to. That individual emailed me back and said that I could send him a search warrant.
Did you send to him?
I did.
Did he ever respond?
He didn't. He never responded to me after that.
Did you try to get a hold of him again?
Yes, I did.
How many times?
Many times. I can't give you a number.
So did you ever find anything else about My Tactical Promos related to this knife?
Yes, I found an address for the company in the state of New York.
Or did you find anything else? Did you continue to search for information about the knife?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
Through my searching for information about the knife, I came across a Facebook page for My Tactical Promos.
Okay, and what did you find on the Facebook page?
On the Facebook page, there was a video of an individual unboxing a mystery gift from My Tactical Promos and doing a review on the mystery gift box.
Okay, I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107. You recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So this is the video on the My Tactical Promos Facebook page.
Okay, how did you capture this photo or video?
So I screen recorded it off of my computer.
State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 107.
Any objection?
No objection.
So ordered, thank you.
This out. These mystery boxes, these normally cost 60 bucks. During the winter, people pay full price for them all day long, but it's summer, and they want to encourage Americans to connect with the outdoors, so they are going to be putting these on ultra clearance and give them away for free. All you have to pay for is shipping and handling on this. A chainsaw, that's cool. So here's one of these boxes. Here's what's been sent out. Last bit in here. So I got a chainsaw, I got some night vision binoculars, I got a water drinking straw, just a thrill of the unknown. Cool tactical flashlights, all stuff that I'm actually going to be using in my outdoor adventures. A little saw here. I mean, this is just packed full of stuff. Like I said, you can get this all for the cost of shipping, just sending it right to your home, but you got to act quick. They don't have an unlimited supply of these. When supplies run out, this deal is over. So go ahead, click the button, get
Can you pause it there?
one of these boxes for free. Get it?
Do you recognize that knife in his hand?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
So that appears to be the same style, the same camouflage color as the knife associated in this investigation.
And when you searched through Matthew's phone, did you find anything related to Evitech or My Tactical Promos?
No, I did not.
In any of the phones you searched or iPads, did you find any other information related to my tactical promos or habitat?
As a K-9 officer on patrol.
And how long have you been with American Fork?
8 years.
Have you been an officer longer than that, or is that your entire?
That's my entire career.
Okay. Did you go through post?
Yes, I did.
Obviously graduated.
Yes, I did.
In July of 2024, were you also a patrol officer?
No, I was a detective.
And what were your assignments as a detective in July of 2024?
I was a SV detective, and then just anything that came across my desk, I would work.
Okay, and SVU, what is that an acronym?
Yes, it is.
What's it an acronym for?
Special Victims Unit.
Okay, thank you. And was that your assignment on July 12th of 2024?
It was, but I was called to assist in another case.
Okay, and did that case involve Kevin Ellis?
Yes, it did.
What assignments did you receive on July 12th of 2024?
I got a call pretty late at night just to assist patrol in a case that they were working. I arrived at 114 South 92 East, I believe, and I was asked to transport Tracy Grist to the American Fork Police Department.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And upon arriving at the police station, what did you do?
After that, I was asked to interview her just on what had happened that night.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you wear a body cam during your interactions with Ms. Grist?
Yes, I did.
And did that accurately capture your interactions with Ms. Grist?
Yes, it does.
Have you reviewed it since that time?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit 2 clips, states 90 and 91, which are both body cam footage.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, so ordered.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
And we'll start with 90, please.
My supervisor did tell me just for the meantime, did want us to take your phone just for right now. So again, we'll get it back once we're done. If you need to make a phone call, so we'll give it to you. So I know that you had mentioned that you may want to talk to a lawyer friend that you have. So let me just give you your rights again. Doesn't mean you're in trouble. Doesn't mean you're under arrest. Okay. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand these rights? Yeah. Having these rights in mind, do you still want to talk to me? Do you still want to have that lawyer present or being talked to?
I can talk a little.
Okay, sounds good. So, what exactly were you there for?
It's my house.
It's your house? And your daughter was just visiting, staying for a visit? Okay. Were you planning on staying the night, or?
My daughter?
Mm-hmm.
She lives in California.
Oh, gotcha. So she's visiting from California.
Yeah, she's been here a few weeks.
Okay. And was she there with her Husband? No? Okay.
He's awful.
Mhm.
And just made a breather. So she came to hang out with me.
Gotcha. And she brought her 2 kids with her?
Yeah.
And they just have those 2 kids, no one else? Okay.
There's no paperwork or anything. She just came for a breather.
Gotcha. Did you go pick her up, or did she fly here or drive herself? Or?
She rented a car.
Rented a car. Gotcha. And was that his truck outside of your house?
Yes. I think both of theirs were not.
Both of theirs?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, and when I say his, hers, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. That's both of theirs, but. So what kind of problems were they having? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I don't know.
And that's okay. If you don't know, you don't know, right? So,
I mean, I have an idea, but it's so nebulous, so I don't know.
Gotcha. Well, sometimes little details for us kind of paint the picture and to what exactly happened, right? So that's why I ask. When did he get here to Utah? Do you know?
I think about a little bit after 10.
A little bit after 10. Okay. And did he call beforehand? Did he text? Did she know he was on his
She knew
way?
he was coming.
Okay.
And she was going to talk with him. And I was in the kitchen, and next thing I know, he was in the kitchen. He was like, "Hey," I go, "Hi."
Do you know if they had a conversation before? Or?
I have no idea.
Okay. Kind of walk through me what was happening when you were in the kitchen. He showed up, and then what happened?
I was in the kitchen, and I was sitting on the counter, because I do that, it's in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And he said hi, and then he walked into the other room, but he was acting different.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean by he was acting
He was
different?
just, how agitated.
Mm-hmm.
I would say agitated.
What happened after that, after he walked away?
He walked away.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Is Katie upstairs?" And I said, "Yeah, she'll come down." That's the last. I heard gunshots. What I know are gunshots now.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard a gun really fired, except for I guess at the gun range.
Okay. And what were you doing when you heard the gunshots?
Just sitting on the counter.
Just in the same spot when you walked
Yeah.
in? Okay. Well, what did you do after you heard the gunshots?
I ran into the bottom of the stairs to go check on my daughter, because I thought something might happen to my daughter.
Gotcha. And what did you see when you went down the
She
stairs?
was on the ground, laying down, face down.
And then what happened?
I called 911.
Mm-hmm. What was your daughter doing wrong when you came downstairs?
When I came down to my...
Yeah, when you came
I
down the
went
stairs.
upstairs.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I misunderstood. Do you know who this is?
This is the family attorney.
Oh, gotcha.
Hey,
here
talk
for
to
you.
Kevin. Talk to Kevin.
Okay.
Kevin. So, could you take him to Kevin, please?
Yep.
There you go. Is that the guy that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. There you go. He's here. Do you want him present?
No.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I thought you
I
had
was
said that you went
kitchen on the main
downstairs.
floor.
Gotcha. So you went upstairs. So See her when you heard the gunshots. My apologies, I misunderstood you
No,
there.
Everything happened on the main floor.
Mhm.
I was in the kitchen, down in the hallway, and then I went upstairs, and I just said, "Stay here. Don't come downstairs. No matter what, don't come downstairs."
And that was to?
My daughter Katie.
Okay.
Because I didn't want her to see.
Okay, I'm gonna just, because obviously I was confused somewhere, so I'm just gonna back up a little bit. Kind of run me through you sitting on the counter in your kitchen, hearing the gunshots, and then what happened after that.
I went and looked in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Or I went to the bottom of the stairs, and that's the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what else happened.
So after you went to the bottom of the stairs, then you went upstairs and
Yeah, and I
with your daughter.
she said, "What happened?" I said, "Just stay here. Just don't come downstairs, please. Don't come downstairs. Please don't come downstairs." I didn't want her downstairs.
And then what happened?
I don't even know. I don't even know. I know I called 911.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked if I had to CPR, and I was just looking at him on the ground. And then the doorbell rang.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the neighbor upstairs, Caitlin, heard a noise because she asked me if I was okay. So when I went to call, she said, "Is everything okay?" So.
And what's your daughter's name? Sorry, I don't want to keep referring to her as your daughter. Katie. Okay. And you probably mentioned that, but I heard Caitlin, and I didn't want to get confused. Where were Caitlin's kids at when this happened? Sleeping. Okay. And that's on the upstairs level? Okay. Where was Kevin at when this was going on?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, thank you for kind of letting me know on your side of things what was going on. So I'll step out, and if we have more questions for you, I'll let you know, okay? Okay, thanks.
Did you end up having more questions for her?
Yes, I did.
So did you go back in?
Yes, I did.
Permission to publish states 91.
Any objection? No. Thank you, sir.
Just play the first 3 minutes and 49 seconds, please. You can pause it now, there for a second. What time is it now?
1:44.
On the 13th.
Correct.
You remember what time you ended your interview on the previous body cam?
I did not.
Okay. Now she has the attorney with her, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. You going to play that? There should be audio. Just back that up 10 seconds.
I don't know, not at all. Okay.
A little bit more, please.
So in shock.
I just wanted to kind of give you some time to kind of think. I know you were saying a lot of I don't knows and stuff like that, but has anything else kind of come to your mind right now? No? Not at all? Okay.
I am so in shock. Like did his parents know? Did someone call his parents?
I assume someone has at this point. I've only been here with you, to be honest, so all that information I don't even know myself. The only information I know is kind of what you've told me, and then that's about it. So.
Or is Katie here too?
I believe she is, and with her kids came with her, yeah, so they're not alone by themselves.
Where's Rory?
Rory went to Rachel's house.
In Ogden?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I don't even know. Is that another one of the kids?
Rory's my daughter, Rachel's
Youngest
my other daughter.
Gotcha. Okay. So just to be like candid, I kind of feel like you do know a little bit more than you're letting on.
Nope.
Okay.
He appeared
And
when I was in the kitchen. And
I guess
did
I'm
not
more talking about with kind of stuff with Kevin.
With Kevin?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Not at all.
No idea where he was. No.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, honesty it's the best policy when it comes to.
I almost know
us.
nothing.
Okay.
She schools me on being honest.
Well, good. We always need someone looking after each other, right? To be honest and forthright, right? So, and again, that's just kind of the vibe that I'm getting. So.
And I've told her that the most important thing is to be honest and truthful, and we can decline to answer if we want to, and she will do that, but she's not, so far as I know, withholding anything.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I just wanted to come in here and see if you did remember anything, because again, like I said, I know you were saying like a lot of I don't knows, and so I just wanted to see if you remembered anything else and talk you with a little bit, but nothing comes to mind at all.
I interacted with Matt for like maybe 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see Kevin. And Matt went around the corner, and by the time I don't even know, I didn't see anything. All I heard was noise.
What were the noises that you were hearing?
The shots.
That was the only noises? There was no conversation, no confrontation at all?
Not that I heard.
Okay. Gotcha.
Have you been to the house? Do you know the layout?
I haven't. So I got to the house, but I never went in.
Okay.
The most I did was walk up to Tracy and say, hey, they want me to take you to the police department. That was about it.
Okay.
So literally bare minimum as far as information from you goes. So, okay. All right. Well, that's all that I wanted to ask. So if you want to go back,
no, that's fine.
Kevin, hang out or
Kevin, he's just exhausted. I'll leave him alone for a minute and let him close his eyes, and I'll walk back down there in a few minutes and just visit with Tracy.
Not a problem. Thanks.
We're not recording, are we?
We were, just because I was in the.
Did you do anything else that evening?
No, I did not. Well, yes, I did, sorry.
No more interviews though, right?
What's that?
No additional interviews?
No additional interviews.
What additional things did you do?
I collected DNA from Tracy, Kevin, and Caitlin.
And how did you do that?
We have buccal swabs. It's just where we stick a little like Q-tip in their mouth to get DNA that way, and collected fingernails with clippers.
Did you take any other steps in this investigation as the days progressed?
Yes, I did.
What else were you assigned to do?
On the 17th, we went back with a warrant, collected a couple more electronics. The day after, on the 18th, we had another warrant to seize a AirTag, which we found that was on the truck that was at the house belonging to Caitlin and her husband. And then later in October, I went to.
Well, let's go with the 18th for a second before we move on. Did you perform a search of the truck consistent with that warrant?
Yes, I did.
Did you have your body cam rolling while you performed that search?
Yes, I did.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 92.
Any objection?
Just a short clip from that search. Would you please publish 92? Okay, go ahead. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. Is this your body cam we're watching?
Yes, it is.
Who is that there with you?
That is Detective Wetton.
Thank you. Pause it there for a second, please. What is that? What is the video depicting right now?
That is me holding the AirTag app.
And where was it found?
In a little, I don't know if it was a trash bin or just a container, a little felt container that they had in the truck.
Okay, was it at the bottom of it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did that end your involvement for the initial arrest of Kevin Ellis?
Yes.
Did you eventually participate further in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
What additional steps did you take?
In October,
I think that was the kind of the range of the time.
Does that passage of time between the report of shots and Tracy calling 911, does that...
Hey, are you okay? Kate has been trying to reach you by phone.
Does that last message show red?
No, it does not.
And did you find any other evidence in the digital evidence that there was any other communication between the defendant and Matt Rastelli again after this?
I did not know.
Okay. And I can turn your page, can I bring up exhibit 109 again? The search, 109, Tracy Grist search history. And if we could go to page 12. And what day is this, are these search, what day is this web history from?
So these are from June 22nd, 2024.
Are these basically the same time frame as the last text message you just read between Matt and the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and if I could have you read 168, what is the defendant's search?
She searches, what is mom takes kids for overstate line visit and dad isn't agree.
And what is she searched on 165?
What are the legal implications of taking your kids on vacation without the other parent's permission?
And 156, if you just scroll up.
Can my children's mother keep me away from my kids if there is no court custody order?
And 155?
What can I do if my child's father won't return the child to me? There is no custody order.
If we could go up to page 11, you could read 152.
What to do, parental kidnapping and no custody order.
And I would like to publish to the jury Exhibit 118.
Any objection? No. Order.
And what is this?
This is text messages between Tracy Grist and Kevin Ellis.
Okay, if you could read those, tell me the date and time of those text messages, and if you could read the next two text messages.
Yeah, so on June 20th, 2024 at 6:24 p.m., Tracy texts Kevin and she says, call me. On June 21st at 9:21 p.m., Tracy texts Kevin and says, text me the address where my kids are by tomorrow morning. If you don't text me the address tomorrow, I will be calling the sheriff for kidnapping.
If I could draw your attention to page 3 of that exhibit. Does Kevin respond to defendant?
Yes, he does.
What does he say?
Kevin responds, how about ... no.
Now I'd like to take you back to Exhibit 109. If we could go to page 8. On June 27th, so about 5 days after those last text messages, what does Tracy begin to search? If we could read 107 through 102.
Yes, so on June 27th, Tracy searches American Fork Cemetery, Alpine Cemetery, Cemetery American Fork, Cemetery near Alpine, and Alpine Cemetery.
Okay. And I'd like to publish for the jury State's Exhibit 119. And do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
So this is a group text between Tracy Grist, Christopher Robinson, and Kelly Slocum.
And based on your investigation in this case, were you able to figure out who Christopher Robinson was?
Yes.
And who is he?
He's a brother to Tracy Grist.
And what about Kelly Slocum?
Sister to Tracy Grist.
And do you know what date these text messages were sent? If I could move you to the next page. Down one more. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so this text message was sent on June 29th, 2024 at 3:39 p.m.
So is that 2 days after the searches for the cemeteries?
That is correct.
Okay, if I could have you read the next 3 pages.
So Tracy texts the group, it is chaos. Just a few seconds later, Christopher Robinson responds, oh no, LOL. Tracy responds, it's okay. Expected. Christopher asked, how is Matt taking it? Not that you care. Tracy responds, I want him to show up, ... He still thinks it's only for another week. Kelly then texts, have you been getting hits from the air tag in the truck?
Now I'd like to bring up again Exhibit 109. If we could go to page 5. If I could have you go down to the bottom. What is Tracy searched? Is this the same day as she just sent those text messages to her siblings?
Yes, June 29th.
And what does she search on line 70?
On line 70, she searches Adelson Donna.
Okay, and why did it matter to you that she's searching Donna Adelson?
It first piqued my curiosity because of how often she searched Donald Adelson, and then later through the investigation, I started looking closer at the actual dates she was searching compared to other communications going on in her phone.
And was there anything about Donna Adelson that drew your attention to why she would be important?
Yes.
And just to explain it again this time, maybe you could just explain, so who is Donna Adelson and who are the players in that situation?
So Donna Adelson and her son Charlie Adelson were both, and Kate Magabanawa were all arrested for conspiracy because they all worked together to hire a hitman to murder Dan Markell.
And tell me a little bit about the situation between Dan Markell and Wendy Adelson.
So Wendy Adelson was Donna Adelson's daughter. Wendy and Dan were married. Wendy took their 2 young kids and left Dan without telling him. Went to go stay with her mother, Donna. And then from that point, a divorce occurred and then a custody battle occurred.
And so on June 29th, after Tracy said she wanted Matt to come out, what are the next searches she searches between 70 and 67?
So she searches Adelson Donna movies and TV shows, New Dateline episode, January 19th. Donna Adelson arrested at the airport. When was Charlie convicted?
Okay, I would like to show you what's marked as state. Or no, yeah, if you could bring up and publish to the jury States Exhibit 120. So is this text? Who are these text messages between and what dates?
So this is between Tracy Grist and her daughter, Tara Lynn Fisher.
And this is just a few days after the 29th.
If you could scroll down a little bit. Yes, so this would be July 1st, 2024.
Okay, if I could just have you read the next 2 pages of text.
So at 11:24 a.m., Tracy texts Tara Lynn, Tara, call Kate. Tracy then sends, help her with what to say to a lawyer. She is happy about not going back. And she needs to take legal steps now.
If we could skip to page 4. Oh no, keep going. Yeah, if you could read that last one.
Okay, Tracy also texts, school starts soonish.
And if we could go to page 4. What is she text?
Tracy texts Tara Lynn, this will be July 2nd, 2024 at 6:59 p.m. She texts Tara Lynn, call when you are free.
And the next one?
The next one, almost half an hour later, and she texts, I'll listen to the lawyer calls and report.
Okay, if we could publish to the jury 121, States Exhibit 121.
Council, just double check to make sure we don't have any witnesses in the courtroom.
We do not. Okay, do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
These are text messages between Rachel Jorgensen and Tracy Grist.
And if I could draw your attention to the second page, the bottom picture, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is that States Exhibit, I believe 19, that would have been admitted earlier?
It's definitely one of the exhibits that have been shown here. I'm not sure of the actual number.
Okay, and was this, who sent this message to whom?
So this is from Tracy to Rachel. So sent from Tracy to Rachel.
On what day?
So this will be July 4th, 2024.
If you could scroll down a little bit farther.
Sorry, it was read on July 4th. It was sent on July 3rd, 2024.
Okay, I'd like to show you now again what's marked as States Exhibit 12.
You said 12?
Yeah, we could go to page 8. And this has been, do you remember whose call log this is? Is this Catherine Rosselli's call log?
Yes, this does look like Catherine Rosselli's call log.
Okay, were you able to go through the call log and determine a time in which Catherine made the attorney call?
Yes, I was.
And do you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Which call was that?
So it's numbered as number 69 on the far left box.
Okay, and what date and time was it?
So that will be July 11th, 2024 at 3:29 p.m.
And if we could go back to Tracy's search history on 109, page 1. How many?
I just need a moment to get ready because I didn't know it was going to stop right then. I thought we were still going on, so just give me a moment. So, sorry. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Norden.
Good afternoon.
Nordine, right?
Nordine, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Detective, you started off your testimony by just talking a little bit about your time as an officer and your training and your experience, right?
Yes, sir.
And you went to Post, right?
I attended a Post Satellite Academy, yes, sir.
At UVU?
Yes, sir.
And Post stands for, do you know?
Police Officers Standards and Training.
Right. When you said that, then it clicked with me. Standards was the word that I forgot. So, and that's an educational opportunity to learn about police officers training for becoming an officer. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah. And you also do plenty of training while you've been an officer for 7 years. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your training, you're given many different assignments for training, and you participate in that each year.
Yes, sir.
You've heard testimony of officers in the past that you've been here through the whole trial. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you sat in the back room there and you've listened to every witness and every testimony. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you heard one officer say that you police officers, have to have about 40 hours of continuing education per year. Is that your recollection of your requirements?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And in relation to this case, you filed a police report related to all of this evidence that you went through today. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that in bits as they came, meaning you had some search warrants on some days and some other things on other days? Did you do those police reports in and around the time that you did those events?
No, sir, not all of them.
And how did you do them typically?
So as an investigator, I keep notes in a complex investigation like this. I keep running notes and I go back and refer to those notes and body cam and that sort of thing. If I don't have the time to immediately type a report for things such as evidence that needs to be collected and that sort of thing.
For the involvement you had with the case in the first day, did you file a report in relation to that?
I did, yes.
Did you do it short in time according to that event?
I added that report to our system a few months later. I don't recall the exact date, but I could refresh my recollection if you'd like.
So when you write a report, do you use a program, a computer program?
Yes, sir.
And what's that program called?
So I type my reports in Word and then I copy and paste them into our program called Spillman.
Spillman reports.
Yes.
So when you type them on Word, do you keep a tally as it's going on, or do you wait long extended times before you type it on Word to then transfer to Spillman?
Typically, it's pretty close to the event in question.
Is that because you want to keep your memory sharp on the things you've learned?
Yes, sir.
And were you trained that it's better to write things down close to events so that you don't forget?
Yes, sir.
That's a part of your training as a police officer, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
In this particular case, you obtained a search warrant for the home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that search warrant, could we pull up 103? You searched Kevin's room, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
When you searched Kevin's room, did you know at that time that Kevin was the person who shot Matt?
At the time I searched the room, I don't believe I knew that Kevin was the person who had shot Matt. I was on scene, had been notified there was 3 adults in the home, and all 3 adults were being interviewed at that time.
So, did you get search warrants for all the rooms?
For the whole residence, yes, sir.
Yes. And when did you find out that Kevin admitted that he had shot Matt?
It would have been shortly after the search of his room when I went back to the police department.
Okay. Did you draft the affidavit for the search warrant in your vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Is that common?
Yes, sir.
It is. It's electronically done, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Indeed, you get an electronic signature from a judge if he approves a search warrant, isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's pretty quick in time because you're sometimes on cases on the scene and need quick results from search warrants. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that judges are assigned each night to be the judge on call to see if search warrants are needed?
Yes, sir.
And are you given who that judge is and given contact information in case you do need search warrants?
Yes, sir. When we submit it, it will then identify to us who the on-call judge is.
There's many different judges, but just typically one judge for that night. Is that correct?
For the most part, yes, sir.
Yeah. And so on the night in question, July 12th, you filled out a search warrant affidavit, which is basically your statement, right, to the judge on why you need a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
And you then got that return of the search warrant from the judge. Is that right?
At that point, the judge did grant a search warrant to search the home. Yes.
Right. Do you have a question, Judge? Sorry.
No, I'm just listening.
Thank you. my bad. So based on that, did you conduct the search warrant, or was another officer in charge of conducting the search warrant, or how did that search warrant execution happen?
Yes, so when the search warrant was granted, I informed Lieutenant 4, who was the on-scene supervisor at the time. The search warrant was granted for the home, and he kind of coordinated the next steps around that.
Right. And you, in your search of Kevin's room, you located his California ID, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And a rolled up dollar bill, is that right?
Yes, sir.
When you saw that rolled up dollar bill, did you pretty much know what it was?
When I saw it, it did look similar to other drug paraphernalia I've seen before, especially with the white powder inside of it.
Yeah. So it's rolled up like a straw. Is that your understanding of these dollar bills and things that are used like this?
Yes, rolled up in that manner, yes.
Yeah. So it's tight and it's small and it's used to ingest drugs, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So when you saw it, you knew it wasn't laying flat out like a dollar bill, right?
Correct.
And it was tight like a straw, right?
Correct.
And so I'm sure your suspicion rose right at that time. This could be drug paraphernalia, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you did a field test and it tested positive for cocaine.
Correct.
And then as part of your job as a police officer, you collect evidence, and if there are evidences that need to be tested, you will send it to the Utah State Crime Lab. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this exhibit, Exhibit 103, is that report from the Utah State Crime Lab, isn't it?
Could you scroll down to the items tested, because we had a few items sent there. Yes, this was for the cocaine, yes, sir.
And so this page, page 2, is actually the result of the things that were sent to the crime lab.
Yes, sir.
And it says on item 12, a white residue on the plastic card was not analyzed. So was that a California ID?
No, sir, that was it was like a hotel key card that the dollar bill was resting on top of on the nightstand.
And then item 13 is cocaine was identified in the white residue in the rolled US $1 bill, right?
Yes, sir.
And based on that and other evidence, you found out that Kevin was under the influence of cocaine the night of the shooting. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to talk with Diane Rastelli regarding this death of Matthew?
Lieutenant 4 wanted to speak to Diane Rastelli, so he assigned himself that assignment. So I have not spoken to her until court proceedings.
Okay. Are you aware that during that interview with, is it Officer Ford or Detective Ford?
Lieutenant Ford.
Lieutenant Ford. That he did speak with Diane out in California?
Yes, he told me of their conversation.
Did he ever ask Diane about Matthew's personality and his character traits?
I believe he did, yes.
Yeah, and did you ever ask, you're aware that Lieutenant Ford asked about whether Matt would carry a knife, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
And is it your understanding that Diane said he did not?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
That's fine. Could we approach, Your Honor? So you brought in your possession Tracy's electronics, correct?
Sorry?
Her electronics, her phone or her iPad or either one? You took into custody?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Were you able to search her podcasts of what she searched on podcasts?
I recall searching a little bit of her podcasts. I can't recall the entirety of them.
Okay, thank you.
May this witness step down now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer.
Thank you. As you know, Matt Rastelli.
I feel like my earliest memory with him is when they got married. I don't recall when their wedding was, though. I think maybe closer to... I can't recall when they got married, so... But it was young.
You're fairly young.
Yes.
And did you have any kind of relationship with him?
We would have casual conversations when I see him, but outside of when we were visiting, he and I didn't talk.
And did you guys have a nickname for him?
I heard that there was a nickname created to discuss Matt, yes.
Were you part of that?
I wasn't part of the originating of the name, but I did hear it and use it around the kids, yes.
And what was that nickname?
Olaf.
And what did that mean, or where did that originate from?
I don't know who created the nickname. I was just under the assumption that it was made based on the children's interest in the movie Frozen, and that it most likely wouldn't get questioned.
Do you remember about when that nickname started?
I don't know.
Okay. Would he come on vacations with you guys?
Yes.
And how often would you guys go on vacations?
I want to say I really only remember him coming to Disneyland with us.
Was that in February of 2024?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was he like on that vacation?
It was good. He was pleasant. Yeah.
Nothing, didn't see any problems. He was very pleasant. Was he kind?
Yes, I had heard about some conflict that he had had, but I don't know if I recall seeing any issues firsthand.
Nothing to cause you concern? Did you call the police?
No.
So nothing that concerning? Call Child Protective Services or anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
And So let's talk a little bit about 2024. What point did you become aware that Kate and Matt were having significant issues?
I think I had always heard chatter in passing between my mom and Kate after they'd have phone calls that Kate was unhappy, and I kind of concluded that myself. So I don't know if there was really a moment that I kind of realized they were having problems. I kind of assumed they were kind of always having something go on.
Okay, but would Kate send you messages or voicemails or things or recordings of her and Matt?
She only recently had she start sending like audio memos of her and Matt.
And what were they doing?
Fighting or disagreements.
Just fighting, basically? Verbal fights?
Yes.
How many of those did she send you?
I don't recall.
Did you recall when you started receiving those?
No, I don't.
Is your mom, did she like Matt?
Did she what?
Like Matt?
I would say that she tolerated Matt.
Did she ever tell you that she did not like Matt?
Yes.
How often?
I feel like it would be anytime she and Kate discussed problems or like had a phone call with Kate, it would end with her having some kind of issue with Matt.
Well, I forgot to ask this earlier, but when you would go to your mom's house, would you ever go in the summer?
Yes, always.
In 2024 you would go?
Yes.
And do you remember the front door, did it have a screen on it or not?
Yes, in the warmer seasons, my mom would have a magnetic screen door up.
And as far as you can remember, was that screen always up when you were there in the summer?
Yes.
When did you first learn that Kate was leaving California to go to Utah?
I would say about a few weeks before she ended up coming to Utah.
And who told you about that?
It was my mom, Tracy.
And do you recall what she said about it?
It was referred to as a break, and that she just was going to take space from Matt.
Is that what you thought?
I got conflicted where I couldn't, so there's times where I felt like I couldn't differentiate if it was a short-term or a long-term thing.
But did someone tell you about a storage unit that Kate had?
I don't recall who told me about the storage unit, but yes, I was made aware that there was one.
And what was your idea or about what the storage unit was for in regard to Kate leaving?
That Matt would potentially get upset or angry finding out that Kate had left with the kids to Utah unannounced, and there was a risk of personal belongings being broken, maybe out of spite or frustration, and she moved things to the storage unit that she would deem valuable or precious to her to avoid any damage to them.
Okay, and if your understanding it was just a break, why would you think that that would happen?
I think that even if it was a break, there was still the chance that that stuff could have gotten damaged, even if she were to go back.
Have you ever heard of Matt damaging anything before?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And at some point, did you become part of an air tag that was in Matt's truck?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
There was an air tag that was purchased for the Disneyland trip that we previously mentioned to monitor the children, which was then later put in Matt's truck.
And when was that?
When was what?
When was the air tag put in Matt's truck?
I believe it was put in there the day that Kate was leaving California to drive to Utah.
Okay, and were you part of that conversation?
No.
At what point did you become part of that conversation?
I believe Terlin asked me to look on my Find My app to see if the name and icon had changed on the AirTag.
So it was before it went into the truck, is that correct?
I would assume yes.
I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 130. Oh, yeah, 130. Okay. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
These are text messages between myself and my sister, Terralyn.
Okay, and from what date are these?
July 12th, 2024.
State would move to admit and publish this. Move to publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
So ordered.
Okay, if you go ahead and you scroll down a little bit. A little farther. Okay, go back up, I'm sorry. We can go back up. Page 3, in the green. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, if I'm seeing it correctly, it's a AirTag location.
Okay, do you know who took that?
That is from myself to Terralyn, so that's a screenshot from my phone.
Okay, do you remember what that was about?
I believe that was a updated location for the truck that looked like it was headed towards Utah
And what time was that?
at 12:46:04 p.m.
That's right. If we could scroll down a little bit more. And what does Terralyn say in response to you?
Am I allowed to say explicits?
Yes.
Okay. It says, "Oh fuck,
And next?
that's pretty far up there."
And what did you say?
Kate talked him into coming out.
And what do you say?
I say, "On the phone with Kate now."
What's Terralyn say?
Talked him into?
What do you say?
Apparently.
And we could keep going a little farther. What does Terralyn say?
"Stop texting me, I'm here."
And what do you say?
I put a question mark.
And what does she say?
"I'll call you in a minute.
And what does she say?
Just hang on."
Remember what that conversation with Kate was about, that she had talked Matt into coming out?
Outside of repeating what I had sent to Terralyn, I don't remember the phone call.
And do you recall if anybody ever told you that Kate was going to go back to California that day?
Can you pull the mic down?
Yeah, sorry, Winter.
Could you repeat that
Did
question?
anybody tell you on July 12th that Kate was planning on going back with Matt and the kids?
I had no idea what was going to happen. I didn't know she was going to stay or go, so no.
Had someone told you that she might go?
Kate had said to me that she was unsure.
When was that?
The July 12th.
What time?
I don't know what time.
You just recall that at some point?
Yeah, I was getting the impression that she wasn't sure if she was going to leave or stay.
But you don't remember which conversation that was or what time?
No, it was before Matt arrived.
And some of the text messages up above, I could have you look at those again. Terralyn asks you, just tells you to stop talking, I'm here. Where was Terralyn at that point?
I believe that she was arriving at her house
And where?
in Carlsbad, California.
Okay, and where were you?
I was home in Ogden, Utah.
Okay, so did that text message make any sense?
No, that was confusing to me.
Did she explain it to you?
Yes.
What did she say?
From what I understood, that was a like a typo where she meant to say
I could show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 120, kind of published to the jury 125. You recognize what that is? We can scroll down.
This is a call log. I'm assuming this is from me to the outgoing.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
And if I could draw your attention to, if we could scroll down to the bottom, please. Farther. A little farther down. Right there. Go back up. Sorry. Okay. And so a little later after that, if we could scroll up. Farther. Okay, on 30, who do you call?
I call my sister Rory, or Aurora,
What time?
at 2:18 p.m.
And do you remember what you talked about then?
I believe that this was the phone call where I let her know that Matt was coming to Utah.
And what did you tell her?
Simply that Matt was, I'd heard that Matt was driving out to Utah, and I extended the invite to her to come spend the night at my house that night.
Had she ever been to your house before?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so why did you extend the invite for her to come?
I gave her the invite because I wasn't sure how Matt would be when he would get to my mom's house. And Rory doesn't have any close friends, and she wouldn't have anywhere to go should she not want to be around Kate and Matt, possibly having them fight. So she would be in a place that she might have felt uncomfortable or unsafe, and I wanted to offer her some place that she could.
Now, you were asked about preconceived notions and the effect that that has on a scientist's judgment. When you were typing 42, the pool of blood of Nicole Simpson, had you previously been informed prior to when you did your work by Mr. Fung that that was collected as a sample of Nicole Brown's blood?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Coming in for the state of mind on preconceptions.
It was my understanding that that's what that sample was.
And that's what you believed when you were actually doing the testing?
Yes.
So when you were actually doing the testing, did you believe that the result should be a BA?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered. It's leading.
What did you believe the result should be prior to doing your test?
I was expecting to see a BA.
And is that what you saw?
No.
What did you see?
I saw an inconclusive result with some kind of fuzzy areas that lined up with the two B bands. Excuse me, B bands.
You called it as a B inconclusive.
B question mark, and the conclusion was that it was inconclusive.
And sir, did your preconceptions in any way affect that result, or that notation in your reports?
No, it did not.
In the literature, have you seen a single reference that says that the only degradation route is the one that was discussed in the article by Raxall under all conditions?
Not that I recall, no.
And has anything that was brought up to you on cross-examination with respect to the EAP issue, on recross, caused you to reevaluate or reform any of the opinions that you've presented here in court on the EAP issue?
No, it is not.
Now, on the card key system, You were asked about the computer system and dealing with evidence tracking and the card key system dealing with the doors. Are those two separate systems?
I'm sorry, will you repeat the question?
You have a computer system dealing with door entries, is that correct?
Yes,
And you have a system that also tracks evidence called the SET system, is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, are those the same computer program, or are they different computer programs, or what?
They're totally unrelated and actually sit on totally different computers.
And was the card key system with respect to the laboratory, in fact, in operation from, let's say, June the 12th all the way forward to today?
Yes.
Do you know how much, do you have any personal knowledge of how much was in the blood vial at the time that it initially came to the laboratory?
No, I do not.
Now, with respect to the evidence processing room, is there any practice in place at SID to take detectives on tours of the laboratory and point out to them where everything is and where the drying cabinet is and the like?
We do occasionally give tours to detectives.
Is that done, though, for every single one systematically?
No, it isn't. If they expressed an interest, we'll be happy to show them around.
When you take tours, what do you make it a point? Well, have you ever done a tour yourself?
As far as giving one?
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you make it a point when you're giving a tour to point out the drying cabinet? This is where we dry our biological evidence.
Objection, argumentative.
No, that's not one of the highlights of the tour.
Actually, the lab is set up for tours, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The windows into the lab, and we actually have an audio system where you can push a button and listen to a talk about that unit.
What? And with these windows, is that so that people can look inside the lab and see what's going on, and then they press a little button that gives them a description of it?
If they want to, yes.
And are these guided tours that you occasionally give to school children and the like?
Yes.
So they just go through the corridor area and they can press these buttons?
They can, yes.
All right. So if, when someone's working in the laboratory on evidence, say the serology laboratory, there's a window that's set up so that people can see in and watch what they're doing?
Yeah, most parts of the lab, you can't see into all corners of it.
All right. Now, have you ever seen, do you know whether Detective Van Adder, Detective Lang, or Detective Furman have ever had any tour of the SID facility?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
And have you ever seen either of those detectives trained in how to collect a swatch?
I don't remember if any of them have received direct training on that.
Have you ever seen them collect a swatch?
Not that I can recall.
Thank you. I think that may be just about it. I just have one moment, Your Honor. I think that that's just about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Matheson, and ladies and gentlemen.
Blazer? Mr. Matheson, in the Grunbaum article that you testified to, where there's reference to one example of a BA degrading and being mistyped as a B, do you have any idea how many bands that degraded BA had?
Calls for speculation, pass and answer.
Oh.
Not exactly, no.
You can't tell whether there were two bands at the end or one band, can you?
Not unless the term patterns makes reference to that, but not specifically, no.
You ever called Dr. Grunbaum or Mr. Zajac to ask them?
That's three.
No questions.
Three. Thank you. Nothing more on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Matheson, thank you very much, sir. You are excused as a witness subject to being recalled.
Thank you.
All right, and don't discuss your testimony with anybody else with regards to this case. All right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form... You know what the admonition is. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. All right, we'll stand in recess as far as the jury is concerned. All right? And I'll see counsel in about 5 minutes. I'll see counsel in about... Good afternoon, counsel.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Your Honor, the most precious commodity an advocate has is credibility. Before I walked into this courtroom, you and I didn't know each other, although we passed through the same halls of a law school in Northern California, but neither of us even remembered meeting each other. When I walked into this courtroom many months ago, a lot of things were said about, from the prosecution side, to, quote, inoculate you as to how I would conduct myself as a professional and how Mr. Neufeld would conduct himself as a professional. And during the course of these many months, as any advocate, I have to build up credibility with you. I have to be accurate in what I say. I have to comport myself in a manner that is in accordance with the rules of the court. I have to make representations to you factually again and again that are accurate for you to have any trust in me, a person you've never seen, have no experience before, never worked with before. The same is true, and I know the court realizes this as a trial lawyer, with a jury. When one gets up and conducts a cross-examination, the facts ought to be there. One has to be very careful in the representations one makes, in the points one makes. Advocacy should be vigorous, but it has to be fair. I think the term applies to prosecutors in United States versus Berger, words I'm sure your court's familiar with. You can strike hard blows, but they've got to be fair ones. And I think the same applies to advocates on both sides of the aisle. So it's of great concern to any advocate to finish a cross-examination that's been carefully planned when details have been gone over with the court, when one is relying on court orders, one is relying upon compliance with those court orders by the Scientific Investigation Division Laboratory, by the prosecutors, bases, in all fairness, certain lines of questions on those representations in compliance with this court's order. I think I'm entitled to rely on them doing their job diligently and making fair and honest representations. It's not too much to ask. I was set up. The record is now clear that first, when the discovery application was made for the production of original documents, mistakes were made by personnel in SID in turning over, according to them. I mean, let's just assume page 4 was the original. According to them, they made a mistake and did not turn over the original. I don't think there's any question now in terms of the record that they were very concerned about why we would be looking at these documents and what our concerns would be. And I think it's fair to say that they also knew we were very concerned about Mr. Simpson's blood vial.
Well, Mr. Scheck, let's sort of cut to the chase.
Yeah.
We know that the court made the production order.
Yes.
We know that during the course of the testimony of Mr. Fung, that page 4 appeared. That appearance was known to the prosecution prior to the conclusion of your cross-examination, Mr. Fung, and that a decision was made, it was discussed and a decision was made not to reveal that prior to the redirect examination.
Missing one step. If I could bring the court's
What
attention.
one step am I missing?
All right. Between the time that I finished the cross-examination and during the production of documents, the record is clear that Mr. Hodgman notified Mr. Neufeld and myself that in the documents that they had turned over to us, one of the documents was not an original. That was the page that's been designated L16/32, and I outlined this with citations to the transcript in my letter. That came up in the cross-examination, and in fact in the direct examination. It then became clear that before we proceeded down that last fatal line of cross-examination, that the prosecution, through Mr. Fung and Mr. Matheson, went into Mr. Fung's notebook and came out with the original L16/32. And the reason that's significant, Your Honor, is it put them on notice that their original productions might have been inadequate. And also, and I find this very troubling, I'm sure the court noticed it, Mr. Goldberg, in all his arguments that I made some kind of tactical choice not to come forward and point out a mistake to them, misstated the facts to the court on the record, saying that we were the ones that brought to the prosecution's attention that we had not received an original, therefore we should have done it again with page 4, when exactly the opposite occurred. They brought Mr. Hodgman down to this courtroom when this issue was in dispute, and Mr. Hodgman said that we were correct. They then file this parity motion with the court and repeat the same inaccurate misrepresentation as to the chain of events. It's astonishing, and make the same argument.
Well, Mr. Scheck, I'm just...
No, the reason I focus on that...
I'm just trying to cut to the chase.
No.
Counsel,
Yeah.
I sat through all of this.
I understand, and I know you know the record. The only reason I'm pointing this out and emphasizing it is that one of the problems I had with the proposed charge of the court is that it's my position that they had further notice, and this is not, court referred to it in inadvertence, I think mistake in the first instance is a fairer statement. SID made a mistake in turning over the documents, if you want to be charitable. They simply failed to turn over the right documents according to them. Then they're put on notice that where the mistake might have come from, and they didn't do anything about it. So I think there's another degree of certainly negligence or in terms of not being properly diligent in searching their files. And that's a factor to be considered in terms of what transpired subsequently to that. Now, I think the court was going to, that's the only reason I stopped the court. Now, think you want to cut to the chase and ask me another question about what, prejudice?
No, I understand your argument about the need for trial counsel to maintain their credibility before the trier of fact. I understand that. I accept that argument as being a valid argument. The next question is, you have submitted to the court a proposed admonition to the jury. I indicated to you that I would probably give 85% of that, but I was uncertain about the last sentence to be taken into consideration as to the credibility of that particular witness.
Well, I think now that what's clear is that subsequent to the act of intentional misconduct, the prosecution then tried to exploit that on their redirect examination by asking Mr. Fung questions that indicated that they had fully complied with their discovery obligations, that they didn't throw away documents or tear them up, etc.
But Mr. Scheck, I sat through all of that.
I know. And you also indicated when I objected to it and asked for the admonition at that point again that it was overreaching and it was improper vouching and they were trying to exploit the mistake. My problem is, Your Honor, this happened so long ago. And then they then tried to exploit it and then continued with the misrepresentations. My problem is this. Unless you're willing to say something strong, it's not worth doing at all.
Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, it is. Your Honor, let's look at some of the pertinent facts that haven't been highlighted. Initially, Mr. Scheck apparently was at SID and examined the originals, and I'm told there are some 80 to 100 documents that we're talking about. Examined those documents, felt at that time, we now know, that there was a problem with the original not being present on page 4. Now, in that time, did he do what the defense has done consistently throughout this case, not only with the DNA labeled materials, but with every other type of material? Did he send us a letter? Did he call Mr. Hodgman? Did he do anything like that and say, did he even ask Mr. Goldberg there when Mr. Goldberg was present, do you know where the original page 4 is? It looks like it's missing. No, he didn't do that. and that was back in March. What he chose to do was to ask for all of these documents so that they could have a question documents examiner analyze them. We had no idea why they would want to do something like that, so we said, we think you ought to go to the court with that request, even though we have been complying with many, many requests of theirs that really go beyond the bounds of discovery. So they did. They went to the court, and what Mr. Scheck revealed to us during the last argument is that he made an in-camera, ex parte appropriately, offer of proof to the court, apparently, about this original of page 4. So apparently that is one reason why the court ordered the production of those originals from us to the defense for their inspection. All of this was unbeknownst to the prosecution. All we knew is that we were ordered to produce the originals, which comprised some 80 to 100 documents. We complied with the court's order to the best of our knowledge. The court already, I believe, made a finding that it was inadvertent that we had not turned over the original at that point in time. But what the defense apparently decided to do after their question documents examiner apparently verified that wasn't an original page 4 of, by the way, let's recall this is a blank piece of paper we're talking about, a blank form which has just the typewriting but nothing filled in. Once their question document examiner apparently verified that wasn't an original, they, instead of once again asking us, as they have many times throughout this case, on all sorts of discovery throughout this case, instead of asking us, do you know where the original is of page 4, according to Mr. Scheck, and apparently he just corroborated what it seems like now, he planned his entire cross-examination with culminating on this big finish of accusing Mr. Fung of being involved in a conspiracy by trying to cover up the timing with regard to the transfer of blood from Mr. Van Adder, Detective Van Adder, to Mr. Fung. So what counsel did was to make a deliberate tactical choice and maneuver to try and utilize this to exploit this nothing, as it turned out, to the benefit of the defense in making it appear like there was something there, that there was some part of a conspiracy there. None of this was known to the prosecution, of course. Now, we reached a point in time during the almost tail end of Mr. Scheck's cross-examination of Dennis Fung, and that's when he elected to come up with the accusations with regard to the missing original of page 4, and it became clear to the DAs at that time that he knew he didn't have the page 4, original page 4, and that's the first time that any of us knew that there wasn't an original page 4 examined by the defense. Now, one thing the court has stated which causes me concern, and I believe the record is clear, but I want the court to be clear in the court's mind, is that when Mr. Scheck had indeed finished his cross-examination of the witness of Mr. Fung before we took a break, and it was during that recess that the attorneys involved sought to find out if indeed they could locate the original page 4. And, Your Honor, what Mr. Scheck said at transcript page 22776 is, Your Honor, I would like to do 2 more things, and I'm finished questioning this witness. What I would like to do is first have printed out on the Elmo a copy of the document with the erasure, different document, and then, in other words, the second thing, I would ask that each of these documents be handed to the jury so that they can examine them. Both of those items were done. The document was collected back from the jury, and at reporter's transcript, unfortunately, I have 2278, which has to be a page short, but within a few pages right after that, he said, I have no further questions, and at that point in time, the court took a recess. And so the record is clear that he had rested indeed before the recess, and at that point in time, the prosecutors looked to see if they could find where the original page 4 was, and they found it. Now, it was clear from the questioning that Mr. Scheck made of Mr. Fung that that was a tactical decision on their part to handle it in that manner. Their remedy, now this was, Your Honor, a discovery order that the court had made. The remedy for a discovery violation, well, the common sense thing, which has been done throughout this case by the defense, is to come to us and say, hey, we didn't get X discovery on an informal basis. They could have done that, and they never did that at any point in time. The next thing they should have done would be to go to the court and say, we want a sanction of some kind. We want a hearing on this missing original page 4. We want a hearing to determine if there's any impropriety on the DA's parts with regard to this original page 4. That was their remedy under the court's discovery order. Did they do that? No. They elected instead to use it in a tactical maneuver to seek to confront the witness with its absence. So what they did, and what's critical here, and what I don't believe we articulated last time we visited this issue, but what is critical, Your Honor, is that when the defense made that decision, they waived enforcement of the court's discovery order. They waived its enforcement by pursuing the course that they did, rather than demanding an explanation or demanding an inquiry.
Do you know of any case authority that would characterize that situation or anything similar as a waiver?
I don't have a case, Your Honor. The Black's, we've cited in our brief the definition of waiver from Black's Law Dictionary, which really applies. I'd like to read it into the record. A waiver is defined as the intentional or voluntary relinquishment of a known right or such conduct as warrants an inference of the relinquishment of such right, or when one dispenses with the performance of something he is entitled to exact, or when one in possession of any right, whether conferred by law or by contract, with full knowledge of the material facts, does or forbears to do something, the doing of which, or the failure or forbearance to do which, is inconsistent with the right or his intention to rely upon it. Particularly that latter sentence, Your Honor, it's a lengthy definition, but the latter portion of it, when one in possession of any right, whether conferred by law or contract, with full knowledge of the material facts, which they had full knowledge of the material fact, does or forbears to do something, and they forewent pursuing the appropriate remedy, which would be a discovery sanction and an inquiry of the court, and the court making inquiry of the prosecution to see if this was an intentional violation which warranted sanctions, they forewent doing that. And that's what this says. They do or forbear to do something, the doing of which or the failure or forbearance to do which is inconsistent with the right or intention to rely upon it. So their actions were indeed inconsistent with that right they had to that remedy under the discovery laws. And that was clear to us during the consultation which went on during a brief 15-minute recess. It was clear to us, it was clear to the DAs involved, that they had elected not to pursue that avenue. They had indeed confronted the witness with it. Now, Your Honor, the Black's Law Dictionary in defining waiver is directly on point here. Now, I do want to make the point that the defense has apparently on more than one occasion attempted to make a mountain out of a molehill. And Judge, frankly, this wasn't even a molehill. This was a blank page, as the court has noted. There was nothing here. And it shows, frankly, how desperate the defense has been in some areas in coming up with a defense in this case, and it's demonstrated also by their shotgun defense. But, I mean, this is just one example of where they have tried to make something out of really whole cloth. And instead of pursuing the honest, the normal, the truth-seeking, appropriate remedies under the discovery law, which the discovery laws encourage from both sides, they decided to try and use it as a tactical maneuver. And when they did that, it backfired and it blew up in their face. And they created their own problem by having done that. Now, I do want to make a point. When the prosecution, when Mr. Goldberg, who was brought into the case after the search and seizure had been litigated, when he inadvertently referred to the airline ticket and the baggage ticket, which was evidence which was only favorable to the defense, frankly, because it showed indeed that Mr. Simpson had a pre-planned trip to Chicago where he had apparently been. When they made a big deal of that, they made a big deal of it twice. And in the second instance, in fact, Mr. Goldberg, I believe, was admonished once. I don't recall exactly what happened the second time. But again, they made a big deal of that. And what did they end up doing? They ended up withdrawing their objection to 15 and 16. And initially, when they tried to do that, I think Mr. Scheck was the first to try and do that. And it appeared to me that Mr. Cochran didn't want to give that up as a possible avenue on appeal or something, whatever, to make more of. But they utilized that the most they could to try and dig a knife into Mr. Goldberg when he had really done, he had violated the court's previous order of which he was unaware. And it's too bad that it happens. I know he regrets that it happened. But it was certainly not, pardon? He was humiliated. He was indeed humiliated by the court and degraded because of that inadvertent good faith error that he made. So the defense now is seeking to capitalize on the court as the court knows, we as prosecutors are held to a very high standard, and we're often held to a higher standard. And right, and just to finish the point with regard to the airline ticket and the baggage ticket, they made it, I think I just made this point, but they made a big point about these documents and then later stipulated that they were admissible. So clearly, where was the good faith in seeking to have Mr. Goldberg humiliated and sanctioned in front of the jury with regard to that? That just shows that that was game playing. Now, the point I was trying to make is we know as prosecutors that we are obliged to the highest standard under the law, and we do the best we can to fulfill our ethical obligations. We're also servants of the people of the state of California, and we're beholden to those people to be as vigorous advocates in favor of the truth and having the truth come out as we are allowed under the law and under our ethical obligations to be. And we have done that in this case, and we have consistently tried to uphold that integrity of the oath of our offices as prosecutors. And to have the defense turn around and try and blame our side of the table for something that their own tactical error caused them to be embarrassed by is just incomprehensible. It's not fair, Your Honor. It's not fair to the prosecution, and we should not be sanctioned. It's just not warranted. The one aspect that the court had expressed concern about, I believe, is satisfied by the objective indication that the defense had indeed waived their right to rely on the court's discovery order. That is the only hole one might have considered in the previous argument that we made in this regard. But we do not deserve to be sanctioned, Your Honor. We had a limited period of time to make a very strong decision, and I believe our decision was a correct one, though I did not happen to participate. I believe I would have made the same decision because it was clear the defense had waived any other kind of enforcement when they decided to, when Mr. Scheck decided to try and make a big deal of this in front of Mr. Fung.
But waiver, to be a valid waiver, requires full knowledge, doesn't it? And if they don't know that you've got it, how is that a knowledgeable or complete waiver?
They waived it because they waived inquiry. They waived inquiry. Now,
they're not entitled to rely upon your representation, and when I say generically your representation, I mean the prosecution, these are the documents, here they are. They can't rely upon your integrity or the prosecution's integrity that this is in fact the complete set of documents.
I don't think it was reasonable reliance.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Honor.
We need to wrap this up.
Your Honor, they were entitled to seek to ascertain the truth, and they were entitled to the court's order, which the court was convinced it should give, with regard to these documents. Considering I'm told we're up to 28,000 items of evidence, pages, and including altogether 28,000 items of evidence we have turned over to the defense. They have not hesitated to bring it to our attention previously when they've been aware, when it's become apparent to them that there was some mix-up in some manner, they didn't get something that they wanted. And in this instance, when I don't know if it was Mr. Hodgman or Mr. Yolkeson, whomever discovered that we had inadvertently failed to turn over one particular original, that showed our good faith. If we knew, we would have done it. But no, I don't think in this situation. They don't come to this with clean hands, Your Honor. The equities is not in favor of the defense on this, not when we've had a past history of dealing with them repeatedly throughout the 11 months that we've been in this, 10 months, 11 months we've been in this case now. Repeatedly dealt with them on an informal basis, so if there's anything they didn't want, Mr. Hodgman has sat, I know, Your Honor, in chambers with the lawyers with regard to all this DNA stuff on countless occasions, trying to all comply with all of this informally and trying not to have to burden the court with too many discovery matters. The court has heard a lot of them, but there's been a lot done informally that we've not had to burden the court with. So to make an issue, make a mountain out of something that doesn't even come to a molehill, it's not even a grain of sand or a little tiny piece of dirt in this instance, is really unfair, and it's unfair to the prosecution, Your Honor.
All right, I think we've used our allotted time.
I'm sorry, can I just have one moment, Your Honor?
One moment.
Your Honor, I just do want to make the final point, and we do have it in our papers that the prosecution has been sanctioned numerous times in this case, and, you know, the court made those determinations, but we have been sanctioned numerous times. We've just this morning heard of, through an offer of proof from Mr. Blazier with regard to what an expert has told them on something that we've had no discovery of. So we're still in this. And I also want to draw the court's attention briefly to the beta tapes. There was a day when Mr. Scheck said, we have no beta tapes, period.
Well,
We, the
counsel, that's
defense.
really apples and oranges. I don't evaluate all of these things as a running continuum necessarily. This is a specific order and a specific incident. So let's confine our comment to that. And counsel, you've exceeded the amount of time. All right.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Scheck, any response that you find necessary?
Just briefly to the substance, and I won't take the bait of, I don't know why they always have to say something about my honesty every time this issue comes up when they get the facts wrong. It's, in any event, my concern is that when they came back and said, this L1632, we found in Mr. Fung's notebook, in the middle of the cross, when even an issue was made, where's the original of that document, it's undated. They were on notice that they might not have produced originals from his notebook. And it appears from the testimony very clear that the process of fielding the originals, and to the extent we can even be sure these are still originals, comes from SID, from Mr. Fung, Mr. Matheson, through the prosecutors. Then there were all these questions on redirect examination trying to bolster and vouch for the way in which Mr. Fung and Mr. Fung and SID, how honest they are, how the documents themselves can be trusted, that they don't throw anything away, that they don't tamper with them in any way. One point I think is worth noting, they keep on saying it's a blank page, and therefore it had no evidentiary significance. That was the point, that it was a blank page. That, frankly, is still the point. And we still have in those documents this whole line of proof, I know they don't like it, that there was some manipulation of Mr. Simpson's blood vial, that it was mislabeled, it was item 18, indicating it was received after the sneakers. This is still a contested issue in this trial as to the amount of blood in the vial. It's going to be a contested issue all the way to the end. So I think that this is a significant point as to the credibility of the witness. And I don't think there's any issue that they not only intentionally did not comply with the order, they didn't give us a chance to deal with it as an advocate can. They tried to attack not only our credibility of advocates, but most importantly, they tried to vouch for the credibility of the way they handled discovery and credibility of the witness on this issue of real importance to the case. So those are the elements that it seems to me were that I think they have compounded since this issue first arose, and that the court really should take care of in the order. It's clear they misled us. They were on notice of the source of their mistake. They didn't take any action to change that, if it indeed, is the original. They exploited it intentionally. They then, on redirect examination, vouched for the credibility of the witness. So I think that we're entitled to the elements that I think we're missing from the court's charge about their violation of the law. In the first instance, their intentional misconduct in the second instance, they're misleading us, whether it's by mistake at first and negligence certainly at the least second. And finally, that their efforts, their intentional misconduct was the way they conducted the redirect, try to vouch. I think we're entitled to that element of the charge, that the jury may consider the failure and the intentional failure to bring this to the defense's attention on the credibility of the witness, because it was it did reflect on the witness, and it was something that they were vouching for in terms of the proper handling of the documents and discovery. So I think we're entitled to all those elements. And again, I urge the court, they delayed this by every means possible. So now we're really at a point that, again, if the court is not going to give a strong charge on this, it's not worth doing. It's more of a problem for us than it's worth.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right. I'm going to review some of the commentary in the transcript before I issue the ruling on this. And at that point in time, after I issue a ruling, I'll give the both parties an opportunity to look at that before I go forward. All right. Also, I'd like counsel to consult in the meantime about what piqued my interest earlier today, the comment about by Mr. Blazier about in the offer of proof regarding EDTA testing, whether or not there's a discovery issue there. That should be handled informally first. If I need to take it up, we'll do that on Monday. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blazier mentioned to me he had a plane. He was hoping to get out by noon. I don't know if he's still here.
No, I know. But I understand, since we have 5 other able lawyers here, that somebody here knows about this. All right, Mr. Neufeld?
When would you like to take up the issue of the DNA boards for Dr. Cotton, who I believe will be beginning to testify sometime on Monday?
All right, have we displayed those?
We had a viewing by the defense of the various boards, and I believe Mr. Neufeld indicated there may be some objections to some of them. They are upstairs and somewhat voluminous. At least they're heavy.
All right, then why don't we do this 8 o'clock Monday?
If they have to change the boards, I don't know if that's, we can indicate, I don't know.
Well, I mean, are counsel available this afternoon? Mr. Clark?
Did the court have a particular time in mind?
Well, I'd like to get some lunch one of these days. You want to come back, say, at 1:30, 2 o'clock? Informally, and we'll just take our coats off and look at these things and see what we got?
That's fine.
All right, 2 o'clock.
One of the printouts that was not previously marked of the blood vial, and I don't know whether we need to separately mark our little red.
Let's do that Monday.
Okay, so can we take them, or should we leave them in the court's custody?
No, leave it in the court's custody.
Was that to be 1:30 or 2, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
2 o'clock, and it'll be informal. We won't have a court clerk. Present before the court with counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Blazier, Mr. Scheck, Mr. Neufeld, people represented by Mr. Darden and Mr. Goldberg. The jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we proceed with our next witness? Mr. Goldberg, my recollection is that you had some exhibits to mark.
Yes, I wanted to mark the printout of the picture of the tube. I think it's 231, Your Honor. And also the little disposable plastic pipette. Maybe we could mark this as part of the 163 series, the bag of items.
No, I think because it will appear there out of logical order, I would suggest that we give that a new and separate number.
So you want this to be 232?
Yes. 232, Mrs. Robertson. All right.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next witness is the tow truck driver. He's being transported here by DA investigators. They have radioed us and said that they should be here around 10 minutes after 9. I informed the clerk as soon as I found out. Apparently he was here this morning. He had left the document, the impound documents, and they'd taken him back to Santa Monica to pick up the documents, and he's on his way back now.
All right. And who is this next witness?
That'll be Mr. Durow. Dr. Cotton.
Robin Cotton. Certainly.
Your Honor, I have arranged with Mr. Hodgman to have Dr. Michael Bodden and Dr. Barbara Wolf here today. They are presently, actually Dr. Bodden is testifying next door for the prosecution in another case. And the purpose of their visit for us is to get microscopic slides of tissue from the autopsy of both decedents. This has been agreed to by both sides. The only issue that has come up now is the cost of those slides. We are informed that the standard procedure is for the county coroner to do those slides, and they are provided at no cost to the defense. In this case, the coroner's office did not do any slides, and they are now allowing us to do the slides, but at a cost of $85 per slide. We understand that the true cost for such slides in laboratories is $4 to $5. I tried to reach Mr. Hodgman on Friday, and he had a family emergency and was unable to return my call, although we did get word back from someone else in the district attorney's office. We need the court's guidance. Those slides are going to be done this morning, but we, as I understand, there are going to be numerous slides necessary, and I don't know the exact amount, but we would like to see if the court can give us some assistance in providing these at a reasonable cost and not at an inflated cost that is artificially set by the coroner.
Mr. Darden, do you know anything about this?
No, I don't, and Mr. Hodgman is upstairs in his office. If he's listening, perhaps he can come down and speak to Mr. Shapiro while we wait for Mr. Durrell, and they can settle the matter, if at all possible.
That would be acceptable.
All right. Anything else we can take up before we start with the tow truck driver?
I filed a letter with the court and counsel this morning. I followed up on your suggestion based on Mr. Blazer's hypothetical and good faith basis for his questions about EDTA on prosecution evidence. As you recall, Mr. Blazer alleged that their experts have reviewed our reports, which is all they could have done because they've never tested any of the samples from the gate or the sock for the presence of EDTA. And I requested Mr. Cochran orally, and now I've done it in writing. There are no such witnesses on the defense witness list who are qualified in the field of GCMS-MS, which is the form of testing that would have to be done. So it appears that the defense has violated the court's discovery order by, at a minimum, based on Mr. Blazer's offer of proof, that their experts have reviewed our work and come to contrary conclusions. Our experts, the FBI, has determined that there is no EDTA on 117 or 13A1. So Mr. Blazer's offer of proof was that their experts have reviewed that material.
Well, Mr. Harmon, forgive me for interrupting you, but your request was for a hearing on this matter on Wednesday.
Right. We had time. I thought I'd bring it up that things are getting interesting, Your Honor.
How about if we do it Wednesday?
That'd be fine.
All right. Any other housekeeping matters while we're waiting? Mr. Goldman?
Just briefly, on the magnetic strips that we used on the defense blood vial chart, I believe those probably should be marked as another exhibit as well.
However, my recollection is that Mr. Fairtlow took some type of digital photograph of that.
He apparently did, to preserve the way that the chart was completed. Is it possible for us to mark both the magnetic strips and the photograph that was taken of the chart after it was finished?
I would say the photograph itself is what we ought to use rather than the strips themselves.
Well, unfortunately, the resolution on the photograph doesn't appear to be high enough to read all of the markings on it clearly.
All right, well, I would suggest then at a time that the court is in recess that chart be put back together in that manner and that a still photograph by somebody from the district attorney's photo lab be substituted for the digital photograph. Rather than because the magnetic strips themselves without something to stick them on are useless as an exhibit.
And we can then mark the photograph separately, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
Seems to be a more reasonable way to do that.
Maybe we can mark this one now as one...
233?
233. Can we make it 233A? And
well, let's make it 233, and then we'll, hearing no objection from the defense, we'll substitute a photograph with conventional photography when that becomes available.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, one quick item.
Yes.
We have a letter that we prepared for the court requesting sanctions against Mr. Goldberg for the series of improper questions that he asked on Thursday and Friday. We're asking for a curative instruction as well as sanctions, and we'd like to present that letter to the court now for the court's consideration. I believe you have it.
Yes, I do. I have not had the opportunity to read it since it was just handed to me. All right, we'll take that, since it deals with EDTA as well, we'll take that up Wednesday afternoon. Mr. Scheck.
One more housekeeping matter. I've asked Mr. Harmon since Thursday to inform us of the status of the combination of samples from the Bronco that was being tested by DOJ, whether that RFLP analysis had started, as I indicated to the court. I was told as of Monday of last week it hadn't, and I think that creates an issue to be resolved.
Yes, we've discussed that informally previously.
When should we do this, and what's the court's pleasure?
Well, obviously, if that testing has not even begun yet, then there are no results to report, so there's nothing to be produced in court, so I don't see any tremendous urgency to do it this week.
Well,
and we have a plethora of other issues to deal with Wednesday.
I understand. My only concern is before the witness from the Department of Justice testifies about results from the Bronco, which are going to be affected by the tests that they proposed to do 7 weeks ago, that they did not begin after they obtained permission of the court to do so, which I would submit on its face is deliberate. That we have to have some resolution as to...
Well, what do you suggest timing-wise?
Well, first of all, Mr. Harmon hasn't informed us as to what the status of the testing is. I want to be careful in my representation since my information is a bit old, but my suggestion is that we resolve that issue before Mr. Sims testified from the Department of Justice, which could be at the end of this week or the beginning of next week.
Mr. Darden, do you have any information about that, or do you want to defer to Mr. Harmon?
I'd like to defer to Mr. Harmon, Your Honor.
I'm not sure what the question is, Judge.
The question is the status of the combination RFLP testing.
It's ongoing, and Dr. Blake has open door. The invisible but ubiquitous Blake is there more than I am, so I'm not sure. He's never been denied access to any information. I can tell you Mr. Sims is not doing that work because he's down here now, so nothing's going on right now. But I'd rather, if there's a specific legal issue involved in it, I'd be happy to respond to a legal issue. But in terms of where the testing is, Dr. Blake can call up there anytime and be precise. But it hasn't been completed, obviously.
All right, well, Mr. Harmon, when do you anticipate, after Dr. Cotton testifies, who do you anticipate will be after Dr. Cotton?
Mr. Sims. So he's here until, wherever things were left when he left work on Friday, that's where they are.
All right, then Friday afternoon, 1:30, we'll take this up. Mrs. Robertson, would you note that? Remind me to cancel my dentist appointment. Again? All right, Mr. Darden, any word on the whereabouts of your witness?
No, Your Honor.
Well, could we perhaps start with Dr. Cotton?
Do you want to start with DNA and interrupt it with the tow truck driver?
No, I'd like to do something this morning.
Why don't we check? We've been on the record 12 minutes. We've been accused of misconduct twice. We're setting the record pace at this point, Your Honor.
Once every 6 minutes?
Yeah, one every 6 minutes. Besides, Miss Martinez's birthday was this, where did she go? There she is. Her birthday was this weekend.
She knew when to get out of Dodge. Yeah. Ah, the ubiquitous Mr. Hodgman.
And his sidekick, Mr. Yokelson.
Good morning, sir. There was some dispute that Mr. Shapiro raised concerning cost of production of autopsy slides from the coroner's office. Do you have any information about that? Not that I
Yes.
want to get involved in refereeing a dispute.
Yes, very well. I'm not so sure it can be characterized as a dispute. It's simply the policy and protocol of the coroner's office, of which I informed Mr. Shapiro by letter last week. And I received a phone message Friday indicating Mr. Shapiro wanted to try and work something out in that regard, but I don't control that department, and that's between the coroner's office and the defense. I understand Drs. Bodden and Wolf are over there today. I had spoken to Dr. Wolf Friday morning, just to make sure she had the proper information with regard to the arrangements as well as the cost procedures, and she did not raise any objection at that time. Mr. Shapiro's call did come in after that. So it's something over which I really have no control, Your Honor.
All right, well, Mr. Shapiro's raised the issue. Mr. Shapiro, I think the burden is on your shoulders at this point to indicate that those costs are somehow out of the ordinary or unlike those that are assessed to other individuals seeking this information.
Your Honor, I can just relate what has been related to me by our experts, and that is that in the normal course, these are provided for at no cost whatsoever, and that the medical costs and laboratory costs that are involved are between $4 and $5 a slide. In addition, since Mr. Hodgman is here, I don't even, in his letter, they indicated that the approximate cost, and I don't have the figures in front of me, of Dr. Lakshmanan and Dr. Golden to watch our experts do this is approximately $500 an hour for us, to have them watch us do what they should have done. And we just think this is a violation of due process. We have no choice but to go ahead with it because the doctors are here. But we would ask the court to intervene and to conduct a hearing regarding the real fair cost of this, and that we should not be gouged because it's being done by the defense and not by the prosecution.
All right, about the only thing I can suggest, Mr. Shapiro, is if you want to file a motion to that effect, you're welcome to do so. It would be my inclination to, since it would involve a coroner's policy, which would apply not only to this case but other cases, is then ask the supervising judge, Judge Basque, to set the matter for a hearing, since it would be a system-wide impact, since some other judge should probably hear that issue and not take our time with that.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, and it would indeed be a system-wide impact because I am informed that this policy applies across the board for all defendants, that there is nothing unusual that's being done in this case, that there's no denial of due process. This is simply the normal protocol and usual procedure of the coroner's office. So nothing special is being done for the defendant in this case.
Okay. All right.
Witness will be here any minute.
Well, shall I put the jury in the box and we can all wait?
That's no fun. Yeah. Wait until the defense case, Your Honor. He is on the S level. There's only one elevator operating from the S level up this point.
Your Honor, there is one additional thing that I just want to add for the record, so the record is clear. In addition, they want a copy of our slides that we are doing, and they want to charge us $85 per slide that we are doing to turn over to them because they didn't do it.
Sounds like a good business to me. All right. We'll, if you want to file a formal motion, we'll look into it.
I will. Thank
All right.
you, Your Honor.
You could go in the chambers and read, some of the sanction motions.
Well, the problem is if I leave, then the audience has to be cleared. Then we have to go through all of that rigmarole each and every time. So I just as soon stay here upon your representation. That person will be here in 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, okay.
interesting sidebar we could have.
All right. Well, perhaps you could ask Mr. Delavine for some advice. Never mind.
I thought maybe he was here.
He could be.
If I can have 60 seconds outside with defense counsel, so that I can speak to Mr. Counsel.
Quiet, please.
Ms. Clark, what's your time estimate for the next witness?
I'm sorry?
What is your time estimate for the next witness?
People's time estimate or the estimate for cross?
Your time estimate.
About 15 minutes, if that.
All right.
Very brief. So that means, you know, that's direct, so cross figure it'd be about 2 hours.
Depends on what the issues are here. All right. Which of the tow truck drivers is this? Which of the tow truck?
First.
First tow truck.
The first one, who towed to Rubens, the Lucretia.
Okay. All right, Deputy Smith, would you ask the lawyers to step in with their witness, please? Mrs. Robertson? All right, Mr. Darden, people ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
I believe Mr. Clark is going to handle Dr. Cotton. Yes,
All right, how about this witness now?
I am.
All right. and face the clerk, please.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Bernie Duro,
Can you spell your first and last names, please?
BernieDouraux.
All right, Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Duro, who were you working for on June 13, 1994?
Ruban Motors.
Ruban Motors?
Yes.
Okay, could you pull the microphone a little closer there and speak into it?
Okay, Ruban Motors.
Sounded the same for some reason.
This is better?
Okay.
Ruban Motors.
Okay, and Ruban Motors is a towing, automobile
police
towing
impound,
company?
yes.
Okay, and what do you do for Ruban Motors?
Impound vehicles at LAPD should request have impounded or private towing.
Mrs. Robertson, if you crank that.
Okay, thank you. On the afternoon of June 13, at around 3:06 p.m., did you receive a radio call from your dispatcher?
Yes, we did.
And after receiving that radio call, did you go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where'd you go?
360 Rockingham.
Okay, why did you go to 360 Rockingham?
We were requested by LAPD to pick up a vehicle.
Okay. And what time did you arrive at 360 North Rockingham?
Approximately 3:30.
And did you speak to a police officer at that location?
I spoke to a couple of them, yes.
Okay. And were you given any instructions?
Yes, I did. Yes, I was.
Okay. What instructions were you given by the officers?
Not to touch the vehicle, not to open it, and to take it downtown.
Okay. And were you directed toward a certain vehicle or to a certain vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And what vehicle is that?
Ford Bronco.
Okay. The Ford Bronco that's been on?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Simpson's Ford Bronco?
Yes, sir.
And did you tow that Ford Bronco?
Yes, I did.
Did you touch it prior to hooking it up to your tow truck?
Not prior, but after I hooked it up, I did touch the front right tire, just to make sure it was locked. The steering column was locked.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were at 360 North Rockingham, did you ever see any civilian touch the Ford Bronco?
No, I didn't.
And did you ever touch the doors or the...
No, sir.
Did you look inside the Ford Bronco?
I glanced inside, but didn't check to see anything.
Okay. You took a glance inside?
Just to make sure it wasn't full-time four-wheel drive.
Okay.
This little button sometimes tells you if it's full-time, but there was nothing.
Okay. Now, to take this glance inside the vehicle, did you open the door?
No, sir.
Did you ever touch the door handle?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do to take this glance inside the Ford Bronco?
Just looked like that, and that was it. Took a quick peek.
Could you tell whether or not the Ford Bronco was locked?
Yes, it was locked because it had the buttons were down on the Bronco.
Okay. It was locked when you first saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did you unlock that vehicle?
No, sir.
And did you tow that vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where did you tow the Ford Bronco to?
To Parker Center, to Prince Shed, over here.
Okay. To Parker Center over here on Los Angeles
Yes,
Street?
sir.
To the Prince Shed?
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dro, would you allow Mr. Darden and the other lawyers to finish asking the question before you start to
Okay,
answer?
sorry.
So you just did it right now.
Okay.
The problem we have is that you speak very softly. The court reporter has to be able to write down everything that is said. If you start to speak when Mr. Darden is still speaking, she can't take down what's being said. All right?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Just let everybody finish their questions. Mr. Darden.
Okay.
What time, sir, did you leave Rockingham with the Bronco?
Approximately 3:40.
Okay. And what time did you arrive downtown at Parker Center? If you know.
It took me about an hour to get there. So probably about 4:40, 4:30. Something like that.
And did you arrive at the Prince Shed?
I was told to meet someone at the shed. There was nobody there. So I had to go out to the front of Parker Center and request for a detective.
Okay, so you arrived at the Prince Shed and there was no one there?
Yes, sir.
And you say that you went inside Parker Center?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why did you do that?
To let the officer know, or the desk person, that I was there. I had the Bronco, and I was supposed to meet a detective. And he called the detective. They came down, and we went down to the print shed.
Okay. And where was the Bronco during the time that you were speaking to the officers inside Parker Center?
In front of Parker Center.
Okay. Was there media there?
A few feet away, well, actually about 15 yards away.
Okay. Did anyone pay or seem to pay any attention to the Ford Bronco?
No, sir.
You see anybody approach the Ford Bronco
No,
at that
sir.
time?
Oh, sir.
And after you spoke to the officers inside Parker Center, what did you do next?
Went back to the truck and stayed with the vehicle until the detective came out.
Okay. And at that point, did you return to the print shed?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. Along with the detective?
Yes, sir.
Now, the print shed, is this a locked facility?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how do you know that?
We had opened it with a key. Those steel doors, and they're all locked from the inside.
Okay. So you saw the detective open the locked doors?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you do after that?
Back the Bronco in, unhooked it. He took information down off the impound sheet, and that was it.
Did you see the detective open the Ford Bronco?
No, I didn't.
And when you left the Ford Bronco at the print shed, was it still locked?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, at some point you left the print shed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you left the print shed, did you notice whether or not the detective locked the doors to the shed?
Yes, he did.
And how do you know that?
I saw him shut the doors behind me as I was leaving.
Your Honor, I have here a vehicle investigation impound report. May it be marked People's Next in order?
234.
Okay. And with the court's permission, after the witness completes his testimony, I'd like to substitute this document with the Xerox copy. Mr.
Hearing no objection.
Mr. Giroux, showing you what has been marked as People's 234. Is that a copy of the impound report?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, is there a box on that report that indicates whether or not a vehicle was locked when it's recovered?
No, there isn't. It doesn't say. It just says keys, and it says no for keys. But it doesn't indicate that it was locked. There's no box that shows it.
Now, let me direct your attention to the upper left-hand corner of the report. That portion entitled Stolen, Lost, Embezzled.
Yes.
Is there a box here that indicates whether or not the doors are locked?
Oh, yeah, right here.
Okay. Now, does that portion of the report apply only to stolen or stolen vehicles that are recovered, or does that box apply to vehicles that are impounded, like the Ford Bronco in this case?
Well, according to this, just to lost, stolen, and embezzled vehicles.
Okay. And have you been interviewed by the LAPD and DA investigators?
Yes, I have.
And have you also been interviewed by defense investigators?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Cochran?
Good morning, Mr. Duro.
Good morning.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Duro, you and I just met about 5 minutes ago in the hall for the first time. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
And with regard to your towing of this vehicle, as I understand it, this took place on or about June 13th of 1994 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the jury, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what time you received a call in response to this, sir?
We received the call from the mic room, LAPD's mic room, at approximately 3:06.
And then you responded to that call and arrived at the location on Rockingham?
Yes, sir, around 3:31.
All right, around 3:31 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And when you got to that location, was the media present at that time, sir?
Yes, they were.
And did you see a lot of media there?
Yes, there was.
While you were there at Rockingham, did you ever see a lady walk up or run up and touch this particular vehicle while you were there?
I know myself, no.
You never saw that personally?
No.
Did you become aware of that at some point?
I was told that when I was doing the interviews with the defense and with LAPD. They had mentioned it to me.
All right, so you learned about it afterwards,
Yes,
is that correct? With regard to this particular vehicle, prior to the time that you started prepared it for towing, did you have occasion to look at that vehicle, the exterior of the vehicle at all?
No, I didn't. Just after I hooked it up just to make sure it was nothing, it wasn't for full-time four-wheel drive.
All right. You described for us that you touched, I guess, the front wheel part of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, the front right tire.
Did you have occasion to look at any of the doors of that vehicle at all?
No, I didn't.
And you didn't notice anything on the exterior of that vehicle that you can recall presently. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Did you have occasion to look at the driver's side door down by the sill, down at the bottom of that particular vehicle at all?
No, sir.
Never looked at that?
No, sir.
Did you see what appeared to be any coffee cup stains on the hood of that vehicle?
No, sir.
You didn't see that either?
No.
All right. So I understand this was a fairly routine tow for you at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
The only thing different from this scene, from other scenes you've been to, was the fact there were a lot of media present. Is that correct?
That was it, yes.
All right. You were working by yourself that day, sir?
Well, there was 3 other drivers that day, but I was the one who got dispatched the call.
All right. When you say 3 other drivers, the 3 other drivers who responded to the call?
No, just on the shift.
Working for Rubens that day?
Yes.
But you responded to the call, and when you got there to Rockingham at about 3:30 in the afternoon, you were the only driver there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. You talked to a police officer once you got to the Rockingham location, did you?
Yes, I did.
And do you know the name of that police officer?
I can't remember his name, no.
Was this police officer in civilian clothes, or was he in uniform?
He was in civilian. The one who instructed me where to take the Bronco was...
He was in what?
In civilian clothes.
All right. You don't know his name?
No, sir.
All right. So at any rate, you then proceeded, as I understand your testimony, to hook this vehicle up and then to transport it downtown. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that you were going to meet a detective somewhere near in or about the print shed.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you described for us that it took you perhaps an hour or more to drive easterly downtown to Parker Center to the print shed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where is the print shed located, sir, downtown here in L.A.?
Directly behind Parker Center on San Pedro Street.
All right. And you went to that location, and did you see any detective when you first went there?
No, I didn't.
All right. So how long did you wait at that location?
Approximately 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
All right. And what time was that by now?
I would say about 3:30, 3:40, somewhere around that time.
Let's see, no.
No, about 4:30, one second.
So about
4:40, around that time, about an hour after I left Rockingham.
All right, so 4:30, 4:40.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you talk to anybody at the print shed when you first got there?
There was nobody there.
All right, nobody was like locked?
Yes.
All right, sir. So then you waited about 10 minutes, and then thereafter, as I understand your testimony, you drove around to Parker Center. Is that correct?
That's correct, to the front of Parker Center.
And you were by yourself at this point, and so when you went in to try to locate the detective, you left the vehicle on the street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so how long were you away from that vehicle when you left it?
Approximately 3 minutes, just to go inside.
All right. Now, what street did you park the vehicle on, sir?
Los Angeles.
On Los Angeles Street?
Yes, sir, right.
And is that in front of the Parker Center?
That's correct.
Out on the street, so you would be heading northbound on Los Angeles?
I thought it was eastbound.
Well, you're on Los Angeles Street, right?
Yeah, it was directed right in front of Parker Center, in front of the doors.
Okay.
So I thought it was eastbound, maybe.
All right. You be headed toward Union Station, would you?
That's correct.
Toward Olvera Street?
Yes.
So let's call that northbound.
Okay.
All right. And you parked the vehicle there in your vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you left it, and then you went inside Parker Center in the front doors of Parker Center?
Yes, sir.
When you left the vehicle to go inside, the media was outside also?
Yes, they were.
Can you approximate for the court and jury how many members of the media were there, sir?
It was a group. I couldn't, maybe 10, 15 more.
A group
Could
like
be
a
more.
pack of media?
Yeah, they were all hanging out on the
like
lawn.
a pack? How about a swarm of media, Your Honor? So how many
I
media?
would say probably about 10, maybe more.
All right, so about 10 different
Yes.
cameras and that sort of thing.
Exactly.
And how far away were they from you at the time that you went inside, when you left the vehicle to go inside Parker Center?
It's about 15 yards.
15 yards away?
Yes.
And then you then left the vehicle and went inside, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you went inside to try to find a detective, is that correct?
I went inside and I asked the desk sergeant there, the person in charge. I had a Bronco with me from 360 Rockingham. He called upstairs and He told me the detective was on his way down.
All right. And then, and that's kind of at the front desk. When you walk inside Parker Center, it's at the front desk inside there. Is
That's
that
correct.
All right. And during this time while you're inside, there was nobody outside with the Bronco at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So your best recollection is you stayed inside for how long? Did you wait? Strike that. Did you wait for the detective inside?
No, sir, I didn't.
All right. After you talked with this desk sergeant, and you were told a detective would be coming down, did you go back outside then?
That's correct, I did.
All right. And then you walked back outside to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I presume we're still parked at the same place, is that right?
Yes, it was.
And did you wait outside with the vehicle at that point?
Yes, I did.
When you went back outside to wait for the detective, how long did you wait before the detective came out?
About 3 minutes.
All right. And
Less than 5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes?
Yes.
During that period of time, Mr. Durrell, did you have occasion to look at the exterior of the Bronco at all at that point?
No, sir.
So up until the time that you left that particular vehicle on June 13th, 1994, you never had occasion to visually inspect the exterior of that vehicle. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I never took a quick glance to see there was no damages, and that was it.
All right. Did you have to log on any particular form whether or not there was damages at any place on that particular
It's usually
vehicle?
marked on this. When we can look over the vehicle, make sure there's no damages. If they are, we mark them down on the impound sheet.
And that's called some kind of an inventory on this sheet that you have before you?
Yes.
And in completing that particular inventory form, for instance, the form is called inventory. It's near the middle of the particular form. Is that correct? Inventory?
Well, wherever it says remarks, that's where we put all the damages down.
Okay. And you have a Y column, I presume that's for yes, and an N column for no. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you fill this form out?
No, sir, that was already filled out by LAPD.
It was filled out by LAPD?
Yes, sir.
When you got the form?
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that form?
From LAPD on Rockingham.
When you first arrived there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so that we're clear, may I approach you?
You may.
This form, for the record, Your Honor, we are referring to People's 233, 234 for identification. If we can look at 234, this particular form, where there's an indication of tow information and inventory, these kind of X marks here under Y and N.
Yes, sir.
These were filled out by someone else, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you fill out any portion of this form at all?
Just the part here for my signatures and the tow fee and the storage fee.
All right, you fill out just the part where it indicates garage employee, complete this section, and where it says garage employee signature, that's your signature. And your name is Bernie Durrell?
Durrell, yes, sir.
All right. Anything else filled out by you on this particular form?
No, that's it.
All right. And so, with regard to the inventorying the vehicle, you just quickly looked at it, is that correct?
That's correct. Just the exterior to make sure there was no damages, there were none.
Now, you mentioned also, sir, that at some point you had occasion to glance inside the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Just through the window, just to look, see if it was a lot of vehicles sometimes are four-wheel drives, so we just have to make sure they're not engaged.
All right.
But I didn't see anything when I glanced, so I didn't bother looking.
And where were you when you glanced inside the vehicle?
On the right-hand side, on the passenger side.
All right, and more specifically, what location were you at?
On the front.
No, where were you? With Rockingham? Or
Oh, yes,
Parker
I'm
Center?
sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
Rockingham.
So as I understand it then, you looked inside the vehicle while you're still at 360 Rockingham?
Yeah, we just glanced in and then looked.
And you did this from the passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Just correct.
And you don't recall seeing anything that you noted inside that particular vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. This would have been shortly after you arrived, about 3:30 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
That you looked inside? All right. Now, when you went back outside after talking to the desk sergeant, you waited for a period of time of perhaps less than 5 minutes, and a detective came out, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know the name of that detective, sir?
No, I don't remember.
And you talked briefly with that detective, you had a conversation with that person?
Yeah, weather.
You talked about the weather?
Just weather and how, because it was a nice warm day.
Okay.
But other than that, no conversation.
June 13th was a warm day?
It was.
All right. And so after you had this conversation with the detective, did you then take the vehicle back over to the print shed?
Yes, we took it over there. He got in the truck and we went to.
So this
print
detective rode with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. You went back to the print shed, and at this time, you gained entrance inside the print shed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you, I presume, took the vehicle inside and parked it in some location, is that correct?
That's correct. I backed it in and dropped the vehicle.
And about what time was it at that time, sir?
Dad, maybe 4:45, maybe almost 5. About that time. It's
somewhere around 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I believe it was before 5.
All right. And you then left the vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
While you were there, did you ever see any person get inside that vehicle at all?
No, sir.
And did you ever get inside it?
No, sir.
By the way, do you carry in the course of your work as a tow truck driver, do you have one of these things called a Slim Jim?
Yes, I do.
And that is a kind of an instrument that works to open vehicles, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to that Slim Jim, you could open that vehicle real quickly, couldn't you?
Yes, I could.
I mean, you're an experienced tow truck driver. How long would it take you to use your Slim Jim to open a vehicle like that, Bronco?
Oh,
How long would it take?
A couple minutes. If I had to open it.
If you wanted to open it, a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
Did you see whether or not the detective who rode back over with you to Parker Center, did you see whether or not he had a Slim Jim with him?
I didn't notice one, no.
And did you ever see the detective open the vehicle while you were there?
No, sir.
You then left the vehicle, and that ended your involvement with this vehicle on that day, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you strike that? With regard to the form that's before you again, People's 234 for identification, you were asked by Mr. Darden whether or not there was any indication on the form of whether or not this vehicle was locked, and you indicated there's no indication one way or the other. Is that correct?
That's correct. I really didn't really notice the part up there.
All right. So look at it now for me, will you?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
In an area called stolen, lost, or embezzled, there's an indication in the right part of that block that of whether or not the ignition was locked, right?
That's correct.
There's nothing checked, right?
Nothing.
There's an indication whether the doors are locked. There's nothing indicated, right?
Nothing.
All right. And you had not noticed that before you brought the form with you today, is that right?
That's correct.
You then left the print shed, and it was about 5 o'clock or so that afternoon?
About 5, yes, sir.
And what time did you check out that day from terminate your employment on that day, if you recall?
It's 7 o'clock.
And did you pick up any other vehicles on that day that you recall?
Before there was.
Oh, well. I didn't hear your response.
Before, a few cars before.
No, afterwards.
No.
All right. We can approach for just a second here.
do we have to?
Yeah, just to be very brief. All right. I won't be paying.
All right, Mr. Giroux, thank you very much, sir. Your excuse as a witness. Thank you for coming in. And if you'll give that document, please, to Mr. Darden. Mr. Darden, do you have your people's next witness available?
I think so. Just have one moment.
Clark is prepared the next witness.
All right, give me 2 seconds here. Change water glasses here. Mr. Fairtlow, can we do that someplace else? Great. All right, Mr. Clark, you may call the people's next witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Robin Cotton, please.
All right, Dr. Cotton.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the class not pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state spell your first and last names for the record.
My first name is spelled R-O-B-I-N, and the last name is C-O-T-T-O-N.
All right, Dr. Cotton, why don't you just lean back, pull the microphone close to you, please.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I reintroduce myself to the jury?
You may.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is George Clark. Actually has an E on the end, so I'm no relation to Ms. Clark. Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't need that disclaimer, Your Honor. My brother.
Dr. Cotton, who are you employed by?
I'm employed by Cellmark Diagnostics in Germantown, Maryland.
What is Cellmark Diagnostics?
We are a private company, and we do DNA testing for paternity and for criminal cases.
As far as your formal education, do you have any higher level or upper level degrees?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that, please?
I have a master's degree with a major in biology, and I have a PhD with a major in biochemistry and molecular biology.
When you say biochemistry, could you explain what that is?
It's just the methods and information that's gathered by those methods in an attempt to understand basically all cellular processes.
When you say cellular processes, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, except for viruses, all organisms are made up of cells. Bacteria is a cell, a yeast is a cell, and we are made up of many, many cells, and biochemistry and molecular biology are the tools that a biologist uses to try to understand how cells function and how they are able to do the things that they do.
Could you also pull the microphone perhaps just a little bit closer to you?
How's that?
That's fine, thanks. You also described that your higher level degree was also in molecular biology, is that right?
Yes.
Could you describe what that is, please?
Molecular biology is sort of a generic term and really refers to a set of tools that biologists may use to help them understand any number of things. Maybe a biologist would use the tools of molecular biology to find out where a particular gene or genetic characteristic was, or they might use the tools to understand how a particular gene or genetic characteristic causes a cell to do a particular thing. And that can be applied to research in animals and research in humans, research in bacteria. It's really the set of tools that is used in understanding cellular processes.
To what extent did your formal education deal with DNA itself?
Most of my graduate, well, actually, the work that I did for my master's degree didn't have anything to do with DNA. The work that I did for my PhD and research that I've done since then has all had something to do with understanding DNA.
All right, I'd like to return to your qualifications later. But first, what is DNA, Dr. Cotton?
DNA is that part of the chromosomes that carries the information that programs an organism from the point of conception, that is, from the point when an egg and a sperm come together. The DNA in the egg and the DNA in the sperm now makes up the total DNA for that organism. And the information in that DNA programs the development of that organism all the way through childhood, if it was a human, adulthood, and on through aging until that human being isn't alive anymore.
What is DNA itself? How would you describe it?
DNA is correctly described as a polymer. That is, it's a long series of components that are all attached together. And it's basically our cellular alphabet.
When you use the term polymer, could you spell that, please?
Polymer.
What role does DNA play in terms of inheritance from parents to children?
When the egg and the sperm come together to start a new animal or a new human being, the egg contains half of the DNA from that human being, for that new we'll talk about people, so I don't have to keep referring back and forth. People, animals, it's generic. But anyway, the egg contains half of that DNA for that new person. The sperm contains the other half. So we inherit one half of our DNA from our mother, and we inherit the other half of our DNA from our father.
As far as DNA's role in the body, and you've described the fact that it provides for the structure, for instance, of human beings, is that right?
Yes.
And when you say structure, or if I've used the term structure, what role does DNA have in creating our bodies?
You could take an entire series of college courses that would answer that question. So let me see if I can make a simple answer for you. All of the information that predicts our structure, our height, our build, our skin color, our organs. You have a liver. That information on how that liver is going to be formed as the organism developed is contained in the DNA. And the DNA does that by containing the information that's eventually translated into proteins, and those proteins do the major part of the work in the cell. And so basically the DNA contains all information to make a specific organism.
Sometimes the term genetic blueprint has been attached to DNA.
And it's a good description.
In what way?
Well, if you think of a blueprint as all, I don't know much about how you build a building, but if we make the assumption that a blueprint contains all the information for how to build your house, the DNA, the analogy is the DNA contains all the information on how to build you.
Where is DNA actually found in our bodies?
It's found in the nucleus of each cell.
Okay, do we have, and in fact, have you and I discussed the fact that you will be drawing some charts for this jury?
Yes.
And will we, in fact, be talking to your knowledge about some of these very same items that you've just described?
Yes.
Is there a term called chromosomes?
Yes.
What is that?
The chromosomes are really the DNA molecules packaged up in what's a more manageable form for the cell. There are 46 chromosomes, and you get 23 of those from your mother. You get the other 23 from your father. And the chromosome is literally the DNA molecule packaged up by some proteins. So we'll sort of disregard those proteins. We don't really care about those for purposes of this discussion. But there would be, since there are 46 chromosomes, there are really 46 molecules of DNA in each nucleus of each cell of a human being.
Would it help to illustrate that point about chromosomes and DNA for you to draw a chart for the jury?
Probably.
All right. Your Honor, then with the court's permission, may the witness utilize the tripod that Mr. Fairtlow has.
Yes.
And draw on a...
Could we possibly put this over on this side over here?
My only concern is that some of the jurors will be at some distance.
Well, the problem is the defense counsel needs to be able to see it as well. So what we'll do is after we complete the drawing, we'll exhibit it to the full jury panel.
All right, very well. And Your Honor, perhaps this, what will be, I believe, the drawing by the witness, be marked as the people's next in order.
235. All right, first drawing by Dr. Cotton will be 235. Mr. Farrell, is that about as high as that goes? All right.
You better use it.
And let's see if we can move that back so we're not cutting off juror number one.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'll just ask Mr. Farrell to move that back slightly so we're not cutting off juror number one here.
I was going to suggest if we could use the other tripod for the drawings, it'll get it higher, I think.
I don't know
Perhaps.
I don't know that it's attachable to that tripod, is it?
All right.
Well, let's make do with what we have here,
All right.
and then we'll exhibit it to the jurors.
All right, Dr. Cotton, then with the court's permission, could you use this chart that's now been marked, or will be shortly marked, People's Exhibit 235, to describe for the jury this concept of DNA and chromosomes?
Sorry, Your Honor, it has to be turned a little bit so the defense can see it.
Well, counsel, who's going to be handling this witness on cross-examination?
I will. But
All right, Mr. Neufeld, why don't you sit over next to Mr. Goldberg there.
It's also probably Mr. Simpson's not able to see it.
I understand that, counsel, but it's going to be exhibited for everybody. We have to make do with the angles we have.
Oh, I can see.
And is there a color, Dr. Cotton? Do you have a pen in your hand? All right, very good. Then if you could please, for the jury, describe, again, DNA and this concept of chromosomes and its packaging.
Let's go back just briefly to the fact that we have in each cell 46 chromosomes. These come 23 from mother and 23 from father.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, I'm sorry, can we just have you, Mr. Goldberg, could you give Mr. Neufeld that seat there, please, and just slide over a little? All right, proceed.
To make a very simplistic drawing of a cell, you have the nucleus somewhere in the middle, which contains the 46 chromosomes. The rest of the cell on the outside is referred to as cytoplasm. And just as fast as I write this down, you don't really need to know or remember this. We're just going to focus on the DNA that's in the nucleus. People who are expert at looking at chromosomes under a microscope can distinguish the 46 chromosomes as pairs because they stain slightly differently if you put a dye on them, and they have somewhat different shapes. So we'll just make a crude drawing here of a chromosome pair, and someone who is expert at this could actually say, well, this is chromosome pair number 1, and the pairs are numbered 1 through 23 and very well characterized. So to look at it under a microscope, if I could find each of the 2 chromosome number 1s, I couldn't tell which came from mother and which came from father by looking at them, but we'll just, in my example here, say that this first one came from the father and this second one came from the mother. Now, if you think of the chromosome as the packaging of the DNA, if you unwind the DNA from the chromosome, for each one, you would have a very long thread. And the best analogy that I can give to you is that it's not very different from going and having a spool of thread and the spool of thread has dimensions that are maybe an inch high and an inch in diameter or something. But if you unwind that thread, it's many yards long. And in the same way, if you unpackage the DNA from each individual chromosome, it would be very, very long. And my drawing isn't at all in proportion. If I had chromosomes that were this size, and I unpackaged the DNA, it might be several stories worth of length. So it's a very long thread. If we then look closer at the DNA, we see that each strand is actually what's referred to as being double-stranded. And if we did this for an entire cell, rather than having just 2 chromosomes, as I've shown here, you'd have 46. So you'd have 46 long strands of DNA if you were able to unravel each chromosome and lay out each piece of DNA.
First of all, is this entire molecule of DNA, first of all, is DNA a molecule?
Yes.
Is this entire molecule the same in every cell of our bodies?
Yes.
In terms of this concept of chromosomes, if DNA were a book, would a chromosome be something like a chapter to the book?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Now you've introduced this idea of 2 strands. What do you mean by 2 strands to DNA?
You mean these 2 that I've drawn close together?
Yes.
We might want to go to an additional diagram to try to illustrate that better than I could draw it here.
All right, a diagram of a ladder of DNA?
Yes.
All right, very good. Your Honor, this second chart, would the court prefer to have it marked People's Exhibit 236 since the witness went to a second page?
Yes, 236.
All right. All right, I think we have a prepared diagram, Your Honor, that I'd ask be marked People's Exhibit 237.
All right, diagram 237. About right there for the time being.
You want to, while we're setting up the next one, can we show the ones that are already done to council, or would you rather we wait?
Hold on. We have a break coming up in 10 minutes, so we'll do the other exhibition at the break.
Your Honor, for the record, this chart could be identified as labeled at the top with DNA and depicting what appears to be a ladder
All right,
with
Mr.
various
Redlow,
notations.
Could you raise that up, please? All right, thank you. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cotton, with respect to this diagram that's been marked People's Exhibit 237, can you describe for the jury, please, what it shows? And we have pointers right at your left hand there, if that would help.
This thing? No.
Okay.
Or shorter than
Okay. DNA is 2 strands wound together in a helical formation. And the reason I didn't try and draw it, on my drawing here, I just do two strands side by side because I can't draw this shape very well. But the 2 strands are wrapped around as if you took 2 ribbons and twisted them one around the other. DNA has 4 basic components. They are referred to as bases, spelled B-A-S-E-S. So there are 4 bases that make up all the DNA, and they have the names adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine. And they are abbreviated A, just by their first letter, A, T, G, and C. These 4 bases are the DNA alphabet. They exist along the length of the DNA molecule in a specific order, and that order has meaning to the cell. And it's just like if you look at the English alphabet, it has 26 letters, and you can put those letters together to make words, which in turn make sentences, which in turn make paragraphs. The order of these 4 bases or 4 components on the DNA has meaning to the cell, and that order is translated into information that the cell can use. The other important, or another important feature is that these 4 components or bases come in pairs. Along one strand, you'll have some particular order. So this order is first a G, then an A, then another G, a T, a C, and a T. Always across from a G, there is a C. So people talk about a base GC being one kind of base pair. Always across from a T is an A. So in the DNA, there are 2 kinds of base pairs, an AT pair or a GC pair. They are paired together like that, and the pairing is very specific because in the structure of the molecule, this distance from one strand to the other strand is constant, and if you add up the distance that a C takes, or the space that a C takes up, and you add up the space that a G takes up, it's always the same, and it is the same as the space that an AT pair takes up. So if you can think of it as if you had a zipper, but you had 4 different shaped teeth, and the zipper would only come together when every A was paired with a T and every G was paired with a C.
Would it then be correct that if a G was paired with an A, that it simply wouldn't match or stick together?
Well, if there was a single mismatch like that, then it would be very loose there. But you can't have a lot of mismatches, or the 2 strands won't stay together.
Incidentally, this structure of DNA, as you've described it, when was it discovered?
The structure was discovered and published in 1953 by Watson and Crick.
Is that Dr. Watson and Dr. Crick?
It's Dr. Watson and Dr. Crick, and I believe that the article was published in 1950.
So a little over 40 years ago.
Yes.
As far as this diagram, and it shows these A's and T's that match, at least in 3 instances, and then it looks like 3 more instances where the G's and the C's match. Is this simply a small portion of an entire segment or an entire molecule of DNA?
A very small portion. There are altogether 6 billion base pairs, and this is of course an approximation, but in human beings you would have 6 billion base pairs of information. One of the important things to note from this diagram is that when people talk about DNA, you can talk about DNA as being a particular length. It is possible to get a physical measurement of the length, but that's not the common way that it's discussed. Scientists talk about DNA in terms of how many base pairs long a particular piece of DNA is. So the particular piece of DNA that's on this diagram is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 base pairs in length. And you can discuss DNA, and it is discussed in terms of how many base pairs long is a particular piece.
When you describe the entire molecule being roughly 6 billion bases, is that in each cell of our bodies that has a nucleus?
Yes.
And in terms of the cells of our bodies that have a nucleus, is that all cells?
No. That is almost all cells, and the major exception, or the only exception that I commonly would refer to, in fact, I'm not sure if there are others or not, is red blood cells. And red blood cells, in the development and the formation of a red blood cell, the nucleus is lost, and there is no nucleus in a red blood cell. So if one were to get DNA from blood, the DNA is not coming from the red blood cells, it's coming from the white blood cells.
While we're on that topic, can you describe, please, what are the various sources of DNA? In other words, various parts of the body that DNA can be taken from.
Well, DNA can be taken from almost any source. You can get DNA from bone, from any tissue, liver, spleen, pancreas, kidney, brain, skin, if you have enough, blood, semen, hair roots, not the part of the hair that you're washing and combing is just protein. If you pull out a hair and you get the hair follicle with it, there are cells around that hair that are part of that hair follicle, and they contain DNA.
When you use the term follicle, is that the bulb-like material
Yes.
at the very bottom of a hair?
Yes.
All right. As far as this structure, and you've described on this chart the fact that DNA is shown here in a double-stranded form,
Yes.
does DNA also, or can it exist in a single-stranded form?
It can be made to be single-stranded. It occasionally, in the process of making two cells out of a single cell, will exist for short stretches in single-stranded form, but that's, again, something we really don't need to be worried about. But experimentally, you can take a piece of DNA and either treat it with heat, which would be the common method, and if you think of this as a zipper, the two strands will simply come apart so that you would have one strand that had a G, A, G, T, C, and the other strand would have a C, T, C, A, G. So it's like unzipping the zipper. You can do that chemically, you can do it with heat, and because of the specific nature of the base pairing, you can also bring it back together. The two single strands will come back together as long as each G is paired with a C and each A is paired with a T. So it's like having that zipper have 4 different shaped teeth, and the only way you can zip it up is if all the teeth mesh together properly, an A with a T and a G with a C.
All right, Your Honor, I was going to have the witness start with a new drawing. Would the court prefer that now, or?
No, we need to take a break for a juror issue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you, and we'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. All right, and Mr. Clark, in the interim, would you show the exhibits, please? Rejoined by all our members of the jury. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. And Dr. Cotton, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good morning again, Dr. Cotton. You're reminded you are still under oath. Mr. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Dr. Cotton, with regard to this diagram that's on the easel at the moment, People's Exhibit 237, you described how that shows DNA in a double-stranded form, correct?
That's right.
All right. Could you, with the help of a new diagram, or actually would it assist in your describing DNA in a single-stranded condition, to use and draw on what I believe would be People's Exhibit 238, a new chart, new diagram rather.
Yes, it would.
All right. Then with the court's permission, would you go ahead and use the drawing pad again to illustrate this single-stranded versus double-stranded DNA?
All I'm basically going to do is straighten out the helix to make a second diagram that's a little bit easier for me to draw. So if we make 2 strands, and now all I've done is really just straighten this out so that when you look at the bases, if you have an A on one side, you'll have a T on the other. If you have a G on one side, you'll have a C on the other. And there is a bonding between the A and the T and the G and the C that we're not going to bother to draw, but there's a force that is keeping these together. So you could make up any sequence here, T, A, C, C, G, for example. And if I have made up this sequence on this side of the double-stranded, then I would automatically know. I have a T on this side, I must have an A on the other. I have an A on this side, I must have a T on the other, and so forth. I have a C on this side, so I will have a G on the other strand, and a G on this side, so I must have a C on the other. And again, you can think about the size of the piece of the DNA that I've drawn by counting the bases. Here I have 7. So this piece of DNA that I've illustrated is 7 base pairs long. Now, if we take it apart, we haven't really left a lot of room here, but we'll just put up here, this is double-stranded. So I think we better
Go to a new page, all right. And if we could make that 239, thank you.
I'm not going to be able to remember the same series of letters that I wrote down on the previous one. But if I took that piece that was double-stranded and I heated it, strands would come apart. So I would have nothing attached to this side, and I would have nothing attached to the other side. However,
I'm sorry, when you say you heat it, what type of temperatures are you talking about?
you have to heat it to about 95 or 100 degrees in order to get the 2 strands to come apart. And there are some temperatures, some strands of DNA, if you had a lot of C's and G's, you have to heat those a little, you have to heat that a little bit more than if you have a lot of A's and T's. But basically, if you think of it as heating to 100 degrees, and when I say 100 degrees, I'm talking 100 degrees centigrade.
So not 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Not
So you're talking about something that's very hot in terms of Fahrenheit measurement.
Yes.
In other words, not body temperature or not a hot day out in the desert, something much hotter.
much hotter.
All right, go ahead.
If you wanted to put these back together, you can see that if you just move them back together, you were able to do that, they would all be correctly paired, and thus they could come back together and zip up. However, if I took this strand, say, and moved it down so that I had an A, or I was trying to put a T back together with this C, and an A back together with this C, and a G back together with this G, it would not come back together like that. It will only come back together and the A's and T's and G's and C's are properly paired up.
So therefore, DNA is at its happiest, would that be correct to say, when the pairs match up correctly?
Yes, it's happy and it's stable when they're paired up correctly. It's pretty happy when they're completely separate, but not as happy as when they're together.
As far as this ability to separate DNA and to have it return to its double-stranded form, why is that important?
It becomes important in the process of doing DNA testing and for many other reasons because it allows you, suppose I have this DNA sequence, single-stranded, and I have this one in my hand in a test tube, and I mix them together. They will come back together. If I have some kind of a tag on here, some kind of tag, and the tag could be a radioactive tag or other types of tags. If I have this piece in a test tube, and I have this piece in some other form, and I mix them together, and I let them come back together, they will zip up together correctly, given some time, and now I can find out where this single-stranded piece has gone to by looking at whatever kind of tag I have stuck to it.
And is the ability to do that, or does that ability play a role in DNA typing itself?
It plays a role in every form of DNA typing that's currently used.
Okay, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Now, as far as this overall concept of what you've described, do we in fact, to your knowledge, have a diagram that describes where DNA is found?
Yes.
Okay, with the court's permission then, I'd like to have marked as People's Exhibit 240, a diagram entitled Where is DNA Found? All right, Dr. Cotton, we've had marked as People's Exhibit 240 a large diagram entitled Where is DNA Found? Can you tell us what that diagram shows? Sure. Why don't we move the... In fact, would you be able to discuss this diagram with or without referring to this particular chart that you've just made? Okay. All right, Dr. Cotton, if you could describe what People's Exhibit 240 shows.
This exhibit is basically a summary of the things that I drew earlier on the chart. So you have an example or a diagram of a cell that has a nucleus and a cytoplasm. And in the nucleus, there are chromosomes. Now, they don't have 46 of them drawn out here, but they have several, and the real number would be 46. You take one of those chromosomes out and unwind the DNA. This is a depiction of the DNA that's packaged up into the chromosomes, and if we make it larger and look at it still magnified yet further, you see again the double helix with the AT and GC base pairs.
So then does this chart, Where is DNA Found, then basically take step by showing with greater magnification each portion, or actually each way DNA is packaged down ultimately to the individual base pairs themselves?
Yes.
Okay. As far as this DNA molecule, and you've described it being the same basically in every cell that has a nucleus in our bodies, does that mean all of us are the same?
No.
Can you describe
Shall I
that further?
shall I
Yes,
sit?
and if you would, have a seat.
it's pretty obvious that we're definitely not all the same. All you have to do is look around the room and you'll pick that out right away. So within any given individual, in all of my cells, the DNA will be exactly the same from one cell to the next. And that would be true for each one of us. But from one individual to the next, the DNA will be different. Now, that isn't to mean that, we'll use Mr. Clark as an example. All the DNA in all of his cells is the same in each cell. That is, if you look at a liver cell and a blood cell, the DNA in the liver cell will be exactly the same as the DNA in the blood cell. His DNA will be different than anyone else's in the courtroom, but that's an overall difference. The great majority of the DNA, greater than 99% of the DNA, is going to be the same from person to person. And that's because we're all human beings. Our basic body structure is all the same. We all have a liver, we all have hair, we all have a kidney, and so forth. So all of that DNA information that creates those things that we have in common will be basically the same from one person to the next. There is then a small portion of the DNA that is different from person to person. And that's intuitively obvious because you can look around even in a very large room or many people, and you'll see that with the exception of identical twins, people are different, even closely related people. Two brothers are different. You can always tell them apart. And the exception is identical twins, and identical twins are identical because they have identical DNA. And that is the only exception.
With regard to, then, these portions of DNA where we differ, and I believe you said that's something less than 1% where we differ from one another?
That's right.
Why is that of interest? Why do you as a scientist care about that region or those regions where we're different?
Many scientists would not care about those regions that are different, but if you are interested in being able to distinguish one human being from the next, then it doesn't help you to look at the parts that are the same. In order to distinguish people, especially at the DNA level, you want to be looking at those sections of the DNA that are different from one person to the next. So you have to single out those sections, and for purposes of identifying or telling apart individuals, then you want to look at those sections of the DNA that are not the same from one person to the next.
You described brothers and sisters as being different and yet similar in some respects. Is that right?
Well, they will be similar in some respects because if you think about you have a mother and a father, and they're going to have children. Each child will not get identically the same characteristic from the mother. So, but if you had 3 children, 2 children might get the mother's hair color, and the 3rd child might get the father's hair color. And the first 2 children who both got the mother's hair color, one of them might get the father's stature and be big-boned and tall, and if the mother was short and small-boned, then the other child might get that characteristic, so that even though they had some characteristics in common, they both got mother's hair color, they don't have all their characteristics in common. And that's a very simplistic example, but it works.
So then children would or would not have the same DNA as that child's parents?
The child will definitely not have the same DNA as either parent, because the child only gets half of the mother's DNA. So, and the other half comes from the father. So that child is a blend of the mother and father, and the child will not be identical to either the mother or the father.
As far as, and perhaps we can go back to the chart that's currently on the easel, where is DNA found? These chromosomes, do they package DNA molecules or simply a portion of the entire DNA molecule in a cell?
they package the DNA molecules in the cell. One chromosome can generally be considered to be a packaged up DNA molecule.
Okay. Now, this court has heard testimony about serology. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Which, as the jury has heard, involves testing various genetic markers like PGM and EAP. Are you familiar with those terms?
Yes.
Is DNA different than the types of testing that go on that test proteins like PGM and EAP?
Yes.
In what way?
The protein markers that are mainly used in serology are coded up. That is, in some, you can think of them as a product of the information that's in the DNA. So when you look at the DNA, you are looking at the most basic level of information that you can look at. When you look at a protein, that is a product of the information that's in the DNA, so you're sort of looking at a secondary level of information.
So if I understand correctly, by typing a protein, you're really looking a little bit indirectly at the particular genetic marker. Is that right?
You are. That's right.
As opposed to DNA typing where you're looking directly at basically the blueprint itself.
That's right.
All right. Dr. Cotton, I'd like to take you back and shift topics a little bit and go back to Cellmark Diagnostics itself. Okay. First of all, how long have you been with Cellmark?
I've been at Cellmark about 7.5 years. I began to work there in January of 1988.
When was the laboratory itself formed?
The laboratory opened up in October of 1987.
What is Cellmark Diagnostics? What type of work do you do?
We do DNA testing, and we basically do DNA testing for two purposes. One is to answer questions in criminal cases of, and I'll just give you an example. If you had a blood stain and you had a known individual, could be a suspect or a victim, it doesn't matter, you would attempt to say, could the known individual been the donor of the DNA that was taken from the blood stain? It's exactly the same question that serology is used for in a crime lab. The other type of testing that Cellmark does is paternity testing, and for that purpose we're usually receiving a blood sample from a mother, from a child, and from an alleged father, and the question is could this alleged father be the father of this child, or is it impossible for this man to be the father of this child? And that kind of testing can be done using DNA.
Going back to your education, and you briefly mentioned the fact that you had a master's as well as a PhD, could you describe a little bit in more detail when you received those degrees and at what schools?
I received both a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science degree from Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas, and for both of those degrees I was a biology major. Later on I moved to California and attended graduate school at UC Irvine and finished a PhD in molecular biology and biochemistry.
You touched a little bit on how DNA played a role in your higher education. Can you describe basically briefly from your undergraduate work through your graduate work, what work did you do in the area of DNA itself?
Along the whole way?
Well, if there's a way of briefly summarizing it, perhaps you can package all three different degrees.
I did. For a Bachelor of Science degree, you take a series of biology courses and you learn about DNA and you learn some biochemistry and you learn some cell biology and you do laboratory experiments, and I don't actually recall that any of my laboratory experiments specifically had anything to do with DNA, but actually it's been a while ago, so I'm not really positive. And for my master's degree, I did do work in a laboratory, but that work involved electron microscopy, which is a method of achieving extreme magnifications, and that didn't have anything to do with DNA. In graduate school at UC Irvine, my research focused on DNA and how it is packaged into chromosomes and how the information in DNA is translated for the cell. And so for the 4 to 5 years that I was in graduate school, all of my research work had to do with DNA, and then I took the required graduate classes. And some of those had something to do with DNA and some of them did not.
As far as your graduate work, did it include actual hands-on work with DNA testing itself?
Well, it included a lot of hands-on laboratory work because the whole point of being in graduate school is to learn how to do research. You just asked me whether it had to do with DNA testing. If you're talking about the kind of testing that Cellmark does, no, it didn't, because that wasn't being done at that time. It had to do with other aspects of DNA.
All right. As far as your employment, and then once you obtained your degrees, did you then seek employment?
Yes.
And could you describe where you have been employed in the past?
I worked for about 3.5 years in the Department of Biochemistry at the University of Iowa, and I did research there, which was also related to basically to how DNA is packaged up into chromosomes. And then I went to work at the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, and I did research there for about 5 years, and that also involved DNA, and that, at that point now, did involve doing basically the same types of procedures that are currently used in DNA testing.
What are the National Institutes of Health?
It's basically sort of looks like, if you were to go visit there, it looks like a big college campus. And but there isn't very much in the way of teaching done there, or not certainly at the undergraduate level. There's some, but not a lot. And it's groups of researchers, and it's divided into different institutes. I used to know all the various institutes. There's a heart, lung, and blood disease institute. I happen to work in the Institute for Alcoholism and Alcohol Abuse. There's the NCI, National Cancer Institute. So I don't remember how many institutes there are in all, probably more than 20. But these various institutes all together comprise the National Institutes of Health, and the main campus for the National Institutes of Health is in Bethesda, Maryland, and then there are other areas where researchers are located also besides that main campus.
Once you left the National Institutes of Health, is that when you joined Cellmark?
Yes.
In what role when you joined them?
When I joined Cellmark, I was the Director of Research and Development.
Do you currently hold that position at Cellmark or a different position?
A different position.
What's that?
I am now the Laboratory Director.
In that position as Laboratory Director, what are your duties?
My main duty is that I am ultimately responsible for the scientific work that's done at Cellmark. So that's my sort of umbrella overall responsibility. My duties include, along with 2 other PhD staff, supervising the research that's done at Cellmark and reviewing cases that are done at Cellmark. When we receive samples in the lab and we analyze those samples and write a report, the person who has done the work at the bench, which is not me, signs the report, and I and myself or one of the other 2 PhD staff would review the report and sign it also. And I testify in court when required.
All right, we'll return to both of those a little bit later. As far as your position as Laboratory Director, how long have you been in that role?
About 2 years.
This jury has heard testimony previously about an organization known as the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. Are you a member of that group?
Yes, I am.
Are you a member of any other organizations or societies?
I'm a member of the American Society of Cell Biology, the American Society of Human Genetics, and the American Association of Blood Banks.
The American Academy of Forensic Sciences, I assume the title describes it, involves forensic sciences. Is that right? And when you use the term forensic science, what are you referring to?
When I use the term forensic science, I'm generally referring to the work that we would do in the analysis of samples where a criminal case is involved.
The other organizations you described, and I think one of them was, for instance, the American Society of Human Genetics that you're a member of.
Yes.
Is that a forensic organization?
No.
What is it?
It's an organization or a group of scientists that are interested in that is, the scientists that are members of that organization would be interested in some aspect of human genetics. They might be interested in disease diagnosis. They might be interested in gene mapping. They might be interested in forensic science, but it's sort of a generic group of scientists whose overall interest would encompass human genetics.
I think you also mentioned, was it the American Association of Blood Banks that you're a member of?
Yes.
What is that group, briefly?
Mostly it's people who are knowledgeable and about the storage of blood and blood typing and the use of blood for medical purposes.
Such as transfusions?
Such as transfusions, and certainly that's not my area of expertise. The reason that I'm a member of that organization is that organization has a program for accreditation of laboratories that do paternity testing, and we are a participant in that program. And they usually at their national meetings will get together scientists who are interested in paternity testing and have a specific forum for that small group. So that's a very small group within the American Association of Blood Banks.
Do you attend meetings as you're able to and as your casework permits of these organizations?
Yes, I do.
Do you present lectures at these meetings?
Not at every meeting, but I do present lectures at some meetings.
On what types of topics?
Generally, it's related to perhaps a new technique that could be used in criminal cases, or a case study that was done in a very unusual case, something like that.
All right. As far as publications, and there is scientific literature in the area of DNA, is that correct?
There's a huge amount of scientific literature generally in the area of DNA.
As far as that literature is concerned, do you attempt to stay current, or do you stay current on that portion of the literature that directly impacts your job at Cellmark Diagnostics?
I mainly am now able to stay current with the scientific literature on DNA as it impacts on human identification issues. I do stay current with some of the other literature, but it's in a relatively narrow area.
You've used this term human identification. What do you mean by that?
Basically, I mean being able to distinguish one human being from another, and as the ability of science gets more and more sophisticated in this area, given enough information, you can distinguish one human being from basically all others.
Incidentally, as far as the literature is concerned, do you act as a peer reviewer for that literature?
I am sometimes asked to review articles that have been submitted to journals and give my opinion on the quality of the work that's in that paper.
All right. I believe you described that one of your duties as laboratory director includes testifying in courts across the United States?
Yes.
Have you previously testified in courts across this country?
Yes.
And I'm referring now to the area of human identification as a result of DNA typing.
That's the only area in which I've given testimony.
Could you describe for us approximately how many times that has occurred before today?
I don't keep a running total, but I've probably testified in about 90 or so cases.
Do you have any idea approximately how many states of this country that involves?
Well, again, I don't keep a running total of that, but I'm sure it's at least 20.
Would this be your first time in the county of Los Angeles or not, testifying as an expert in DNA typing?
It's definitely not my first time in the county of Los Angeles.
Dr. Cotton, I'd like to shift gears a little bit and talk with you about DNA typing itself. Is there more than one or just one approach to typing DNA for purposes of human identification?
There's more than one approach.
All right. Are there two primary approaches that are used commonly in forensic science?
Yes.
What are those called, first of all?
The two primary approaches are generally referred to by their acronym or their initials. One is called RFLP analysis. And that's the acronym standing for restriction, fragment, length, polymorphism. And obviously you don't have an explanation of that yet. The word polymorphism just is referring to differences, meaning it means many forms. So it is a technique that is allowing you to look at many forms of the DNA. And that's one major type of DNA testing that's done in this country today, and actually many other countries as well. The other type is referred to as PCR. Now, there are many different kinds of PCR tests, and PCR is the basic procedure that allows you to do the test. And PCR, the initials stand, and again, this won't make any sense yet, the initials stand for the polymerase chain reaction. It's a procedure, and that procedure can be applied to different types of genetic markers and different types of tests. But any test that uses that procedure is generally referred to as a PCR type test.
I'd like to start with the RFLP process first, if we could. And first of all, could you describe for this jury, taking weeks, what the RFLP process is and how it actually is conducted?
You mean, could I take several weeks to describe it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure we could.
I
don't think we want to do that.
To your knowledge, are we going to in fact limit it to something substantially shorter than that?
We're going to, based on my discussions with you, we're going to try to make it much shorter than that and pick out just those sections that are really important to have an understanding of what the final result looks like and what it means.
Okay. This RFLP process, when was it developed?
It wasn't developed on a special day. It's a series of procedures that all tied together are called RFLP. Some of those procedures were developed in the mid-70s, and some of the information that scientists needed to actually finally put all this together was not developed until the early 80s. So you can't give it a date, but you can give it a time frame from about 1975 to about 1985. The information that's used in RFLP testing for identification was discovered during that time frame.
Was there a time when locations on the DNA molecule that you've already described were found to be different amongst people, as you earlier testified to?
That's been known for a long time. Early on, of course, it was just known sort of intuitively that there had to be sections that were different since people are very different. The information about heredity and how it relates to DNA was described back in the late 1800s and early 1900s. But the discovery of the specific types of differences that this test looks at was basically about 1983, 84, and 85.
Was that as the result of, in particular, one or two scientists in this country and outside this country?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
The two major contributors in this area, and again, it's very hard to say this because without previous information, they wouldn't have been able to make their major contributions. So you have a whole series of scientists that are kind of contributing here. But the two contributors to the kinds of information we are looking at in this testing would be Dr. Ray White from Utah and Dr. Alec Jeffries from the University of Leicester in England.
Incidentally, was Dr. Jeffries in England honored for any of his work in this area?
Yes, he's received several honors, including being knighted for his discoveries in this area.
By knighted, does that mean he's addressed as Sir Alec Jeffries?
I believe I know it's Sir, and then he's also a professor and some other things, so there's sort of a series of Sir, Professor things that go in front of his name, but I don't know that I could get it right.
I think they're called titles.
Did Dr. Jeffries play a role in any manner in the formation of Cellmark Diagnostics?
Basically, he did. The University of Leicester, where Dr. Jeffries works, owns the patents to his discoveries. So the series of events was he made these discoveries, certain of this information was patented, and the parent company that owns Cellmark Diagnostics purchased the rights to those patents, and they, along with Dr. Jeffries' help, did the developmental work to take it from, excuse me, being a procedure that he did daily in his lab to having a protocol that could be followed in what's more like a production lab, where you're doing the same type of test on each sample that comes in the lab.
Is there any relationship between your laboratory in this country as well as Cellmark in the United Kingdom?
Yes.
What's that relationship?
We are both owned by a parent company. The name of that company is Zeneca.
Was Cellmark in the United States formed before or after Cellmark in the United Kingdom?
I think it was just about a half a year after the formation of Cellmark in the United Kingdom.
As far as the procedures that were used at Cellmark in this country at its formation, did they have anything to do with what had been used before or even at that time in England?
At the time that Cellmark began doing casework in the United States, we were using the identical procedures to those that were used in England. Now our procedures are probably not identical. They don't do very much testing for criminal cases in that lab anymore, and so our procedures would no longer be identical, but they would still be very similar.
Incidentally, why don't they do as many criminal cases now in England?
Oral.
There is a very large lab in London, and they do almost all of the forensic testing for the United Kingdom.
Now, with regard to, and you've used this term, RFLP typing process that we'll get into in a little more detail later, is this RFLP testing approach used exclusively in human identification?
No.
What else is it used for?
Let me give you an answer in sort of two phases. A very similar procedure can be used to identify animals, and in fact, there is a lab in Oregon and another lab in Canada that uses the same types of procedures to look at poaching. If somebody has some meat in their freezer and they say, well, this is just a deer, and I don't know what the organization would be that would be checking on this, but whatever organization it is, they'd say, well, no, this is some endangered pronghorn antelope, or I'm sort of making this up, as you can see. Then they can use these same kinds of procedures to determine whether or not the meat in the person's freezer is in fact from a deer or from the endangered species. So that's a very analogous type of thing to what's being done in a criminal case. The general procedures that are used in this testing are used in genetic diagnosis and in gene mapping and in a lot of other research applications other than human identification.
Let me stop you and ask you about, when you use the term genetic diagnosis.
You have a donor and you have a recipient of the bone marrow from the donor. And after the transplant is done, you can use these procedures to follow whether or not the transplant has been effective by looking at the blood cells in the recipient and saying, is the original genetic source of those cells those of the recipient, which you're hoping it won't be, or those of the blood marrow donor, and you're hoping that it will be that. And you can track the progress of the transplant using the very same procedures that are used for paternity or identification testing.
As far as disease diagnosis, if I can return to that, is this RFLP procedure then used to determine, for instance, whether an individual suffers from cystic fibrosis?
It can be. There are now easier tests than the RFLP procedure, but that was certainly early on the procedure in the research stages that would have been used.
You also brought up the use of this technique, for instance, in the poaching scenario. Is this RFLP technique also used to help save endangered animals?
Yes.
What about this technique, this RFLP technique, and, for instance, plants? Does it have any role there?
There are, the main role that I'm aware of, and I'm not a plant biologist, so there may be many other aspects that it's useful for that I'm not aware of, but in plant breeding, where a company has a corn hybrid that has specific characteristics, those characteristics can be identified and tracked in that hybrid using RFLP analysis with exactly the same types of procedures that are used in testing for paternity.
Does this RFLP testing technique play any role in, for instance, identifying the remains of American war dead?
It has, yes.
And does that include, for instance, remains from soldiers killed in battle?
Yes.
Now, you've described a number of general areas, including human identification, that this RFLP technique is used. Would the human identification use of this technique be the majority or most or a small portion or what?
Overall, it would be a small portion. If you look at anyone in science who might use this procedure or this set of procedures that makes up RFLP analysis, human identification would be a very, very small fraction of its total application.
Is this a technique that was basically born out of forensic science, or did forensic science borrow it from the greater scientific community?
It would be that forensic science borrowed it from the research community.
What about in terms of how wide this technique is used? And I'm talking about geographically. Is it used in the United States and England alone, or is it used elsewhere?
Sustain, phrase question.
As far as the RFLP typing approach, is it used strictly in English-speaking countries, for instance, or is it used in some wider area than that?
No, it's used in a much wider area than that.
And would that include, for instance, in countries around the world?
Yes.
Now, if I can return to the RFLP method, first of all, would it assist if I asked you to describe briefly this method, to use, again, the drawing pad for purposes of demonstrating what happens?
I probably can't do it without scribbling on the pad.
Okay, fair enough. Marked as People's 241.
241. Call this RFLP drawing. Mr. Clark.
Thank you. In fact, Dr. Cotton, if we could, before we do that, could we go back and perhaps if you could step down? I'm going to ask you to put just very brief titles on the previous exhibits, the previous drawings. Perhaps we could start with the 46 chromosomes chart that I believe is People's Exhibit 236? No, 235, excuse me. That's labeled 46 chromosomes. Would that be an appropriate title for that chart?
It will do.
Okay, perhaps you could just underline it, and then we'll underline the titles on each one. And
All right,
then-
235 will be labeled in chromosomes underlined, 46 chromosomes underlined.
All right, and if you could go to the next drawing that you made. Which is Exhibit 236. Does that drawing depict on the left the single pair of chromosomes and then the two strands of DNA to the right?
Yes.
What would be a short title for that drawing?
Why don't we just put chromosome pair?
Okay.
Does it matter where?
Why don't you put it in, if you have a different color, I think you could put it in the middle, it would be fine, as long as you underline it. And then as far as the two strands of DNA to the right, would it be appropriate to give that a title?
No, that's just the two strands
All
from
right.
these two chromosomes, so that's still a chromosome pair.
Okay, if you then, if you would, go to the next diagram, which I think has already been titled double-stranded. And would that be an appropriate title for what I believe to be People's 238?
Sure.
Okay. And that just leaves us then the next page.
Let's add DNA.
Okay, and then if you would go to 239, the last drawing. And is that a demonstration of single-strand DNA?
Yes.
Does your T have a cross on it? And again, Your Honor, that would be People's Exhibit 239. Now, Dr. Cotton, let's provide you with a new page. Which will be People's 241, I believe. First of all, why don't we label it at the top, RFLP method? And if you would now use that particular piece of paper to help describe this RFLP testing process.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, let me just... What I want to do is go back to the idea that you have two chromosomes, or you have a chromosome pair, and that we're going to look at the DNA from that specific chromosome pair. And I want to explain to you what we keep talking about looking at differences in the DNA. I want to show you an example of the kind of difference that we're looking at, because I think that's the only way it will really make any sense. And then, once we've done that, we can sort of walk through the procedure.
All right.
So let's go back and say we have our two chromosomes worth of DNA here. And they have, you know, the A and T and GC base pairs all along. And so if we're looking around on these chromosomes, you will come to a section that contains what is referred to as repeated sequences. And I'm going to make a very short and short meaning short in physical length, simple example of this, but this is not an unrealistic example. Suppose we come along and we're looking down the sequences of bases, and we see that we have a C followed by an A, followed by a T, with another C, followed by another A, followed by another T, and another C, followed by another A, followed by another T. Now, what I'm going to do is only draw one side, so if you'll just assume with me that the other side has the appropriate matching base. So we have this sequence, CAT, repeated 3 times. Now, if we went and looked at the other chromosome, this is now, from one person, and you're going down the chromosome and you're looking at the base pairs, and you come to sort of a matching section, and you find that it has a C followed by an A followed by a T, and you see that that sequence of 3 base pairs is repeated quite a number of times. But on this chromosome, it's repeated more times. Here we have, on the one on the left, we had 3 repeats. And here we have, on the one on the right, we have 5 repeats. So we have this short section of something that's repeated over and over again. Now, you have to sort of think about if we made this same drawing for yet another individual, and another, and another. What you would find is that another individual might have a section, they'd have this, you go on the chromosome, they'd have this same repeat, CAT, but it might be repeated 10 times on one of their chromosomes, and 18 times on the other. So that everybody has the CAT sequence on their chromosome, but not everybody has the same number of repeats. That is the difference that RFLP testing looks at. So if you imagine in your head that we had a method to cut out this section, and then you add to that we had a method to measure how long this section was that we cut out. For this person, if we could do that measurement, we'd have a section that was 9 base pairs long. And for their other chromosome, we'd have a section that was 15 base pairs long. So this one becomes 9, and I'm going to use the abbreviation BP to stand for base pairs. Base pairs being the GC or the AT pairs. And over here, our 5 repeats is equal to 15 base pairs. So, and then if we had another person, and we could make another diagram just like this, if they had a chromosome that had 10 repeats, that would be a section that was 30 base pairs. So it's those lengths that are different from person to person. And in this abbreviation, the P standing for polymorphism, the L stands for length. This test looks at length differences in the DNA, and the length differences are created by the number of repeats that happen to be end-to-end at a specific location on a chromosome pair.
So is it then the case that this RFLP method is simply a tool to determine how we vary from one another as human beings at this particular region of DNA where these repeats vary?
Yes.
As far as the method itself, to your knowledge, do we have a prepared chart that illustrates how this difference is actually determined using the RFLP test?
We have, you have, and I've looked at, a prepared chart that doesn't illustrate this, but illustrates the set of procedures that allows you to ultimately look at these length differences.
And is it these length differences that are simply what you're looking for as a DNA scientist when you're using this RFLP method for identification?
That's right.
All right. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask be marked as, I believe, People's Exhibit 242.
People's 242.
A fairly large prepared diagram entitled, I believe, the RFLP method. Now, Dr. Cotton, first of all, as you've described on your drawing, People's Exhibit 241, where you've described this differences amongst us as human beings in the number of times we repeat a particular sequence, how are these particular regions of DNA picked out or selected to use for identification purposes? Does that question make sense?
It makes perfect sense, but it takes that whole procedure to do that.
Okay, all right, then why don't we go ahead and, if you would, then describe this RFLP method in the basic steps that are delineated, and perhaps I can ask a question first. Have you had an opportunity to look at this large chart entitled The RFLP Method that was previously prepared before coming to court today?
Yes, I have.
And in that review, does this diagram basically describe the individual steps that are part of this RFLP DNA typing method?
Excuse me, Mr. Clark, let me interrupt you just a moment. Let me see counsel without the court reporter, please. Thank you, counsel.
All right, Dr. Cotton, with regard to this diagram, then, could you describe... Oh, no. Would utilize this diagram and the drawing you've previously made to describe how this RFLP typing method actually works.
The diagram on the board has everything numbered, so I'll try to relate what I'm saying to the number. So let's say you have a sample, some biological sample. The diagram illustrates either a tube of blood or a blood stain, but this could be, as I said before, a hair root. It could be a semen stain. We'll just say we have some biological sample. And the first thing that happens is that the DNA is extracted from this sample. What that means is the DNA is purified from the other components of the sample that you don't care about. The DNA is in the cell and you have all these proteins, proteins are nice, but for purposes of DNA testing, we don't need them. So you're purifying the DNA away from the other cellular components, which include proteins and cell membranes and things like that. That's step number one.
All right.
Step number two on the chart says the DNA is cut into fragments by a restriction enzyme. When I said a little while ago that if you had a method of cutting out these sections where the repeat exists, that you could look at how long it was. The method is to use a protein that is called a restriction enzyme. And these enzymes have the characteristic that they can locate a specific short set of base pairs. Experimentally, it's predetermined there are many restriction enzymes. There are over 100 different restriction enzymes. And let me just give you an example so it doesn't sound so briefy. Let's just say we have a double-stranded piece of DNA, and you have this series of bases, C, C, G, G, and you go down the DNA and you find another set where it happens to have C, C, G, G. If you have a restriction enzyme that recognizes this site, it would make a cut wherever it happened to see a CCGG. And I'm just giving you one example. There are many others. So,
Actually, while you're on that drawing, Dr. Cotton, perhaps you can label that restriction enzyme?
well,
Would that be an appropriate description or not?
let's call it this is just an example of a restriction enzyme cutting site.
And Your Honor, could that be marked Peoples 243?
243.
Thank you. All right, continue if you would, Dr. Cotton.
I'm going to go back to the previous diagram. The test is set up so that you are using a specific restriction enzyme that we know will cut outside the area of the repeats. So the enzyme that's used in the test is designed so it will cut at the beginning, just before the beginning of the repeat and just after the repeat, or somewhere close to that. So you purify your DNA, you add your restriction enzyme, and you make these cuts. Now the enzyme cuts many other places, so basically if you go back to the spool of thread analogy, and you've rolled out your spool of thread and it's very long, you've now taken a pair of scissors and cut it up into a whole bunch of small pieces. And among those small pieces are these two that we're interested in.
All right. What step do you take next to locate those interested fragments?
The next step, actually the next series of steps, are the steps that allow you to locate those fragments. So the first thing you do, now that you've got all these little fragments, is that you use a procedure that's called electrophoresis. It has many other uses. You can do electrophoresis with proteins, but in this case we're doing electrophoresis with DNA. And that electrophoresis will allow you to separate out the pieces according to how big they are. So if I had a test tube full of pieces of DNA that were all different size, at the end of the electrophoresis, it's as if I had been able to reach in and put the small pieces down here and the medium-sized pieces over here and the larger pieces down at that end.
If this jury had heard previous testimony about the use of electrophoresis to type proteins such as PGM and EAP, would this be the same tool that you're talking about in the RFLP typing process?
It's very similar, but it's not exactly the same.
All right, go ahead.
picture on the diagram that's numbered 3 is the illustration of separation of the DNA fragments on an agarose gel. That illustration is pretty okay, but let me try my own and see if I can make it a little more graphic. The gel is about the size of a little smaller than an 8 by 10 piece of paper. Actually, it's about the size of your notebooks, a little bit wider and about that long. It's about 1/4 of an inch thick, and it's made of agarose. Agarose comes as a powder, and you boil it up sort of like Jell-O, and it goes into solution, and when you pour it into a tray, it solidifies. So it has some of the same characteristics of gelatin, although it is not gelatin. So you're pouring this gel into a tray, and if I look at that tray from the side, after I've poured the gel, this is about 1/4 inch thick here. I also use a small mold to make an indentation at one end. If I take that same gel and I draw it as if it was sitting on the countertop where I could look down on it, I would have a series of these rectangular indentations across the top of the gel. Now on the diagram they're sort of showing you where 2 samples have gone in that gel, so the red lines, the red lanes are sort of one that represents one indentation where you could put a sample. Anyway, you have your DNA sample, and the sample is placed into this indentation in the gel, which is called a sample well. And the DNA moves through the gel. The DNA has a charge. It carries a slight negative charge, so if there's a positive electrode at this end and a negative electrode at this end, DNA is forced to move through the gel, and the gel acts like a sieve. Short segments of DNA can move through the gel rapidly. They can work their way through this sieve pushed along by the electric current. And longer, so shorter pieces will move through the gel the farthest. The longer strands of DNA cannot move as rapidly through the gel, and they do not go as far. So this is the way of taking these 2 pieces of DNA. These are now the pieces that we're interested in. Remember, they're part of the group that we're looking at. We have these 2 pieces in our mass of bits. We want to see where they are. This piece is shorter than this piece. So in the gel, the shorter piece, let's say, moves this far, and the other piece cannot move as far. So now these 2 pieces are separated. The piece that was only 9 base pairs is in a different position than the piece that was 15 base pairs.
All right, could we, with this diagram that you've just drawn, would electrophoresis be an appropriate title?
Sure.
And I believe that would be People's 244, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Clark, I need to allow the jurors to take a comfort break at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to mention to you this morning, I don't know if the bailiffs mentioned to you that we have a modified court session today. I have a funeral to attend this afternoon, so we're going to go through until 1 o'clock and then break at 1 o'clock. So we'll take a 10-minute comfort break at this point, and we'll resume again at 12 sharp. All right, please remember my admonitions to you.
First of all, And I'd like to direct you specifically to what's labeled number 3, load gel, and the photograph above that. Does that appear to be a gel?
Yes.
All right. Is that the same, different, or similar from the gels that you're describing as part of the RFLP process?
Well, I'm sure it's different. I'm not exactly sure what kind of gel that is. If it was the RFLP process, and that looks to me like a glass plate, although I can't tell that well. If it was the RFLP process, it would be a plastic tray that has sort of like pouring something into a square or rectangular cake pan, but the edges of the tray are maybe about 3/4 of an inch high.
Okay. Then, taking you on to step 4 on this diagram, People's Exhibit 215, that's labeled 4 electrophoresis. Is that the same or similar to the electrophoresis process you've described in the RFLP method?
The tank that's shown in photograph 4 doesn't look very different from the type of tank we use. It has space at either end where buffer or some kind of a wick goes. It has a plastic lid that comes down to protect the user. What's really different here is that if you look at photograph number 3, where it says load gel, first of all, the position where the samples are loaded on an RFLP gel is very close to the top, more like what I've drawn in this diagram. Whereas there, it's maybe 1/4 of a way down the gel. And these are, in the RFLP procedure, these are liquid samples that are loaded using a pipetter with a disposable plastic tip.
Okay. And then lastly, on this Exhibit 215, where it's labeled running the gel, do you in fact run gels during the RFLP method typing process?
Yes, it shows there a series of gels and 2 power supplies up on a shelf, and we have a similar looking power supply that's connected to the gel tank such that you have a negative and a positive electrode, which is creating the current, the electric current, which is pushing these DNA fragments along through the gel.
All right. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could 215 just be brought over towards this side so the remaining jury members could have a view of it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Dr. Cotton, at the time the electrophoresis, or step 3 on People's Exhibit 242 is completed, can you see these different fragments on the gel?
No, you can't see.
What's the next step in the process?
The next step in the process is to create a permanent record of the separation of the DNA fragments in the gel. If you tried to pick up an agarose gel with your hands, it would be like trying to pick up a 1/4-inch slab of Jell-O. It would break apart in your fingers. So whereas all the information you want is in this gel, you have to have a permanent way of storing this information. Can I backtrack for 1 second?
Sure.
And then start a new diagram?
Yes.
Let's still consider this 2 chromosome or the 2 DNA pieces from the diagram a few places back. Let me make sure that I straighten one thing out and then go on. I talked about a fragment of DNA that was 9 base pairs and another fragment that was 15. Let's put this more into In reality, for this test, the sizes we might look at, you could look at a size that was 900 base pairs and a size that was 1,500 base pairs. This is more like the size range, and actually you can look considerably larger than this, but this is more like the size range of pieces that you would be looking at in this test. Still, due where the differences in size would due to the different number of repeats in that section of DNA. So that if we go back, we have our 900 base pair piece has moved further down through the gel, and the 1,500 base pair piece has not moved as far. When you have this separation in the gel, this is the information that you really want. And the entire rest of the procedure are the set of steps that allow you to visualize where these pieces of DNA went. So if you understand that where the DNA came to in the gel is a measure, an indirect measure of its size, that is, this distance traveled is an indirect measure of the size. The further the distance traveled, the smaller the size piece of DNA. The shorter the distance traveled, the larger the size is. This is the information you're after, and the entire rest of the procedure is how do you see this visually.
All right, Your Honor, for the record, the witness has been referring and writing further on People's Exhibit 244.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Cotton, then would you be, or are we proceeding to step 4 on the diagram, the RFLP method?
Yes.
And could you describe that, please?
Yes, and I won't, actually, maybe I won't draw another one because this is pretty nice here on step 4. What you want to do now is keep this record, or make a permanent record of where these DNA fragments are. And the way that's done is to transfer the DNA in the same relative positions from the gel onto a nylon membrane. And that step, or that process, is illustrated in step 4.
All right, would a laser light pointer help you come to the diagram or not?
How about the good old-fashioned pointer?
Or a pointer, if you can reach. I think we've got a pointer right next to the entrance to the... In fact, Dr. Cotton, did you bring one of these membranes to court today?
I gave it to you, and presumably you brought it to court.
At this point, I hope I did. All right, Your Honor. I'd ask to have marked as people's next in order, I believe, 245.
244, I believe. I think it is 244. Mrs. Robertson, 244? 245, I stand corrected.
And I have provided the defense one of these items as well.
All right, proceed.
Dr. Cotton, if I can show you what seems to be a object about the size of, what, 8 inches by 8 inches or so?
Yes, it's actually 20 centimeters by 20 centimeters.
Okay, that sounds like a more precise description. What is, and referring you to what will be marked People's Exhibit 245, what is that?
This is how the membrane comes to us. It's in these red pieces of, this is just a piece of paper, and it has written on it MSI, and that's the manufacturer of the membrane that we use. And sandwiched in between the two pieces of paper is a nylon membrane. Now, if I were doing this in the lab, I wouldn't be touching it with my fingers. You would be handling it with gloves because fingerprints wouldn't be helpful. Any of the oil from your fingers is really a problem. And this hasn't been used in the lab, so it's clean. And this is the nylon membrane. So in the example here, you have a sponge, and in our lab we use something that's called a wick, but it's all going to do the same thing, so even though this is slightly different from my lab, I'm just going to stick with this. And then on top of this, and the sponge is soaked with some solution, and on top of the sponge, you place the gel. So you can see the gel here is green, and you have a green layer here, that's the gel. Of course, the gel isn't really green, it's really kind of just white. And you can see that the membrane isn't really orange, but they made it orange. And anyway, so you have that gel, and you simply, if I had a gel here, I'll use the top of this thing, you would very carefully take this nylon membrane and lay it down.
Actually, I'm sorry, Dr. Cotton, perhaps you could demonstrate that on the actual bar in front of the jury so that more can see.
I had my gel sitting right here. I would carefully lay this nylon membrane down on top of the gel and let it fall down easily. And it would be wet beforehand, and the gel is damp. And then you can, when I did this in research, I used my fingers, but in the lab we would now use a pipette. But you would smooth down the nylon membrane so that it was in easy, close contact with the gel.
All right, Dr. Cotton, could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes, sir, thank you. Now, what's the purpose of this is to have the DNA move out of the gel and come in contact with the nylon membrane. So if you go back to the diagram here, the salt solution that's in the sponge will move up through, oh, well, wait, let me finish the order here. We have the sponge, the gel, the membrane, a big stack of paper towels, and a weight. So the idea is that the solution moves up, that's soaking in the sponge, moves up through the gel and carries with it the DNA. And it's sucked up, the solution is sucked up into the paper towels, but the DNA becomes trapped on the nylon membrane. So if you were to go back to this diagram, the membrane would be layered right on top of the gel, and the DNA would move up through the gel and become attached to the nylon membrane. The paper towels and the weights serve the obvious purpose, the same as if you had a puddle on the counter and you put the paper towels on it, the solution would be soaked up into the paper towels. It's not a very elegant contraption, but this is one of the most important procedures in all of molecular biology, and it's used all over the world.
Mr. Clark, the diagram that Dr. Cotton referred to, again, the drawing, I believe that's the electrophoresis diagram.
Correct, 244.
All right.
Now, I have omitted in one important feature here, and somehow I always have trouble getting this in the right order. Just before you set this setup up, you treat your gel so the DNA fragments that are double-stranded will come apart and become single-stranded. And you do this by soaking the gel in a solution of sodium hydroxide. So basically, the other method that we talked about was heating it, but if you heat it, the gel will just melt, so you can't do that. So you're going to separate this, what was double-stranded to now be single-stranded in the gel, and then you're going to do this transfer so that as the DNA is bound to that nylon, it's in a single-stranded form. And that's the important thing that I left out.
Actually, two questions if I can. First of all, why doesn't the DNA travel through the membrane and up into the paper towels?
The DNA binds to the membrane and it becomes trapped there. The membrane doesn't have sufficiently large pores in it for the DNA to get through.
Okay. And then you also referred to this process as not being particularly elegant. Is that right?
Well, it's very elegant, but it's not very fancy. It doesn't require a lot of equipment. You don't need any electricity. You could set it up in your kitchen if you really wanted to.
Is this particular step limited to forensic science, or is it applicable, is it actually used in any technique involving use of the RFLP method?
It's used in any technique where RFLP is used, and it has other uses as well. But if you go into any of the scientific journals, you probably can't go through a journal that talks about molecular biology or biochemistry without finding an article where this procedure is used. This procedure is called a southern blot, and it doesn't have that title. Oh yes, it does have the title here on the diagram where it says by a technique known as southern blotting. It's called a southern blot because the scientist who devised this procedure in the late 1970s, mid 1970s, his name is Ed Southern, and he's from England, and his last name became attached to the procedure because it's so widely used. So it's called a southern blot. That's the name of the scientist who devised the procedure, and it's been used since that time.
All right. So now is it correct then that this membrane that will be marked People's Exhibit 245 in this process now has single-stranded DNA attached to it?
Yes, and the important thing is, however the strands were separated in the gel, they are now, that is, however the DNA fragments, that is the large one versus the small one, were separated in the gel, that same spatial separation is now on the nylon membrane. So the DNA is attached to the same nylon membrane, attached to the nylon membrane, and the pieces are in the same relative positions that they were in the gel when the gel was turned off.
What's the next step in this RFLP typing process after you have the membrane with the DNA attached to it?
The next step, I have to read what's on the board for a second to see where I am on this. Okay, so over here, after the blot, you have this statement on the board, which is correct. The DNA fragments are now on the nylon membrane, but are not yet visible. Now, actually, it shows you as if something was visible, but really, when you put the nylon down and you take the nylon off the blot, it looks just plain, just like you saw it. It doesn't, except it's wet. And now you get to the point of the next few steps that allow visualization. And here's where it becomes important that you understand that you can take DNA fragments apart and put them back together. Because now you're going to take what's called a DNA probe, which is simply a piece of DNA that you've made in the laboratory and has a radioactive tag on it. It's single-stranded, and if your repeat was CAT, your probe would be GTA.
Actually, you used an earlier drawing that demonstrated a tag, did you not?
I did.
Perhaps you can refer back to that. And Your Honor, that would be People's Exhibit 239, labeled single-stranded DNA.
So, in my single-stranded DNA drawing, I didn't draw the repeat CAT, but let's suppose this is our repeat. If this is our repeat, the DNA that's on the nylon is now single-stranded, so you have this available to collect the second strand, and you would have the other side available to collect a second strand. So you take the nylon membrane and put it in a plastic tub, or you can put it in a tube-like thing, but I'm going to use the example for a tub because it's a little easier. We used in the lab a Tupperware container, a square one, in which that was just about the size of that nylon membrane, so the membrane would be flat in the bottom. And then the membrane is covered with a salt solution. The radioactive DNA probe is added to that solution, and that solution is let sit at a specific temperature overnight. So overnight being, about 16 hours perhaps. And during this time, this radioactive probe, DNA, which is simply, the probe is actually, for what we do in the lab, attached to C's and G's. During this time, this probe that you've added will zip up with any DNA on the membrane that it can appropriately zip up with. The radioactivity is something that you can follow. If you take your membrane, add your probe, let it go overnight, take your membrane out, rinse off the excess probe. If I held a Geiger counter up to it, I would get a few clicks, a Geiger counter being able to detect the radioactivity. But that's not accurate enough. So instead of a Geiger counter, you would then, if we can go back here, here's our membrane that now has some probe bound to it. To detect where that probe has bound, you lay an X-ray film over the membrane. You do this in the dark. You put it in a metal cassette that sort of looks like two book covers that then close up together. And the radioactivity that's on the membrane will expose the silver grains on the X-ray film, creating a dark spot or a line. It's really a line. And that is the image of where the probe bound to the DNA. So if we go way back, if we go back to this diagram, this was originally our gel. Now this pattern of DNA is on the membrane. And now you've added a probe to it, and the probe has bound specifically. If we make the probe so it binds specifically to the CAT repeat, that's what it's going to do. So the probe is bound specifically here and here. And it's been washed off everywhere else because only in these two positions is there a piece of DNA that it can come back together with. And we've laid a piece of X-ray film over this membrane and allowed it to expose. And on the X-ray film, a dark line will appear in these two relative positions. That dark line tells you where the DNA fragment went to in the gel when the gel separation of these pieces occurred.
All right, referring to People's Exhibit 244, Your Honor, the drawing.
Yes.
Dr. Cotton, these probes then, are they specifically designed to look for that repeat sequence that you're searching for on the membrane itself?
Yes.
And when they recognize the sequence that they're looking for, the probe then actually mates up or zips together with the DNA that's already on the membrane from this blotting procedure?
Yes.
Is the probe then simply a means for you to be able to see where the fragment is on the gel that you're actually looking for?
Yes. The probe, this is your tracer, it's your eyes, it's your tag. And you sort of, we talk about it like it was a thinking thing, but of course it's just a piece of DNA, and this is just a chemical reaction that allows these two DNA strands that were single-stranded to come together. So it's simply your way in the laboratory of identifying where these pieces of DNA went that had the repeat that matches to the probe.
Then is the use of this radioactivity and X-ray film so that you can actually look and see where these fragments are?
Yes, that's exactly what you're doing.
And is that done by your own eyes?
When you look at the X-ray film, yes, you're looking at it.
Does the X-ray film have a particular name in the RFLP testing process?
It's properly called an autoradiograph. In the lab, we refer to it as an autorad. It's just simpler to say, and that's what most people would that's the term most people would use.
All right, Your Honor, at this point I'd like to have marked as people's next in order.
Is that 246? All right, Peoples 246, Mr. Clark.
Yes, a single, what I believe to be an autoradiograph that's been, a copy which has been previously provided to council.
All right, single auto read.
Dr. Cotton, just showing you what will be marked People's Exhibit, I'm sorry, 246, Your Honor?
246.
What is that?
This is a copy of one of the autoradiographs that was produced in this case.
And is that typically what an X-ray or autoradiograph looks like following the use of this RFLP typing process?
Yes.
All right, without getting into what the samples are on that particular test, and with the court's permission, could Dr. Cotton simply hold that up so that the jury can see it from a distance?
This is one of the film. Well, this is a copy, but the copies are very good. They don't. So if I
Objection on this is not a response to the question.
Sustain. Mr. Clark.
All right, Dr. Cotton, if you would just hold it up at the moment, and we will return to this particular autoradiograph later. But is this typical of what such an X-ray looks like at the end of this RFLP procedure?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in
Without
fact,
all the lettering.
okay.
You have to subtract out the lettering here and the lettering down here.
The lettering you're referring to at both the top and bottom of this particular exhibit, is that done to aid in knowing what sample is, which sample is which, basically?
Yes.
Okay. All right, fine. Would that autoradiograph then represent what is labeled on the RFLP method chart at step 7 and then step 8?
It would only represent what's labeled in the step 8.
Okay. So step 7 is describing the creation of this X-ray film in its early stages by laying it on top of the membrane.
Yes.
All right, very good. Perhaps I can take that back. And, if you would, could you have a seat back on the witness stand?
And Mr. Fair, can you rescue the diagram easel there, please?
Actually, with respect to the RFLP method, the large chart, could that also be brought down so that all of the jurors could have a look at it?
Very well, Mr. Clark, perhaps you should both try to handle that. Yes. All right, thank you, counsel.
Dr. Cotton, is that then a capsule summary of this RFLP typing approach?
It is.
You are familiar with the term controls?
Yes.
What is a control?
Control is usually some kind of sample that helps you to determine whether all the procedures that you just finished using worked as they should. And it usually is a sample that you know what the results from the control should look like, and if they look appropriately, then it gives you some information that your test was done appropriately.
Now, referring to this RFLP typing process, do you utilize controls as part of that testing?
Yes, we do.
Are there a number of different types of controls?
Yes.
How do you know when a control isn't working properly?
Well, it depends on what kind of control you're using, but for this procedure, you are ultimately looking at that X-ray film and visualizing your result, and later on you might make some measurements, but if we just talk about looking at it for the time being, the controls have a very typical appearance, one that you are accustomed to seeing. So if they look as they should, then you would make a general first impression assessment that the test and the procedures that you used had been done appropriately.
What if the controls didn't work properly in a particular test?
Generally, if they haven't worked properly, you would either go back and repeat it if there was a possibility to do that, or if you couldn't repeat it, you would probably just say that your results are inconclusive, because if your controls haven't worked, there's some implication there that how you worked on the actual samples may not have worked either.
Now, this autorad in People's Exhibit 246 represents an autorad from an RFLP test, is that right?
It does.
This autoradiograph, is it in fact preservable? In other words, is it in a form that, for instance, can be looked at a later time or by other people?
Yes, the autoradiograph is your permanent record of the results of the test.
As far as the RFLP typing results, and first of all, did your laboratory obtain RFLP typing results in this case?
Yes, we did.
Are those RFLP testing results reflected on autoradiographs, as an example of which is People's Exhibit 246?
Yes, they are.
Now, I'd like to discuss a different area with you, and it relates in particular to when you are reading results from an autoradiograph. First of all, do you do that?
Yes.
And you look for certain things, is that right?
Yes.
If I use the term match, what does that mean to you?
It means to me that on the autoradiograph, the position of two DNA bands, or possibly the positions of all the bands from one sample to another, are so close as to be visually that I couldn't distinguish one from the other.
What does that mean, that you can't distinguish one from the other?
They look alike.
Does that have a particular meaning in this RFLP typing process?
Of course.
What's that?
From person to person, there's so much variation in the length of the fragments that have a repeat that if you look at several genetic locations, and for each genetic location, two samples are the same, and you look at another and they're the same there, and you look at another and they're the same there, and you keep doing that, the more genetic locations at which two samples are the same, the higher the likelihood that the two samples are in fact from the same person.
All right. Your Honor, if I may, return to People's Exhibit 242, the large board, because I believe it has an item that I'd like to ask the witness another question about. Put it away too quickly. Thank you. Dr. Cotton, referring you to what would be step 8 on this board, People's Exhibit 242, does that particular depiction, would that help you in describing what you mean by a match?
Yes.
All right. Could you then go ahead and describe that? And if the pointer would help,
Okay.
please feel free.
This diagram and the things that I drew on the chart are illustrating the kinds of results you would get when you looked at one location on one chromosome. So since you get two copies of the chromosome, you get one piece of information that you inherited from your mother and the other from your father. And so if we look at this sample that would be basically on your left, you have two dark lines on the autorad indicating the two DNA bands that are from this sample. And then if you go on to the middle sample, you have two bands on this autorad from this middle sample. And then if you go to the third sample, you also have two bands. The middle sample and the sample on the left that I'm pointing to, the bands are in essentially the same position. So it is possible that sample number 1 and this middle sample, sample number 2, could be from the same person because they have DNA bands that are in the same position. This third sample on the right, which also has two DNA bands, these bands are clearly in a different position than either the first or the second sample. That tells you immediately that the DNA in this third sample must be from a person who is different from either of these first two. These first two could be from the same person, but this third one must be from a different person because the DNA fragments are in different positions, which means they're different sizes.
Would that be an example of an exclusion?
If you were comparing, suppose this was a known individual and these were two evidence samples. This known individual in the third lane over would be excluded as being a possible contributor to the two evidence samples in the left lane and in the middle lane.
This is done visually as a result of the autoradiograph produced at the end of the RFLP typing process?
It's done visually, and that's followed up by a more sophisticated measurement. But in fact, the first thing that you do when you get your X-ray film off is you look at it. And you look at the controls, and you look at the samples on there, and you make some immediate judgment about whether it appears that the procedures worked okay and whether it appears that you have inclusions or exclusions, and based on those inclusions or exclusions, then you might do further testing or you might not.
Following this visual determination, do you then in some instances turn to another process basically to determine whether or not your visual opinion is a correct one as to a match?
Yes.
All right. We'll return to that later. But what I'd like to turn your attention to, Your Honor, I'm going to leave the chart because I don't want to have to ask to bring it up again. And that relates to the amounts of DNA that are in a sample. And I'd like to focus your attention again on this RFLP typing method. If there's no DNA in a particular sample, what do you see at the end of the process on the X-ray or autoradiograph?
If there's no human DNA in a particular sample, at the end, you don't see anything. The lane is blank. There are no bands. It's just empty.
Are there other types of DNA that you could see?
For the procedure as it's used in laboratories for human identification testing, you're specifically looking at, you want to be looking at human DNA, and the test is designed to only detect human DNA. And therefore, if you were using it in a research lab, you could see other types of DNA. But for this purpose, you're only looking for human DNA. If you have no human DNA there, you won't see anything.
So in your laboratory, your interest is in human DNA as opposed to looking at, for instance, animal DNA or other types.
That's right.
What if you have some DNA in a sample? Would you necessarily see results at the end?
If you had some DNA in a sample, you might see some results at the end. There are two measures of whether or not you might see results, and one is quantity and the other is quality.
What do you mean by that distinction?
If your DNA is in good condition, and let's just go back to the spool of thread analogy, if your DNA is unwound off the spool and it's all in one piece, that's good condition. It's like it was in a nice fresh cell that somebody just drew out of your arm. If your DNA is in good condition and you have enough of it, you will get a result. If your DNA is broken up in a random manner, and the proper term for that is that it may be degraded, you may or may not get a result. And when you think about DNA that's broken up or degraded, you have to think of it sort of as a continuum. It could be only slightly degraded, that is, it's only broken up a little bit, in which case it won't affect your result, you will get a result. Or it can be very, very broken up in very, very small pieces. And if that was the case, you would not be able to get a result with this RFLP test.
What happens with DNA? Does it in fact die or degrade or perish?
Well, I wouldn't use the term die or perish. It doesn't really fit. Degrade is the right term. Or if you want to make that simple, you could just say it's become broken up into many pieces. And that can happen as a result of environmental effects. And you can generally sort of assume that moisture and heat facilitates degradation. That is, it occurs more rapidly, and cold and dry conditions preserve DNA.
If DNA suffers this degradation process, will that result in changing the types from the original type of the sample to a new and different type as a result of the process of degradation?
No.
I'm sorry?
It will not.
So this process of degradation, can it change my DNA into looking like your DNA?
No.
Or your DNA into looking like the court's DNA?
No.
Or any members of the jury or the audience?
No.
Taking you back to this small amount of DNA, what if you have more DNA in a better condition, let's say? Then what do you see?
If you have more DNA and it's in good condition, then you will see bands on your autoradiograph or your autorad, and each time you use a different probe, you'll see bands that probe recognizes, so you can get a lot of information if you have a good amount of DNA and it's in good condition.
Where do you draw the line? In other words, how do you know there's enough DNA there to be able to make an opinion or render an opinion about results from a particular test?
Well, you can sort of go about it from two directions. You can measure how much human DNA you have before you do the test, and you can run what's commonly referred to as a mini gel, which is a really small gel, about 2 inches by 3 inches, and assess whether the DNA appears to be broken up. So you can measure its quantity and you can get an estimate of its quality. And you could do that before you did the test and then say, well, it looks good, let's do an RFLP test.
Is that, by the way, using the same process of electrophoresis for this mini gel?
Yes, exactly the same.
And that's simply a step to help you evaluate, that is to determine approximately how much DNA is in a sample before you test it?
Yes. If you go back to this green depiction of a gel,
at step 3 on People's 242?
Right. If you just made that a lot smaller, and which would then represent your mini gel, you can stain that gel with a dye in which you get a pink smear that looks like these smears that are on this diagram for step 3. And if you had a smear like what's shown in step 3, you'd look at that and you say, well, gosh, I've got DNA sort of spread out all the way from the top of my mini gel down to the bottom. That's pretty degraded, and if it looked like that, you'd be sort of, you wouldn't be sure whether it would be good enough for RFLP or not. If this diagram in step 3 had only shown the pink color at the top, that's sort of what it would look like if it was in good condition and you ran a mini gel. You're looking at a huge piece because you haven't, when you do this mini gel, you haven't cut it with your restriction enzyme yet. So actually, if we could insert an extra step here to be 1A, so that you extracted your DNA and then you ran your little gel and then you made this judgment. If you had DNA that was just hung up at the top of the gel, that would say, you'd say, well, I have very good DNA here. I should be able to go on and do an RFLP test. If the DNA is all spread out such that it looks relatively degraded, then you would have to make a judgment about whether or not you thought it would be good enough to do an RFLP test or you were going to do some other kind of test with it.
As far as these bands as you see them, and referring to, for instance, step 8 on People's Exhibit 242, those are fairly dark bands in that depiction, correct?
Yes.
You've also held up one autoradiograph, People's Exhibit 246, which also shows a number of bands that seem to be very dark. Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, actually, if you could, with the court's permission, could the witness hold 246 up again?
Yes.
First of all, Dr. Cotton, to your knowledge, will we return to autorads and actually show them in closer detail to the jury?
Yes, we will.
Okay, but just for the moment, and if you could hold that up. I don't know if you can hold it up without that white background. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Why don't you have Dr. Cotton just step down over there?
All right, that's fine.
She can just hold it up against the white background.
Dr. Cotton, again, showing People's Exhibit 246. That shows a number of very dark patterns. Is that right?
Yes.
Or bands, is that the appropriate term?
It is.
Now, with regard to samples, for instance, that you receive in your laboratory, will the darkness or the intensity of those bands vary?
Yes.
Why?
The darker the band, that reflects you've had more probe bound to it. More probe means that you had more DNA there. So if we just we don't have anything on here that has very light bands, but if you had something that had very light bands, that would be an indication that you didn't have very much DNA. If you have bands that are darker, that means you have more DNA. Now, there's other ways you can make the length of time that you lay the X-ray film over the nylon, the longer you lay it on there, the darker everything becomes, but it will still be relative. A darker band generally has more DNA than a lighter band. And there's a few reasons why that. There's a few technical exceptions to that, but that's the correct generalization.
All right. Then if you would have a seat back on the witness stand. Is it the case then, Dr. Cotton, that with regard to samples with not much DNA in them, but enough to produce a banding pattern, you may see bands that are faint?
That's exactly right.
Is faint a term that you use in your laboratory?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It means that instead of a dark, crisp line, you have a difference between where there's no band and where there's a band, but the level of darkness there, that is the intensity, is much less. It's light.
Does that have any significance in your interpretation of results?
You are always looking at the position of the band. So whether it's dark or it's light, it's the position that you're interested in. It does affect, that is, you think about it in your interpretation because you're assessing, I have a lot of DNA here, I don't have very much here, and you may use that information in your interpretation, but it's mainly the position that you're interested in looking at.
What about in terms of faint bands and whether or not you can see them? Does that play a role? I assume that plays a role in your interpretation.
Well, if you want to interpret them, you better be able to see them.
Are there any policies in effect in the laboratory at interpreting, for instance, results that have faint bands?
I don't believe that we have a specific written policy. We do have a common practice in our lab in dealing with faint bands, and we do follow that practice generally whenever we encounter faint bands. It's not actually a written part of our procedure.
And what is that procedure, though not written?
There are two parts to it. In the further analysis that we haven't really discussed yet, which involves a computer imaging step, there is a standard level of darkness that we ask that the computer see in order to call something a band. In addition to that, we have to be able to see it ourselves. That is, both the computer has to be able to see it and the analyst has to be able to see it. And if we really are struggling with whether or not a band is light, we will ask several people to come in and cover up the adjacent lanes and make an assessment as to whether all the people involved in doing the analysis of the test agree that they can see a particular band.
When you say cover up the adjacent lanes, is that to ensure that whoever's looking at it wouldn't be biased by the presence of bands in other samples?
That's right. If I'm working on something or another PhD staff or one of the analysts is working on it, if I'm not sure whether or not something is intense enough for me to use it further in the interpretation, I might lay a piece of cardboard down on either side and just say to one of my coworkers, would you come in and look at this and tell me where you see bands in this lane? We don't always do that, but that's generally what we do when they get quite light.
As far as this process of DNA, once it's degrading, does this degradation process ever lead to bands appearing that weren't in the original DNA in the sample?
No, it doesn't.
So in other words, you either see the DNA from the original sample, or if the degradation is too great, you don't see anything at some point.
Well, you've just said what the extremes are. You may have an intermediate result where you have the DNA is somewhat degraded, and the effect that has is you tend to lose the bands that are larger, that is at the top of the gel. So you may end up with a partial set of bands. You don't see the ones that are large, but you see the ones that are smaller in size. And that can happen also. What won't happen is that with degradation, you won't have a band at one size and then have it converted to now a new band at a different size. That's not going to happen.
Okay, and perhaps lastly for today, with regard to this computer imaging process that you just described, can you tell us more about what that is?
It's sort of like this Elmo machine, actually. Well, kind of. The computer imaging system consists of a light box and on which you lay your film, a camera at the top, and a computer monitor so that the camera is capturing the image of the autorad and displaying it on the computer screen for you, and then you're asking the computer to help you do some manipulations in terms of saying, here's a band, and here's a band, and here's a band. And then the computer will also, because of its software, do a calculation for you that says the band in this position is approximately 5,000 base pairs.
Now, when you say the autorad that you have the camera actually focus on, is that an autorad just like People's Exhibit 246?
Yes.
And then this camera and this software in combination then review the results on that particular autorad?
Well, the reviewing makes it sound like it's thinking about it, and it's not. What it's doing is visualizing. It's a video imaging system. It's taking a picture of that autorad and displaying it on the computer monitor, and then you are directing the machine to do particular things, not to the film itself, but to the image.
And what are those things that you direct it to do?
You're telling it where the control lanes are, you're telling it where the sample lanes are, and you're telling it which lanes you want it to do a calculation to find a band. That is, the computer will basically scan down, and where there's a dark area, it will identify that as a band, and where there's... So it's looking for changes in levels of darkness. So if it's clear and then it sees a dark area, then it identifies that as a band, and then it sort of scans down and finds another band and identifies that. So it's making an identification of a band position, and it can do this correctly and it can do it wrong, and the operator has to help it along. And then once you're happy that it's identified bands and you agree that those are bands, it will do this calculation for you that will give you an estimate of the size of that DNA in base pairs.
And that's the purpose of this imaging process, to assist you in interpreting results. Is that right?
That's right.
And also to establish the sizes for the various bands according to the methods that you just described?
That's right.
All right.
Good spot?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. And do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess until 9 o'clock. And we have a hearing tomorrow morning set at 8 with Mr. Ullman and... Right. All right, good morning again, Dr. Cotton. You're reminded, ma'am, you are still under oath, and Mr. Clerk, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Cotton, as far as these methods of DNA typing, and you've talked in broad terms about PCR and in more detail about RFLP, are these techniques simply a better way to type stains than, for instance, ABO typing or conventional serology?
Yes, they generally will offer more information than conventional serology will offer.
Again, we spoke about RFLP, or you spoke about RFLP typing yesterday. The second technology that you mentioned briefly yesterday, I believe you referred to as PCR, is that right?
That's right.
What year was that process discovered?
I believe that the first paper on PCR was published in 1985.
As far as its use in forensics, is it newer or older than the RFLP typing process?
It's actually it came along at about the same time, although it was not being used quite as widely early on as the RFLP process.
Are you familiar with who was the first scientist to use this PCR process in forensics?
Yes, I am.
Who was that?
That would be Dr. Ed Blake.
Do you know approximately when that forensic use of that technique occurred?
I only know that it was early, maybe 1986 or so.
As far as this PCR process, and many of us, if not all of us, have heard of the movie Jurassic Park, what does PCR have to do with that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
PCR does what? Can you give us a very brief summary?
PCR is a way of saying, I want to replicate a small section of DNA, and it allows you to replicate a small section of DNA in a way that if you have a very small amount of starting material, you can go through sufficient number of replications so that by the end of the process, you will have enough of this small section to then do some analysis on.
What role does it play, for instance, in old samples? And let's first of all ask, can this process be used on samples of DNA that are perhaps years or decades or centuries old?
It can, and it is being used on those types of samples.
What types of samples is that?
There are samples from, I don't know what the proper term would be, but very ancient, for example, bone samples that have had very short sections, copied using PCR to look at how genes have changed over time. That is, if you can have a sample from a human being who is several thousand years old and look at a particular sequence of the DNA, you might say, well, how does that sequence compare to the same sequence in modern human beings?
Has PCR been used on ancient animals?
I don't really know. It may have been, but I don't really know.
As far as this PCR process, is it like RFLP in the sense that it's a testing method, or is it something a little bit different?
PCR is simply the process that allows you to make a lot of copies of a particular section of DNA. And then the rest of the analysis may have many different forms. That is, what you do now with your section of DNA that you've replicated many times may not be the same for every purpose or every question.
Would it be correct then that PCR would be more like one step in a typing process when DNA is being typed?
Yes.
What about your own knowledge of PCR? How did that come about?
I had been to several meetings where PCR was discussed. I had done some reading where PCR was discussed. My own hands-on experience came from visiting 2 different laboratories where they were actively doing PCR and learning from the staff in those laboratories how to do PCR. And both of these visits to other laboratories, one was 2 weeks and one was a week, I had an opportunity then to learn from the staff there, to do it myself, and then going back to Cellmark to help the rest of the Cellmark staff, some of whom had also been out to get training, which was different than mine, to set up the PCR that we do there.
Who were the individuals that whose labs you visited to learn PCR?
I went to a laboratory at Houston. That was Dr. Tom Caskey. And I went to Dr. Alec Jeffries' lab in the UK.
The same Dr. Jeffries that you described yesterday?
Yes.
How about your own personal hands-on experience with PCR? Could you describe that, please?
Well, I had those 3 weeks, and then I had some experience, hands-on time, doing the PCR reaction while we were in the process of doing validation studies to set up PCR in our laboratory, and a number of other people did too. I am not doing the PCR tests now. The PCR tests are done by the regular lab staff.
As far as this copying process, is there a term used to describe what you actually do in taking small segments of DNA and copying them over and over?
Yes, the term is amplification. So people will talk about I've amplified a certain section of DNA.
This process, and I believe you said that this process of copying over and over is directed at short segments of DNA?
The segments that are used for forensic analysis are relatively short, and I'm talking about perhaps 100, 200 up to 400 base pairs in length. That's a pretty, in DNA terms, that's a pretty small piece.
So you're not talking about copying over and over this entire segment of DNA that you described as containing, what was it, 6 billion bases or so?
No, you're not copying the whole thing. You're just copying a particular section.
With regard to this copying process, would it help to use a chart or a pad so that you could draw what this amplification or copying process involves?
Sure.
All right. Your Honor, then with the Court's permission, Mr. Fairtlow will, I believe, set up the drawing pad for the witness.
We'll reassemble our drawing pad.
Reassemble.
Yes. And Mr. Clark, I noticed yesterday that you were using the dry erase type marker. Does that have a longevity to it, permanence to it?
I hope it's not disappearing ink.
You notice that's what you're using there is dry erase stuff.
One over there. The dark blue one, I think, is just a different.
This diagram be marked as people's next in order, which I believe is 247.
247.
All right, Dr. Cotton, if you could step down from the witness stand, and what would be an appropriate label for this chart to aid you in describing this copying process or amplification?
We'll just call it amplification.
Very good. If you could just write that at the top. All right, now if you would go ahead and if you could describe for the jury, please, what is this copying process?
Okay, keep in mind now that you're starting at you have a sample and you've extracted the DNA. So those steps are the same as or similar to the RFLP process. And so let's just say for simplicity purposes that we have a single chromosome's worth of DNA that I'm going to use as a reference point here. So we're going to put in the tube our starting DNA, and we're going to put in the tube a supply of the 4 DNA components, A's, T's, G's, and C's. And we will also put in the tube what an enzyme, this is a protein, and it's called a polymerase. And this polymerase is basically going to assemble the A's, T's, G's, and C's. And we're going to put one more thing in, which is referred to as a primer. And that's a very small piece of single-stranded DNA, usually about 20 bases or so. It can be longer or shorter, but that's just an example. So that we now have the components to make more DNA. This is what we're going to use to make more. We need our starting material. We need the building blocks. We need something to put the building blocks together, which is the polymerase. And the primer serves as an anchor for that polymerase to hold on to.
Let me stop you for just a moment, Dr. Cotton. With regard to this term polymerase, is that the first word of PCR, the process itself?
Yes.
And what does it stand for again?
Polymerase is a protein which can assemble more DNA in this case.
And what does PCR actually stand for? What are the words?
The PCR stands for the polymerase chain reaction. And basically, you're going through a cycle of steps, which is why it's referred to as a chain reaction. You're repeating a cycle of steps over and over and over again. And what we'll do here is just show you what 1 or 2 cycles looks like.
All right, go ahead.
So the first thing we'll do is heat this DNA back up to about 95 degrees, enough so the strands will separate.
Again, is that centigrade, not Fahrenheit?
Yes. And at that point, we'll allow the short primers or anchor points to bind, and these primers are designed so that the sequence of DNA that they have to hook up to is known, and so you have a single-stranded piece in the primer binding to this now single-stranded starting material, and all the A's and T's and G's and C's are pairing up. And then the polymerase will come along and, directed by the bases on your starting material, will reassemble a second strand.
All right, Mr. Clark, we have a vision problem here.
Yes. Or, Your Honor, would it be possible to put the drawing pad here where the podium is?
Let's put it there. Why don't you turn it as directly perpendicular as you can. Thank you.
I'm not sure we've solved all the vision, though.
All right, juror number 1, can you see that? All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
And if you could you briefly describe again what you've already described, and perhaps you can point to the various portions of the chart so that each of the jurors may see it.
We have double-stranded DNA starting material, which we're going to heat, and the 2 strands, we'll just put a little X here on our starting material strands. Drop the temperature down, allowing the primer to bind, the 2 primers to bind, and then allowing the polymerase to make a copy of this starting strand. So the polymerase is basically going along and says, I have a T on my starting strand, I'll put an A in. I have a C on my starting strand, I'll put a G in. I'll have a G on my starting strand, I have to put a C in, and so on. So now where we originally had a single strand to start out with, we now have 2. Now
Go ahead.
I'm sort of going to run out of a length of paper, but the idea is that you then start the process all over again. So you go, just stand on the side. So you go, start the cycle again, heat it up. These 2 double strands will come apart. These 2 double strands will come apart. And now again you drop the temperature down and let the primers bind. I've just made these shorter because there's not enough room. They wouldn't really be shorter. They'd be the same length. And then allow the polymerase to finish off making the copy for each one of those. And so now we have 4 completed strands where we only started with 1. So as you can see, each time you go through the cycle, you're going to double the number of strands that you started out with. If we start out with 1, then we would go to 2, and then we would go to 4. The next cycle, you would go to 8, and so on.
All right, let me, and perhaps you can stand on the other side so that I can ask you a few questions about this process. You've used the term primer. Does it act as something like a primer in priming a pump, for instance?
Well, it's not a bad analogy. It's not great. What it is the characteristics of the enzyme are such that it needs an end to start from. If you just separated the strands, it wouldn't have a place, it doesn't have an anchor point. So the primer is serving as an anchor point for the enzyme to then connect the next base to. It needs something in the way of the start of a second strand to actually connect. So the primers are in there both to say this is the section we want to copy. That's really what the primer does, is it identifies the section that you want to copy, and then it serves as an anchor point for that enzyme to sit down and then move through and copy that piece of DNA.
How do you know where the primer actually attaches to this segment of DNA?
You have designed your system. That is, you have to know up front the sequence of bases of the piece of DNA that you want to copy. There has to have been enough research done and development done so that, at least in the forensic setting here, you must know ahead of time the sequence of bases that exist in the piece that you want to copy. That has to be done ahead of time. Then you can manufacture in the lab the primers that have the sequence at the beginning and the end, and then you're set to go.
As far as these known sequences of where it starts, for instance, and you mentioned you have to know the sequence, have scientists looked at these areas to determine their sequences?
Yes, the development work for the genetic locations that are used for forensic testing with the PCR methodology, these regions have all been sequenced, and a lot of other work besides the sequencing has been done to study these regions before applying that information to actually designing a forensic test.
This copying process, first of all, do our bodies do that by themselves?
Not with this particular polymerase, because this polymerase is able to work at a very high temperature. But all our bodies have a similar enzyme, so that when a cell replicates and divides to form 2 new cells, in the process of doing that, you are replicating the DNA, and the enzymes that perform that replication are also called polymerases.
Would it be correct to say then that this PCR process simply does outside the body what the body does on its own?
Basically, that's right.
And it's as simple as that? In terms of this division and copying and so forth? All right. Now, Your Honor, if we could, I'd like to put that drawing pad back where we had it yesterday and then continue on with some additional prepared charts. All right. And perhaps you can have a seat again on the witness stand, Dr. Cotton, but probably not for too long.
That's not so good. I can't see you.
All right, so less than about 40 minutes or so, there will be the Garden Live. It won't be happening now, but it'll be happening about 40 minutes or so. The 30 minutes after the next hour happens. So what I'm going to be doing is ending this one here, and we'll pick it up another time, but we will... Very interesting coverage of the OJ trial. It's nice to do it again. And as I said, in about 40 minutes or so, the Garden Live will happen. So, thank you all for coming, and peace.